The golden tree that rises in the world of Teyvat. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, An Unexpected Journey, Part 3. After Aang came out of the layered rock abyss, she looked up slightly and saw the jade pavilion above Liu. After thinking for a while, she decided to fly in the direction of Liu Harbor. She wanted to see what Liu Harbor was like here, and whether there were familiar people there. Is this a teleportation anchor point? Aang saw a blue thing as soon as she approached Liu, and said with some surprise, "It seems that there was no anchor point here in my previous world." The anchor points were finally made by Liusu one by one. There is no Liusu in this world, so why are there anchor points? Thinking of this, Aang fell into deep thought. Moreover, the Liu Harbor in this world is not as good as mine. My friend, what do you mean? Can you take a seat and tell me in detail? Zhongli? Hearing the familiar voice, Aang turned around and saw Zhongli sitting in Sanwan Buguagang, drinking tea and nodding to herself. Oh, you know me. Zhongli was surprised. But I don't have any memory of meeting you. Although there is someone who looks like you, it's just a resemblance. I can feel that you are not her. Mr. Zhongli, order a few dishes first, and we'll talk while we eat, Aang said. Zhongli nodded and said, it's okay. After Aang sat down at the table, he skillfully ordered a few dishes to the store. The dishes here are similar to those in his own world, so what is available there is also available here. It seems that you are very familiar with Liu Port. Judging from the way you order dishes and some of your behaviors, you should have lived in Liu for a long time. However, I have been here since Liu was established, and I have not found any traces of your existence. Zhongli said to Aang. Yes, I have lived in Liu Port for several years. Of course I'm familiar with it, but the Liu Port here is a little different from the Liu Port in my world, Aang replied. After hearing what Aang said, Zhongli nodded and said, so that's how it is. This makes sense. Although Aang's words were vague, as the god of Liu, how could Zhongli not know the information Aang revealed? There were a few points that surprised him. The person in front of him was from another world, but he knew his true identity and was very familiar with himself in that world. Because, the moment Aang entered Liu Port, the relaxation inadvertently revealed in his eyes. This feeling was like returning home, but there was a little loss in this relaxed mood, as if he had returned to a place that was like home, but not home. After hearing the information revealed by Aang's whispered words, Zhongli made the following move. Zhongli, don't you have anything else to ask? Aang saw that Zhongli didn't ask anything after he finished speaking, which made her curious and asked, no need, I also understand your general situation. Although the Liu Port here is not the Liu Port you said, you can temporarily regard it as home here. Zhongli smiled at Aang and said, as if he was comforting a child who couldn't find his home. Although you like to default on your debts and don't bring money, you are the most reliable among the 7 gods besides her. After hearing Zhongli's words, Aang said with a smile, Zhongli. Wow. Zhongli was so surprised. The other party not only knew him, but was very familiar with himself in another world. Even his background was known by the other party, just like a traveler. Wait, a traveler? When Zhongli thought of this, he had a bold idea in his mind. If he treated the former traveler in front of him as a traveler, didn't the little white guy next to you come with you? Zhongli took a sip of tea and said to Aang. Aang sighed and replied, hey, you mean Payman? I don't know why she didn't come here, and I came here alone. After hearing Aang's words, Zhongli confirmed his guess that the person in front of him who was similar to the other twin was a traveler from another world. I see, but what is your purpose of coming to Liu this time? Zhongli said. Aang replied calmly, nothing, I just saw Liu Harbor and wanted to come over. Zhongli was silent for a while, then said, is there anything I can help you with? Thank you for your kindness, but no, my goal is to go back, so you can't help me now, because you are too worn out. You should have a good rest. Aang shook her head. Zhongli. Although Aang's words sounded nice, the subtext was that you can't help me, so you should just retire and do nothing. Haha, I see. I was a bit rude. Zhongli laughed. It's okay. Aang said. By the way, I just heard you talking about the problem of Liu port. Can you tell me in detail? If you have any unspeakable secrets, just skip this topic. After hearing Zhongli's words, Aang shook his head and said slowly, this is not something that cannot be said. My place is a little different from yours, mainly. Zhongli listened to Aang's description of the situation in another world with a serious face. The more he listened, the more surprised he was. He didn't expect that Liu port in another world had prospered to an incredible extent. The most important thing was that when Aang mentioned a person's name, the name of that person seemed to be erased by something, so that he could not hear anything about that person. But Aang on the opposite side spoke calmly, as if he didn't notice this problem. This small deviation made Zhongli know that this name was not allowed to exist in the world. From some subtle places, Zhongli deduced that the owner of the name, that could not be heard, was a very powerful god, and he was a god who joined Liu in that world, which was why Liu over there was so prosperous. This conversation lasted from noon to night. The lights were turned on again, and Aang finished telling Zhongli the main things. Haha, thank you for your help this time. Zhongli smiled at Aang and said, it's getting late, you should find a place to rest first. It's a small problem, but I don't know if you can use the Mora from my place. Aang suddenly thought of something and said to Zhongli awkwardly. Zhongli was surprised and said, oh, the Mora from your place. Take a look. Aang said, and took out some Mora from her bag and handed it to Zhongli. Zhongli took the Mora and examined it carefully. If Aang hadn't said that this was Mora from another world, he wouldn't have noticed any problem. But after tasting it carefully, he could still detect a lot of things from it. That is, the Morax over there is stronger than himself, and the energy contained in the Mora he made is also purer than what he made. This. Zhongli frowned and said, well, it can't be unusable, right? Well, then I can only buy it on credit. I'll take a few commissions in Liu to pay back the money later. Aang said with a bitter face. It can be used. Not only is it exactly the same as Mora's structure, but it is also more refined than the Mora here. Zhongli pinched Mora and said, however, I don't recommend you to use your Mora. Although it is the same, it contains another kind of power that ordinary people cannot perceive. If this power is used by someone with ulterior motives, the consequences will be disastrous. You said so much, but it's still unusable. How about you pay for it this time? Send a bill to the Hall of Rebirth, and then I will pay you back in a few days? Aang suggested. No need to be so troublesome, I will buy all your Mora. Zhongli said. In response, Aang looked at Zhongli with a suspicious look and said, I can give it to you, but if I buy it, do you have the money? Zhongli. It seems that the self in another world is the same as the current self. He doesn't like to carry Mora, and he didn't say that he can make Mora after losing the heart of God. Haha, how can my Morax not have Mora? Zhongli laughed dumbly. Isn't this normal? It's abnormal for Morax to have Mora, just like the drunkard poet of Mondstadt and the country girl of Inazuma. None of you three gods can produce a Mora. Aang said as if it was a matter of course. Ahem. After hearing Aang's words, Zhongli felt a little embarrassed. He also heard the nicknames of the god of wind and the god of thunder, which made him unable to help but cover his face. What kind of impression did you leave on the travelers? No, it's okay to embarrass yourself in your own world, but you can't embarrass yourself in another world, right? And there is a strange and powerful god in that world, who is friendly with Liu. Thinking of this, Zhongli waved his hand to Aang and said, follow me. Ah. After hearing this, Aang had a question mark floating on his head. But he still followed Zhongli to the port of Liu Harbor, and then went to Guan Pavilion. Zhongli didn't expect Aang to be able to fly, and was a little surprised. Zhongli found a spacious platform, crossed his arms, and said to Aang with a serious face, watch this. Aang. Then, the braid behind Zhongli lit up, and the power of the rock element gathered in front of Zhongli. Under Aang's stunned gaze, Zhongli created a large amount of Mora. Zhongli, don't you think you can't create Mora? Aang turned around and said to Zhongli in a daze. That's because Zhongli can't create Mora. What does it have to do with me, the rock god Morax? Zhongli said lightly. Hearing Zhongli's words, Aang was choked by his arrogant tone, and then gave Zhongli a thumbs up. Zhongli created Mora for a long time, before stopping and saying to Aang, "These Mora must be enough, my friend, just take what you need." "Can I have them all?" Aang said in a low voice. "Yes, but you have to pay for the Mora to match it," Zhongli replied. Aang scratched his head and asked, "Well, what do you want?" "Exchange your Mora with me," Zhongli said. I don't have much of this, and I'll need it when I go back," Aang said with a tangled face. "Don't worry about it. There are about 1 billion Mora here. You only need to pay 100,000 Mora from your side," Zhongli said. Aang asked in disbelief, "Only 100,000 will do. 100,000 for 1 billion. This is 10,000 times. Although my side may be a little special, it's just Mora. You're not lying to me, are you?" "Of course, because your Mora is very special. As the former god of contract, I will naturally not make a deal that is unfavorable to me. In my case, your Mora is worth this price." Zhongli smiled and said, "What do you think?" "Exchange, of course. If you don't exchange, you're a fool." Aang nodded quickly. After hearing what Aang said, Zhongli smiled and said, "So, the contract is done. Those who break their promises. I know. Those who break their promises should be punished by the Rock Eater, right? You don't have to say it so many times." Aang interrupted. "Haha, it's good that you understand. How about changing some more? I still have a lot here." Aang continued to ask. "No need, this much Mora is enough for my research, and 1 billion Mora is enough for you to spend in this world. If you still need Mora, you can come to me again, but the price next time will only be 1,000 to 1. Zhongli shook his head and said, "That's also good." Aang nodded and said, "Then change me another 100 billion. I still have 100 million Mora here." Zhongli didn't expect that the traveler in front of him would be so rich, and there was still 100 million in his backpack. And judging from her tone, this 100 million should be only a small part. Could it be that Liu in that world has developed to the point where he can't even catch up? In comparison, the traveler in this world seems much poorer. He probably only has more than 1 million Mora in his backpack now, after doing commissions every day. Thinking of this, Zhongli mourned for the travelers in this world. Why is there such a big gap between them? Since he had spoken, and the other party had taken out Mora, Zhongli naturally could not take back what he had said before. So Zhongli made Mora in Guan Pavilion all night, while Aang stood by and watched excitedly, without any thought of sleeping. It was not until noon the next day that Zhongli worked overtime to make 100 billion Mora. At this time, Zhongli felt that his divine power was almost exhausted. "It's finished? So fast?" Aang said a little disappointedly, after seeing Zhongli stop. "Zhongli, this is still fast. I worked overtime to make Mora all night, and I didn't work so hard when I made Mora before." "Zhongli, I still have a few 100 million here. How about we change again?" Aang said to Zhongli with a smile on his face. "No need. By the way, this thing is for you. It's a shield." Zhongli handed a golden thing to Aang and left Guan Pavilion directly. Aang, seeing Zhongli suddenly disappear, the smile on Aang's face rose. She didn't expect that the usually steady Zhongli would run away as soon as he said so. He ran faster than Liusu. Seeing Zhongli disappear, Aang thought for a while and flew towards Zumi. She wanted to know where the plot had progressed to. As long as she met the god of grass, the things behind would be easy. What made her angry was that the game console could not be used in this world. So she had no idea about the later Zumi plot. Thinking of this, Aang felt a little uncomfortable. If she had known earlier, she would not have accepted the commission of General Lei Dian and wasted her time watching the Zumi plot. While Aang was flying, Zhongli also returned to his residence in Wansheng Hall. He took out the Mora that he exchanged with Aang and squeezed it hard. Suddenly, the hard Mora turned into energy and poured into his body. As I expected, this strange power can repair a little wear and tear. Zhongli felt his physical condition and murmured. Having said this, Zhongli absorbed all the Mora he had exchanged from Aang, and an unprecedented sense of joy rose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling is that the power is gradually coming back. At this point, Zhongli couldn't help but sigh. If the previous divine power was not enough, Zhongli would definitely be willing to exchange Mora with Aang. This kind of power, to repair wear and tear, is hard to come by. In this case, when you have time, make more Mora, and have a chance to exchange with this alien traveler again. Zhongli frowned and thought, Morax would be short of Mora. This is a big joke, but as a mortal Zhongli, Mora seems to be a matter of course. In Liu, he is Zhongli, and it is normal not to have Mora. Besides, the Mora made later was also made by Morax. What does it have to do with him, Zhongli? Thinking of this, Zhongli's frown relaxed, and he found a very good reason for his sudden behavior of making Mora. Aang also arrived at Zumi City at night, absorbing the power of 2 pools of water and 2 layered abysses. At this time, Aang was able to fly freely, and there was no need to shout that thing before flying. Respond to me, Alicia. Hey, why is there no one outside Zumi City? When Aang arrived at the entrance of Zumi City, he looked at the empty streets with a puzzled look on his face. Aang looked at the time displayed on Skynet, and then became even more confused. It's only 7 o'clock now, and my time is correct. Why is there no one? When I went to Zumi before, the stalls were not closed so early. Aang walked towards the inside of Zumi City while wondering, but no matter where he was, including the shops in Zumi City, there was no one, and the shops were brightly lit at this time, and it didn't look like they needed to close at night. Aang walked to the bottom of Zumi Church, and suddenly heard cheers from above. Could it be that the people of Zumi are holding some festival activities in the church at this time? Aang thought while running quickly towards the direction of Zumi Church. The closer he got to the church, the louder the sound he heard. From the content of the sound, it was all words of praise, as if thousands of people had gathered together to cheer for a hero who saved Zumi City. Could it be that Kang in this world has done something extraordinary? I haven't seen him for a few days, and he has already met the god of grass? Aang thought about this, and hurriedly quickened her pace. Like a triumphant hero, is this welcome ceremony grand enough? At the moment, when Aang was about to arrive, a discordant voice came into her ears. Aang came to the platform of the order house at this moment, but the scene in front of her made her pupils shrink. She saw Kang, Payman, and Catherine. There were also many people in Zumi City cheering for Kang and others, and a man with short blue hair and a colored mask who looked like an executive of the Fachu. Catherine said, "You are the exile of the order house." Hearing Catherine's voice, Aang's head was full of question marks, because she could hear that it was the voice of the miniature Nashida. As for why it was the miniature Nashida, it was because the Nashida in her own world had grown up and became a girl as tall as herself, and her voice had also changed a little. The man slowly walked out of the aisle reserved for the people of Zumi and said to Catherine. He said, "Yes, but nowadays they usually call me Doctor." Chapter 227 An Unexpected Journey, Part 4. The second of the 11 Fachu executive officers. Doctor? Aang murmured in surprise. Fachu executive officers. Aang also knew a lot from the information given by Liusu, but she had never seen other Fachu executive officers except Sanbing, Gangzi, and Madam. Kang also took out his edgeless sword at this time, and looked at the doctor with a serious face. Aang, who was standing aside, fell into thinking again. It seemed that she came at the wrong time. It seemed that Kang had not completely solved the matter of Zumi. However, if she took action now, Aang could not guarantee that some unexpected things would not happen. Thinking of this, Aang was a little anxious for a while. She could not think of any better way to solve all this, because Payman was gone. When she needed her most, she was not there, but there was one next to Kang. Damn Payman, you were not there at the critical moment. I must stew you when I go back next time. Aang thought angrily. While Aang was thinking, Kang was still talking to the doctor and the others, but she didn't want to know about all this, because the Sumeru in this world had nothing to do with the Sumeru in her world. With Nashida's current strength, Aang believed that the Fachu and the others could not mess with her. Besides, there was a real god behind Nashida, Liusu. Now her idea was how to quickly enter the world tree, and then use the world tree to let Liusu accurately locate the world she was in. Your Highness, you look anxious. Is there something difficult that you can't solve yourself? We can help you. An abyss apostle suddenly appeared behind Aang, kneeling on one knee, and said to her respectfully, You recognized the wrong person, didn't you? Although we look exactly the same, I'm not your princess. Aang glanced at the other party and said lightly. The Abyss Apostle said seriously, no, we didn't admit our mistake. Her Highness told us that, because you are her from another world, seeing you is like seeing her, so you are also the princess of the Abyss Cult. We in the Abyss Cult are waiting for your orders. Does everyone in your Abyss Cult know about this? Aang asked. The Abyss Apostle replied, yes, the princess's orders have been distributed to every member of the Abyss Cult. Oh. She just handed the Abyss Cult over to me to give orders at will? Don't you think there is anything wrong with the Abyss Cult? After all, I have eliminated many people from the Abyss Cult in front of your princess before. Aang asked in surprise. We naturally have no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, we think that Her Royal Highness's decision is the most correct. Not only are you exactly the same as Her Royal Highness, you also have the same powerful strength as Her Royal Highness. Moreover, the annihilation you mentioned is a kind of purification for our Abyss Cult, a kind of spiritual liberation, which allows us to get rid of the irreversible curse issued by the gods. The Abyss Apostle said this with a fanatical look in his eyes. Although Aang's ability is a kind of restraint for them, it will also allow them to be truly liberated. If they can study something from this power later, it will bring salvation to the entire Canria, even if this hope is very slim. Aang thought for a while and said, well, what she meant is that these people can listen to my orders, right? Yes, even if we need to sacrifice us to achieve your goal, we will not hesitate. The Abyss Apostle said seriously, I only hope that your Highness can lend a helping hand and purify us with golden flames when our lives are about to disappear. Oh. This is okay. Aang was delighted after hearing the words of the Abyss Apostle. He did not expect that the other party would not only help him, but also give him experience. We thank Her Royal Highness the Princess for her kindness. The Abyss Apostle bowed deeply to Aang, and the members of the Abyss Cult behind him also bowed deeply to Aang like the Abyss Apostle. Aang. Seeing the members of the Abyss Cult who believed in him so fanatically, Aang asked herself in her heart, can she really bring herself to do something to such a cult? Liusu, can you hear me? I'm waiting online. I'm very anxious. After a good night's sleep, I suddenly traveled to a parallel world, and then inexplicably became Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Abyss. What should I do? However, without the signal blessing of the divine body turning into a sword, Liusu could not hear Aang's doubts at all, and naturally could not give her an answer. Get up. I was just thinking about a problem. Sorry, Aang said to the members of the Abyss Cult who were still kneeling on the ground. When the Abyss Cult members heard Aang's words, they stood up and said, yes, your Highness. Aang looked at the Abyss Cult members in front of her, one Abyss Apostle of water, two Abyss Apostles of ice, two Abyss Chanters of fire, two Abyss Priests of thunder, and quite a few Abyss Mages of ice, fire, thunder, and water. Aang was shocked, because she had never fought such a rich battle before. Normally, she would take on many Abyss Mages and Abyss Apostles by herself, but this time, the people of the Abyss Cult followed her orders. Thinking of this, Aang's mind was in a trance again. Your Highness, that person seems to be in trouble. Do we need to help? The Abyss Apostle glanced at Kang who was surrounded by the Zumi crowd, and said to Aang, listening to the Abyss Apostle's words of Your Highness, this simple and unpretentious title made Aang tap her toes in embarrassment. Can you please stop calling me Your Highness Princess? It feels weird. You can even remove the word princess. Aang complained with a tangled face. It was too embarrassing to use this title on herself. I will obey your will, Your Highness. The Apostle of the Abyss nodded. Aang. The people of Zumi City, what did you do to them? Nashida in the form of Catherine questioned the doctor. The doctor replied indifferently, I just slightly modified the void terminal, so that it can project information into the subconscious. Now the enthusiastic people all believe that this traveler is a hero who just saved the world. Having said this, the doctor glanced at Kang and continued, haha, the experiment was very successful, and now they seem to be unable to control their enthusiasm. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, the people began to applaud and cheer and slowly walk towards Kang. Payman asked worriedly as he looked at the people of Zumi who were approaching him, what should we do? They are just ordinary people. Nashida, who was in the shape of Catherine, stood in front of Kang and Payman with her arms open, as if to stop the people of Zumi. You go out of the city first. After hearing what Nashida said, Payman hurriedly said, that's the executive officer of the Fachu. How can I abandon you? I can't abandon the people of Zumi either. Nashida suddenly shouted, and her whole body began to emit green elemental power, which scared Aang, who was still observing next to her. As a result, the energy created only allowed the people of Zumi to temporarily free themselves from the control of the void terminal. This Nashida is too bad. Is it because I opened it in the wrong way? You shouted so loudly, but this is the result. Aang couldn't help but complain when she saw this. Your Highness, this is a new god after all, and he has been imprisoned by the people of Zumi for 500 years. Compared with gods such as Morax and Barbatus, he must be lacking. The Apostle of the Abyss explained on the side. That's not what I'm talking about. Forget it. You don't understand. Aang shook her head. Do we need to take action? You seem to know this new god. The Abyss Apostle asked on the side. Aang shook her head and said, it's not appropriate for you to take action now. Let me go. Yes, Your Highness. Nashida, who was panting because of the use of some divine power, said to Kang and Payman. It's okay. We'll meet outside the city. Oh. It seems that your consciousness has occupied all their thoughts. The doctor said as he walked towards Nashida. Such a powerful consciousness. You are the god of wisdom, right? Seeing that Kang and Payman left directly after hearing Nashida's words, and the doctor approached Nashida, who had no power to fight back, Aang couldn't help it. She couldn't understand why Kang and Nashida were so weak. In the words of Nashida on her side, the combined combat power of the two of you is not as good as that of 1,000 rock army. Thinking of this, Aang took out the divine body sword and leaped steadily to land between Nashida and the doctor. Payman looked up and saw a white shadow. He hurriedly called out to Kang, who was fleeing, and said, Kang, wait, that's Aang? Kang turned back after hearing Payman's words. At this time, he saw Aang, who was holding a golden divine sword, appear in the crowd. Who are you? Nashida looked at Aang, who suddenly appeared with a puzzled look on her face. Aang didn't say anything. She slowly raised her hand, and the divine sword in her hand emitted a burning golden flame. No. Nashida exclaimed at this, and put away her divine power, to stop Aang from using her skills. But the Abyss Apostle next to her certainly wouldn't let Nashida stop Aang's behavior. The Abyss Apostle of the water element signaled the two Abyss Apostles of the ice element standing behind him to come forward and directly block Nashida's actions. Don't stop Your Highness from doing this, the two Abyss Apostles of the ice element said to Nashida. Deep Abyss Apostle. Payman shouted loudly. Aang? Kang shouted at Aang, don't do this, they are just innocent people in Zumi. Aang heard Kang's shout, just turned his head, and glanced at him lightly, then retracted his gaze. After all, Kang was not his brother. If he was his brother, he would have stabbed him a few more times. After the divine power of the divine body into a sword was fully activated, Aang slowly raised his arm, and then swept across the crowd in front of him under Nashida's unbelievable eyes. No. Nashida struggled, but how could she, who was so weak now, be the opponent of the Abyss Apostle? All her actions were in vain. Aang, looking at Kang, who was shouting at him, and Nashida, who was looking at him with a sad face and resentment, Aang was full of questions. Why did he feel like a bad guy now, when he clearly appeared to save these two weak beings? The doctor saw the golden flames swept by Aang and almost fled, but after seeing that the golden flames passed through the Zumi crowd and only made them faint, he stopped thinking about escaping. You are the princess of the Abyss cult? The doctor said to Aang. Why do you want to stop me? Don't you have hostility towards the seven gods? If I seize the heart of the god of wisdom, it will be beneficial to you. I won't. When Aang was about to explain, the Abyss Apostle interrupted her and said, Your Highness, do you need us to go forward and kill him on your behalf? Aang, can you please stop making trouble for me and go away? Aang said to the Abyss Apostle next to her. Yes. After hearing Aang's words, the two Abyss Apostles retreated. As expected, as the princess of the Abyss cult, can't you sever the bond of blood relatives? The doctor continued to speak to Aang. Blood relatives? Who are you talking about? Aang asked with a puzzled look. The one behind you, isn't he your blood brother? The doctor continued. Aang replied calmly, "Oh, he is not. I have nothing to do with him." Aang? Hearing Aang's cold and ruthless words, Khan looked at Aang in disbelief. He didn't understand why Aang would say such cold and ruthless words. The last time they met, the other party called him brother, but this time he directly denied the relationship. "Khan, are you okay?" Looking at Khan, who suddenly covered his chest with a painful look, Payman asked worriedly. After hearing Aang's words, the doctor saw that the other party's expression did not seem to be fake, and immediately asked with some doubts, "Then what are you doing? Do I need to report to you for what I do?" After Aang finished speaking, he changed into the rock knot green figure and flashed, and the blade pierced through the doctor's body. "It's just a slice. What courage do you have to question me?" Looking at the doctor, who slowly knelt on the ground under his attack, Aang said disdainfully, "You, damn it, wait, I will be back again." After the doctor finished speaking, the body exploded, and Aang calmly opened the jade barrier shield given by Zhongli, blocking all the explosions caused by the slice. However, the aftermath of the explosion still blew away everyone around, including Khan and Payman. "Nashida, you are so weak." After doing all this, Aang walked in front of Nashida and shook his head. How do you know my name?" Nashida asked in surprise. "Don't waste your energy. My void terminal is not something you can shake." Seeing Nashida's little action, Aang shook his head at her. "Nashida." Nashida's pupils shrank after hearing Aang's words. She had noticed that this person also wore a golden earring like the void terminal. She could feel that it also had the power of the grass god, so she wanted to invade the other party's void terminal. As a result, after her divine power touched the other party's consciousness, it was like encountering a layer of golden solid barrier, completely blocking her power. "How come you also have the technology of void terminal? This is clearly left by the great compassion tree king." Nashida asked Aang. Aang glanced at Nashida and said calmly, "Why should I tell you? You are so weak, and you are not qualified to question me." Nashida was very angry after hearing Aang's words, but when she saw all the Zumi people lying on the ground, she still asked, "What did you do to these Zumi people?" "What? I didn't do anything, but helped you. I cut off their connection with the void terminal, so that they will not be controlled by the defective void terminal." Aang replied, "But speaking of it, your Zumi void terminal is really useless, and it can also allow the Fachu to take advantage of it." Tut tut tut. Nashida. Hearing Aang's undisguised ridicule, Nashida fell silent, because the other party was right. If there was no problem with the void terminal, the people of Zumi would not be controlled by the doctor. Seeing Nashida bowing her head in silence, Aang couldn't help but walk up and touch the other's head. Nashida was stunned by Aang's sudden action, but she felt a kind power coming from Aang's hand, and looked at him in disbelief. "Haha, little guy, work hard. You are not worthy of being called a god now," Aang said with a smile. "Yeah." Nashida did not refute this time, but lowered her head and bit her lip to agree. "Aang, what did you do to Nashida?" Seeing this, Kang asked Aang. Aang did not answer Kang's words, but said to himself, "Kang, we meet again. It's you?" Kang seemed to have thought of something, staring at the other party with wide eyes. "Of course, we agreed to meet in Zumi City. I didn't break my promise, did I?" Aang replied. "Ah, is it the Aang we met before? But why did the Abyss Apostle also call her princess?" Payman also remembered and asked Kang. Kang thought for a while, and came up with the most unlikely answer. He asked Aang, "Could it be that you replaced my sister?" Aang. After hearing Kang's words, a series of question marks appeared in Aang's head. How could the brain circuits of these two siblings be so amazing? And they were all on the same frequency. Of course not. Aang replied helplessly. After hearing Aang's words, Kang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "What are you doing? There are two princesses in the Abyss cult. Isn't that possible?" The Abyss Apostle stepped forward and interrupted again. In response to the Abyss Apostle's interruption again, Aang could only rub her sore head and scold him. "Why are you talking so much? Go back." "Yes." The Abyss Apostle's head shrank after being yelled at by Aang and left in disgrace. Kang. Payman. After hearing the words of the Abyss Apostle, Kang and Payman's brains crashed directly. What? There are actually two Aangs in the Abyss cult, and they are both the princesses they are talking about? Kang, what should we do now? If we meet this person in the future, then will we never see your sister again? Payman came back to his senses and said to Khan with some sorrow, "What are you talking about? I came to Zumi to see the grass god, and he won't appear all the time. The one who appears later may be your sister." Aang said to Kang and Payman. "Ah, are you here to see Nashida? Why?" Payman was puzzled after hearing Aang's words. When Nashida heard Aang mention her, she looked up and asked, "What do you want to see me for?" Aang replied expressionlessly, "No." Payman heard Aang's answer, scratched his head, and asked in confusion, "Hey? Didn't you say you came to find the grass god? I'm looking for the grass god. She's just a little straw bag now. What's the use?" Aang looked at Nashida, who was looking at him expectantly with wise eyes, and said mercilessly, "Nashida." Chapter 228 An Unexpected Journey, v. Nashida opened her mouth after hearing Aang's words, wanting to refute the other party's point of view, but she thought for a long time, and couldn't think of anything, because it seemed that what the other party said was not wrong at all, and she was not worthy of the name of the grass god at the moment. Thinking of this, Nashida lowered her head again. "Hey, you are not allowed to say that to Nashida." Looking at the depressed Nashida, Payman shouted at Aang a little angrily. Aang said, "Am I wrong? Look at how she solved the problem before. If she had the strength, like me, would she have eliminated the doctor directly and have other problems? It doesn't matter, she is right. I'm really useless now." Nashida shook her head and said to Payman, "Nashida, then why did you look for the grass god?" Nashida asked Aang. Aang replied lightly, "Only she can take me into the consciousness space with the world tree." "How do you know?" Payman couldn't help but exclaimed after hearing Aang's words. Aang glanced at Paimeng and said, "Is it strange, Paimeng? But we don't know how to enter that consciousness space again." Paimeng spread his hands and said to Aang, "Is that so?" Aang touched his chin and thought. It seemed that Liusu didn't tell him how to enter the consciousness space. He just said to find the god of grass, but the current god of grass in front of him was too weak. Wait, god of grass? Aang suddenly remembered that Liusu was also a god of grass. If he had the heart of God, could he open the consciousness space of the world tree? Thinking of this, Aang stretched out his hand to Nashida and said, "Give me your heart of God." "Hey? You want the heart of God too? Why?" Payman asked puzzledly. "I don't need the heart of God, I just want to borrow it." At this point, Aang turned to look at Nashida and continued, "The condition is that I can help you do something within my ability. Just borrow it? If so, I can give it to you." Nashida thought for a while and replied, "However, my original body is in the Genshin Palace, so I can't give it to you now." "Genshin Palace? Where is it?" Aang asked directly. "Hey, you don't want to just break in, do you?" Payman asked incredulously after hearing Aang's words. Aang replied, "What else? Is there a simpler way than this?" "Well, there is no." Payman scratched his head and said, "That's it, let's go. Nashida, lead the way." Aang said to Nashida. Nashida nodded and said, "Okay." "Kang, tell me, why did Nashida agree so readily?" Following behind, Payman asked Kang in a low voice. Kang shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Payman continued to ask, "And this Aang who looks exactly like your sister, and is also the princess of the Abyss cult, why does she dare to walk around Zumi City with the people of the Abyss cult?" Kang, "Stop, who are you?" The guards guarding in front of the Genshin Palace shouted at the people who came. "Deal with them, don't hurt their lives." Aang turned to the Abyss apostles and said, "Yes, your highness." Under the stunned eyes of Kang and Paimeng, the people of the Abyss cult attacked anyone who came here indiscriminately, just like mowing the grass, but they also listened to Aang's guidance, and didn't kill them, so they only beat these people, until they lost their ability to fight, and fainted completely, before stopping and changing to the next target. "Hey, if you let the people of the Abyss cult attack Zumi City like this, won't others notice it?" Paimeng said to Aang in front of him. Nashida replied, "No, because I blocked the information of Zumi City for her." Payman. Kang. Nashida, "Why did you do this?" Payman asked with a tangled face. "I don't know, but I have a strong feeling in my heart that I have to try my best to help her." Nashida shook her head. "Besides, I feel quite happy to see her command the people of the Abyss cult to beat these people." Payman, HMM. After listening to Nashida's words, Payman scratched his head and didn't know what to say. She also thought that Nashida had such an idea, but wasn't the action of eyeing too violent? If Nashida became like this in the future. Okay, since we have arrived at the gate of Genshin Palace, my consciousness should return to the body. See you later. Nashida, who was still in the form of Catherine, said to several people. Yeah, see you later. Payman waved to Nashida. After Payman finished speaking, Nashida's consciousness was pulled out of Catherine's body and returned to the body of Genshin Palace. Aang also directly signaled the Abyss Apostles to break the door violently. With the charged attack of the two Abyss Apostles, the tightly closed door of Genshin Palace was violently blown open, and several people walked into Genshin Palace. The moment he stepped into Genshin Palace, Aang was attracted by the scene inside. In this empty green space, there was only a hollow building like a birdcage built here. Aang looked at the small familiar figure wrapped in the center of the birdcage, and couldn't help but sigh. It's really like a bird imprisoned in an exquisite birdcage. Nashida. Is this Nashida's body? Payman also shouted in surprise. Nashida, who was in the center of the device, nodded to several people and said, yes. This Payman tangled his little face, and didn't know how to start. Nashida smiled at the group and asked, am I in such a mess? I'm like a bird in a cage. I'm a god of Zumi, but I have ended up like this. It's okay. There is nothing wrong with being a bird in a cage. Aang nodded expressionlessly, then gestured to the Abyss Apostle next to him. Yes, your highness. The Abyss Apostle understood Aang's meaning, stepped forward, smashed the green glass-like thing that bound Nashida, and slowly led Nashida to the group. Thank you. Nashida thanked Aang. Aang replied, you're welcome. Give me the heart of God first. Yes. After Nashida finished speaking, she reached into her chest with her little hand and took out a green ornament that looked like a chess piece. Nashida handed the heart of God to Aang and said, here you go. Aang took the heart of God handed over by Nashida and observed it carefully. She couldn't help but complained, is this the heart of God? I've only seen it before, and it doesn't feel special to touch it. Aang, can I call you that? Kang said to Aang, who was looking at the heart of God. Aang nodded and said, yes, my name is originally this, but I'm not your sister. Yes, I know. Kang took a deep breath and asked Aang his doubts. I want to ask you what you want to borrow the heart of God for. I want to try if I can communicate with her with this thing. Aang said while holding the heart of God. Nashida asked in confusion. Aang replied, the Great Compassion Tree King. Nashida. But, didn't the Great Compassion Tree King die 500 years ago? Payman asked in confusion. Her heart of God is inherited by the current Nashida. How can I communicate with her? Because the consciousness of the Great Compassion Tree King still exists. I want to try. Aang replied. Because in that world, Liusu also revived from the consciousness of the Great Compassion Tree King later, but the consciousness of the Great Compassion Tree King did not disappear, but coexisted with Liusu. Therefore, if there is no Liusu in the world, the residual consciousness of the Great Compassion Tree King must also exist, and the heart of the grass god is a necessary medium to successfully communicate with the Great Compassion Tree King. You said that the Great Compassion Tree King still has residual consciousness? Is this true? Nashida asked Aang in disbelief. Of course, if the remaining consciousness of the Great Compassion Tree King disappears, then the demonic scale disease will also disappear. But at this time Zuma's demonic scale disease has not disappeared, so I can infer that the consciousness of the Great Compassion Tree King still exists. Aang continued to tell a secret that shocked several people present. What? The reason why the demonic scale disease cannot be eradicated is actually related to the previous generation of the grass god, the Great Compassion Tree King? Payman exclaimed. After hearing what Aang said, Nashida held her head and said loudly with an unwilling look, how could this be? Impossible. How could the demonic scale disease be related to the Great Compassion Tree King? I don't believe it. Do you know what the source of the demonic scale disease is? Aang said. Payman replied, I know, it's forbidden knowledge. Forbidden knowledge? After hearing what Aang and Payman said, a question mark floated over Nashida's head. The Great Compassion Tree King died because Zumi was infected by forbidden knowledge, and then died. In order to eliminate these forbidden knowledge, Even though she has passed away and a new grass god was born, her remaining consciousness has been trying to eliminate the harm caused by the forbidden knowledge over the years. The final result is naturally that she failed. How do you know so much? Payman couldn't help asking. Aang replied expressionlessly, don't pay attention to these details. Payman. Aang knew so much because she played half of the Zumi plot in Genshin Impact 2nd and learned it from there, but she crossed over before she played the latter part. After saying that, Aang stretched out her hand and transferred the power of the holy attribute into the heart of God in her hand. Suddenly, the green heart of God shone brightly. The dazzling light made the people around her close their eyes. After a while, the golden light in Aang's hand dissipated, revealing the original heart of God again. She did not communicate with the consciousness of the great compassion tree king through this method. She took it for granted. Wow. I was almost scared. Why didn't you remind us? Payman couldn't help but complain. What happened? Khan asked. It didn't work. It seems that this method is not used. Aang handed the heart of God to Nashida and replied lightly, okay, I'll give it back to you. Nashida put away the heart of God and asked curiously, is it really ineffective? But I just felt that the power is not ordinary, and the golden light gave me a very warm feeling, just like bathing in warm sunshine. It didn't work, because this is just my guess. In this case, my plan failed. Aang shook her head. Nashida asked with some concern, then the remaining consciousness of the great compassion tree king you mentioned, the remaining consciousness of the great compassion tree king must be there. Maybe one god's heart is not enough. Two are needed. Aang thought for a while and said. Payman exclaimed, 2 gods' hearts? Where can we find 2 gods' hearts? The gods' hearts of Rock God and Wind God were taken away by the leaders of the Fachu, and the god's heart of Thunder God was also taken away by the Fachu scattered soldiers, and we don't know the other gods. What you said makes sense, but this is a bit difficult. Aang said, touching his chin. Why do you want to enter the consciousness space of the world tree so much? Payman asked in confusion. There is nothing to say about this. I want to go back. Only by passing through here can she be aware of my location, and then take me in. Aang thought for a while and replied. Nashida asked in surprise, go back? You are not from this world? Of course, that's why I said you are too weak. Nashida in our world is stronger than you. Before Aang finished speaking, Nashida saw a golden space crack suddenly appeared less than 1 meter above Aang's head, and a white figure fell from it. Aang, who was below, had no time to react, and was sat on the ground by the white figure. Where is this? The white figure asked with a puzzled look on her face. Get up, you are pressing me. Aang lay on the ground and shouted loudly. Oh, sorry. The white figure hurriedly got up after hearing Aang's words. She said why she felt that the place she was sitting on was soft, and it turned out that there was another person below. Aang stood up, looked at the familiar figure in front of her, and asked in some confusion, are you Nashida? What's wrong? Have you seen someone else? No. Before Nashida finished speaking, she saw a small version of herself next to her, and the words she was about to say were stuck in her throat. The little Nashida stared at the woman in a white dress. She looked almost the same as the great compassion tree king in her impression. The only difference was that the woman in front of her was a little smaller, but she could still see the shadow of the tree king from her. Is this the pure palace? Am I not in Liu? Nashida looked around and asked with a puzzled look. Huh, it's you, but how did you get here? Aang asked Nashida, who was in the form of a girl in a white dress. How did you get here? After hearing Aang's words, Nashida was full of question marks. That's it. Aang repeated her question to Nashida. So that's the case. According to what you said, it is possible that you used the holy attribute to communicate with the heart of God and then teleported me over there. Nashida touched her chin and thought for a moment and gave such an answer. Why was it not Liusu who was teleported here, but you? Aang asked curiously. Nashida explained, because she is no longer the god of grass. You know the reason. Then do you know how to go back? After hearing Aang's words, Nashida spread her hands and said, I don't know. I can't find the coordinates of the world. Then we still have to wait for Liusu to rescue us. Alas. Aang couldn't help but cover her face. Khan, who is this? Payman on the side conspired loudly to Khan. Khan replied. From what Aang called her, she should be Nashida from another world. Is Nashida so big? Payman scratched his head and continued. But they mentioned a name. Did you hear it? I heard it. It seems to be Liusu. Payman, can't you hear it? Khan asked in confusion. Payman continued. Did you hear it? Say it again. What's it called? I didn't hear it clearly just now. Liusu. Payman. Payman, you can't hear this name? Khan looked at Payman with a confused look on his face and asked in surprise. Payman scratched his head and said, what did you say just now? I didn't hear anything. Khan. Nashida, what should I do now? I haven't played the storyline after Zumi, and I have no idea how to enter the consciousness space of the world tree. You should know, right? Aang asked Nashida for help. I know. I have completed the storyline before. However, what is the progress of your mission now? Nashida nodded. Aang explained. I met the doctor not long ago. The doctor controlled the Zumi crowd to attack these two, and then I rescued these two. After I killed the Dr. Slice, I took them all the way to Genshin Palace and borrowed the Heart of God from Nashida here. I thought I could go back after getting the Heart of God, but it didn't have any other effect after using it. Instead, it summoned you here. Nashida touched her chin and analyzed. Just met the doctor? If we follow the process, the traveler will have to find other people to rescue the caged bird here. Then, when I saw that I was in the pseudo-gods from the Rice Wives and helped the sages of the hospital. Several people stood aside and looked at each other. They didn't know what Naxi and Aang were discussing. Some information seemed to be blocked by an unknown force. The content they heard was deleted, and they could only learn some insignificant news from it. That is, the Satamor became a pseudo-god with the help of the sages of the Supreme Hospital. God's plan. You should have played up pseudo-soldiers, right? Aang thought about it. This is very simple, but the matter of teaching a bad child a lesson still needs to be handed over to his parents. It's not appropriate for me to beat him. After hearing Aang's words, Nashida suddenly thought of something and said to Aang with a smile, you mean, ask Aang to beat him? Aang understood what Nashida meant, and her eyes lit up. Nashida nodded and said, yes, Aang over there wants to beat up the scattered soldiers, but you wander around and do nothing. It's fine to run around the world, and now you're wandering around in the parallel world. Ahem, that's because I don't know how to do it, and no one tells me what to do. Aang scratched his head a little embarrassedly after hearing what Nashida said. Nashida nodded after hearing what Aang said. That's right, you don't want to find your brother at all, and you really don't have any goals. Becoming stronger is your only goal now. Aang put her hands on her waist and raised her head to Nashida with a proud face and said, of course, my brother is not as important as becoming stronger. When I see him again, I will beat him up and then plant him in the soil. I wonder if he can still be the prince of the Abyss cult. Khan. Looking at Aang in front of him, Khan felt a strong malice for no apparent reason, and at the same time, mourned for himself in another world for a second. Fortunately, Aang in front of him was not his sister. Thinking of this, Khan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's a bit unbearable to continue writing like this, so I'll update it first. Chapter 229 An Unexpected Journey, 6th. However, there is another point worth noting. We don't know Aang from this world. Nashida said to Aang. Aang scratched his head and said, it seems so. I do know Zhongli from this world, but it seems useless to know Zhongli for the situation you described. Then let's just fight. Going back is the main thing now. Nashida thought for a while and said to Aang. Aang nodded frantically and said, yeah, I'll cheer for you from behind. Nashida. I found his location. Let's go over there. Nashida tore open a space crack with her bare hands and said to the few people, me, can we go too? Payman asked in a low voice. Nashida nodded and said, of course. Payman cheered excitedly, wow, great. But you go first, I'll come later. Nashida continued. After hearing what Nashida said, Aang hurriedly said, Nashida, you are the main force. I can't beat this so-called scattered soldier now. After hearing what Aang said, Nashida blinked her eyes, and then said to her with a smile, no, I will take action, but I will appear at the critical moment, because I want to give this scattered soldier a good surprise. Okay then. Aang said and entered the space crack created by Nashida first. Paimon said to Kang and Nashida, let's follow. Kang nodded and said, okay, you should go first, and we'll talk about it later. Nashida looked at the small badminton in front of her, who was about to say something, and smiled at it. Yeah. After hearing what Nashida said, she followed Kang into the space crack. After walking out of the space, Paimon looked at the huge purple half-body mecha in the style of Inazuma in front of him, and the scattered soldier was in the space of the head of the mecha. Paimon looked at the mecha in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaimed, wow, what is this? It's so big. Aang answered with a fierce face after hearing Paimon's words, the Lord of the Seven Colored Sunshine. Paimon. It's the secret Lord of the Seven illuminating silent leaves. Sanbing's head was bulging with veins after hearing Aang's words. He could no longer suppress his anger, and opened his eyes, and shouted at her. Almost the same. Aren't there two words that are the same? Aang answered innocently. Paimon. Sanbing, sharp-tongued, I hope your strength is as good as your words. TSK. Aang listened to Sanbing's words, and looked at him with disdain. No matter which world Sanbing is from, he is so annoying. Seeing that Aang didn't say anything else, Sanbing turned his attention to Kang and Nashida and said, I remember you, the god of wisdom Buil, and the traveler. Is he as omniscient and omnipotent as the great kind tree king? Paimon couldn't help but say. Nashida shook her head and explained, no, I can't feel the divinity of the great compassion tree king from him. I guess the sage hasn't had time to inject the god's canned knowledge, but there is no doubt that he is a real god at this moment. Are we late? We came here directly. Nashida, can you defeat this scattered soldier who is a god now? Paimon asked Nashida. No, I just came out of Genshin Palace, and now Zumi is in chaos. Nashida shook her head and said, we can only rely on her now. Well, but when will that person come? Paimon shouted anxiously, we are no match for Sanbing now. Sanbing. It's been a long-standing code name for me. After listening to the discussions of the following people, Sanbing couldn't help but recalled, when the spirit is sublimated into a god, it seems that it has spent the same years as the heaven and the earth. Looking back from this life, the existence called national collapse is so small and so ugly. After Sanbing finished speaking, the mask of the mecha slowly wrapped him inside, which also indicated that the war was about to break out. Wow, he's going to fight. What should I do? Paimon couldn't help but shouted anxiously, this feeling of pressure is indeed at the level of a god. Nashida used her consciousness to see through all this, and said to several people, the body of the original concept of the scattered soldiers as a mechanical puppet is the ultimate, and there is a constant supply of energy from the heart of God. I wonder how much power the Order Institute and the sages have contributed to it. From a technical point of view alone, it is indeed worthy of praise, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the crystallization of human wisdom. Seeing that Nashida in front of him began to fall into a strange state again, Paimon couldn't help but complain, you still have the mind to talk about this. Nashida continued, however, from a spiritual point of view, I don't think he has reached the height of a god. Kang said, is the consciousness still the same as the previous scattered soldiers? That's it, and it's still a god. I'll dismantle it later. Aang observed the colorful Sunshine Lord, and found that the opponent's power was far less powerful than he imagined. Hey, Aang, can you beat him? Paimon asked curiously after hearing Aang's words. The soldier seemed not to have heard the conversation. Instead, he said to Nashida, every god born in the world should have the word strife engraved on their hearts. Can't you feel the agitation of this power and the joy in your heart? Paimon retorted angrily, Nashida doesn't feel the same as you do. After hearing what Paimon said, Sanbing scolded him, do you know that you are interrupting the conversation between gods? Insignificant thing, give me some self-awareness. Paimon. Kang couldn't help but complained, sure enough, it's still that Sanbing. Nashida said to Sanbing, the struggle engraved on the heart of God, is it? Are you talking about the demon war? The current stable situation in Teyvat is not easy to come by. I have not participated in the demon war myself, but in my opinion, it was just a worthless loss driven by the law. What's the point of mentioning it again? After hearing what Nashida said, Sanbing, who was inside the colorful Sunshine Lord, said in a disappointed tone, haha. Is that so? I deeply regret that I have no chance to participate in the real demon war. It turns out that there are really gods in this world who do not crave power. This is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. God of wisdom, no wonder even your people would betray you. Kang said. Nashida's followers will only increase. After hearing Kang's words, Sanbing said to him disdainfully, Humph, traveler, your judgment is just like your existence, without any weight. That's enough, God of wisdom, Baya. Having said that, the Lord of the Colorful Sunshine continued to say to Nashida, you should know that wisdom cannot solve all problems. Just like now, you only have the choice of fighting me. Nashida, come on, at this moment, recreate a corner of the demon god war, and face my birth as a god. Alas, why do you always forget me when you talk? Aang looked at the few people who had already started fighting, and couldn't help but sighed. If it weren't for the fact that the atlas in this world doesn't count, I would have stabbed you twice. Da-da-da. When several people were preparing to fight, the sound of clogs stepping on the floor rang out in this space. Aang and Payman heard footsteps coming from behind them, and turned their heads, to see a purple figure walking forward step by step. Shadow? Sora shouted in confusion. Why did Shadow suddenly appear here? Payman was also very confused when he saw Shadow appearing here. Sanbing, who was in the puppet, saw this figure, and couldn't help but roared, Beelzebub, are you here to stop me? Sanbing continued to shout at Aang. Aang didn't say anything, and walked slowly towards Sanbing with an expressionless face. The Eye of Thunder punishment suddenly appeared behind her, and Dream One Heart also appeared in her hand. Seeing that Shadow was about to approach them, Sora, Payman and others quickly stepped aside to let Shadow continue to walk forward. Sora, do you feel that this scene is familiar? Payman looked at Aang's back and whispered to Sora. Sora nodded and said, yeah, General Raiden did the same thing when he had a duel in front of the lady at the castle tower last time. Then you say, Aang wouldn't have killed Sanbing with one sword, right? After hearing what Payman said, Sora thought for a moment and replied, I'm not too sure, but Sanbing possesses the heart of God, and has become a god. He shouldn't be easily defeated by Aang like the lady, right? So, when she said to wait, did she go find Aang? Payman said, touching his chin. Beelzebub, I have ascended to godhood. Shadow. Beelzebub, you are late. Shadow. Beelzebub, you are still as disgusting as ever. Shadow. Beelzebub. Seeing that Shadow had been ignoring him and just walked towards him with Dream Heart, the anger in the heart of the soldier could no longer be contained. He roared at Shadow, Beelzebub, you force me to do this. Beelzebub, you will pay the price for everything you have done. As the soldier chattered, Aang seemed not to hear it. She walked to the right position and stopped, slowly raised the Dream Heart in her hand that was flashing with lightning, and the huge lightning elemental force continued to gather on it. When the lightning elemental power on Aang's long sword was fully charged, she swung the sword at the soldier with an expressionless face. Purple sword light burst out from Aang's Dream Heart. Under the influence of the sword light, the space was quickly shattered at this moment, accompanied by her ruthless voice. No thoughts. Cut off. Sanbing. Under Sanbing's incredulous eyes, the seven-colored Sunshine Lord, which he thought was indestructible, was directly scrapped under Aang's knife, revealing a huge hole, and the heart of God wrapped in the seven-colored Sunshine Lord was also exposed. But, so strong. Payman exclaimed, if it weren't for the blocking of the heart of God, Sanbing might have been directly cut in half by Aang's knife. Beelzebub, it's you again, it's you again. Sanbing watched the heart of God being pulled into Aang's hand, and shouted angrily and desperately. Aang listened to Sanbing's words and said lightly, noisy. Then, under the shocked eyes of several people, she took off her clogs, and threw them at Sanbing. The clogs flew straight towards the direction where Sanbing was with lightning all the way. Snap. The clogs hit Sanbing's face impartially, and Aang's action made him so angry that he fainted. Payman. Kang. Nashida. Except for Aang, everyone was stunned to see the soldier who was knocked unconscious by the clogs. They didn't expect that the great thunder god would do such a thing. Seeing that the soldier had fainted, Aang summoned the clogs back again with an expressionless face, put them on his feet, as if nothing had happened, and turned to walk in front of the few people. Aang, what did you just do? Payman couldn't help asking when he saw Aang coming over. Aang replied lightly, as you can see, the mother-son relationship is severed. Payman, you are not Nashida in disguise, are you? Aang looked at Aang with a suspicious look on his face. After hearing Aang's words, Aang frowned and asked in confusion, Nashida, who is that? Aang, why did you suddenly appear here? Payman asked curiously. Well, someone told me to come and teach Guabeng a lesson, and promised me a lot of benefits. I thought about it and agreed. Aang explained. After all, Guabeng has some problems, because I locked myself in the Pure Land before, so he still hates me. Then if you do this, Sanbing, no, Guabeng will hate you even more, right? Payman scratched his head and said, it's to make him hate me, so that we can break off the relationship. I'm letting her go free. Anyway, Bai will take care of it. Aang took out a string of 3 colored dumplings from the space, and said indifferently to the little Nashida next to him. Nashida. Nashida looked at her own shadow with a confused look on her face. How come she ate the melon, and ate it on my head? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Nashida whispered. After all, he is, well, a bit difficult to lead. It's okay. If he doesn't listen, just beat him. Beat him a few more times and he will be obedient. Aang replied, what kind of waves can he make without the heart of God? Nashida scratched her head and said, yes, is that so? I'll let him go when he was a child and didn't know how to do it. If I had beaten him a few times earlier, it wouldn't be like this. And the guy Shenzi didn't know how to discipline him when I was away. Speaking of this, Aang couldn't help but complain about the eightfold Shenzi. Nashida, 6. Okay, the matter has been resolved. I should go back. The heart of God is for you. After saying this, Aang threw the heart of Thunder God to Nashida like throwing away garbage. Hey? Don't you want the heart of God? Nashida took the heart of God and asked curiously. Aang explained, this thing is useless to me. I haven't used it for a long time. Is it resolved? Nashida appeared and asked Aang. Aang nodded and said, it's solved. Can you give me the thing you said? Of course. Nashida said, and took out a golden branch from the space, and handed it to Aang. The moment Aang took the golden branch, she felt a strange power merge into her body. She carefully sensed it, and then nodded and said, well, it's not bad. A country collapse in exchange for an opportunity to get close to true eternity. It's a win, no matter how you think about it. Well, is this the deal between you? Payman scratched his head and said, what is this golden branch? I can't say. Aang refused to answer this question. Well, it seems that the matter of Zumi has been perfectly resolved. Aang, who was standing aside, suddenly said, not yet. Hasn't the scattered soldiers been defeated? Why hasn't it been defeated yet? Payman asked in confusion. The real problem of Zumi is not the scattered soldiers, but the sages of the Order Institute and the Fachu executive, the doctor, who is hiding behind. Nashida explained. After hearing what Nashida said, Payman suddenly realized, oh, I almost forgot about this. It's okay. I'll ask the people of the Abyss cult to clean the church order court, and make sure that the entire Zumi city is clean. Aang hurriedly said after hearing what several people said. Kang. Payman. No, let's not do it. This won't really solve the problem, but will be counterproductive. Although Nashida was somewhat tempted, she still shook her head. After hearing what Nashida said, Aang sighed a little disappointedly. Okay then. Now that we have 2 gods' hearts, we can enter the consciousness space with the world tree. Nashida reminded on the side. Yes, in this case, we can go back. Aang said excitedly. Nashida, hurry up. Use the god's heart to open the so-called consciousness space. Okay. After hearing what Aang said, Nashida thought she was talking to herself, so she activated the 2 gods' hearts, and a golden object similar to knowledge appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. What is this? Payman asked curiously. This is the memory left by the god, and it is also the key to enter the consciousness space. Nashida explained. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone felt a strong light appear in front of them. This light made them close their eyes involuntarily. After the strong light disappeared, several people slowly opened their eyes and found themselves in a pink space. The trees and grass here were all dreamy pink. Aang looked around and asked in confusion, is this the consciousness space of the world tree? After sensing this space for a while, Nashida nodded and said, yes, but this consciousness space is seriously polluted. Pollution? Kang asked in confusion. Could it be forbidden knowledge? Well, according to my perception, the pollution may be the so-called forbidden knowledge. Nashida nodded and said, but what exactly is forbidden knowledge? Nashida said, let me explain it. Taboo knowledges. Nashida told everyone about the taboo knowledge she understood, and some things that did not exist in this world. Only Aang, who understood some of the meaning, was stunned and looked at Nashida, who was in the form of a girl with a lot of bad intentions. Hush, don't tell anyone. This little me is still too weak. Because there is no tassel in this world, I can only let me guide this little straw bag instead of her. Nashida sent a voice message to Aang. Why do you also call this Nashida a straw bag? Aang asked with a puzzled look. Nashida replied, isn't it? Although she is my parallel world self, her strength is so weak after all. How can she grow normally if she can't get a little stimulation? Well, your stimulation is too strong. Will she be unable to accept it? Nashida explained. No, if she can't accept this little stimulation, she should just give up the position of the god of wisdom, because she is not suitable. In Liusu's words, she won't survive a day in the demon god war. Is this what Liusu taught you before? Nashida listened to Aang's words, glanced at her and said, is there a problem? Aang, no. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, An Unexpected Journey, Part 7. After listening to Nashida's series of explanations about forbidden knowledge, Paimon couldn't help but ask, since the remaining consciousness of the Great Mercy Tree King has also been contaminated by the forbidden knowledge, does that mean the death of the Great Mercy Tree King? Nashida nodded and said, well, she may have sacrificed her life in the confrontation with forbidden knowledge. Although the forbidden knowledge has not been eradicated this time, if she hadn't done something, there wouldn't have been so few signs of pollution in the past 500 years. Including me, everyone's forgetfulness of the concept of forbidden knowledge should also be the influence of her repair of the world tree. Nashida. Nashida suddenly covered her chest with a painful look, making Paimon ask her worriedly, Nashida, are you okay? Nashida replied, I'm feeling her pain. The pollution of consciousness here is so serious, and there is madness, chaos, and pain everywhere. Did she persist in fighting against the pollution of forbidden knowledge until her death under such circumstances? She even used the last bit of consciousness left to leave us clues. After listening to Nashida's words, Kang added, what about the sentence, the world has forgotten me? Nashida nodded and said, yes, this sentence is still interfered by the forbidden knowledge, which makes us only hear these key words. However, this time we have a chance to find the answer to this puzzle. While Kang, Paimon and others were talking to Nashida, Aang also walked to Nashida and asked in a low voice, Nashida, do you feel the feeling? She said. Nashida shook her head and said, no, because I'm not Nashida in this world, so I can't experience the pain of forbidden knowledge pollution. Then about the forbidden knowledge in the magic scale disease, did you know about it before? Aang continued to ask, I don't know. As for the forbidden knowledge in the demon scale disease, in my impression, they disappeared 300 years ago. It should be related to her resurrection. Nashida thought for a while and replied, I still know all this from Genshin Impact 2nd. Well, hearing what you said, we can skip the Zumi there. Aang scratched his head. Nashida smiled and replied, of course not. Don't we still have the doctor and the scattered soldiers, as well as the Red King and the flower god that Liusu is obsessed with, but the development of the plot will be a little unexpected. I think it will definitely be more exciting. Yeah, then we will give these Fachu executives a good beating. After hearing what Nashida said, Aang rubbed his hands and said excitedly, let's go to see the great compassion tree king of this world. I want to know what is the difference between her and Liusu. Nashida said. Aang kept taking out the tricolored dumplings that Nashida bribed her to make from the space. With each bite, Her eyes narrowed happily because of the deliciousness of the tricolored dumplings. She was like an outsider, silently following the few people until they left this place that looked like a cave. After leaving the cave, Payman looked at the group of Hillocks and beast hounds in front of him and couldn't help but complain. Why are there beast hounds and Hillocks in the consciousness space? These should be made by the so-called pollution, Nashida said. After listening to Nashida, Payman suggested to Kang next to him. Then Kang, let's go and get rid of them. Kang. Payman, do you want me to die? There are so many in front, and you let me solve them alone. Are you stupid? Let me do it. This place really needs to be purified. Nashida explored the space and said, Aang, let me use that sword. Okay. Aang said, and handed the divine body sword in her backpack to Nashida. Nashida took the divine body sword, feeling the familiar and friendly feeling coming from the sword. She exhaled gently and circulated her divine power. A golden flame that was even stronger than when Aang used her skills before burned on the divine body sword. As Nashida finished charging her power, she swept forward, and a circle of golden flames quickly spread from her surroundings to the surroundings. Wherever the flames passed, all the ominous things turned into nothingness. Payman widened his eyes and said in shock, just, everything is solved. Let's go. Do you see that ship? This should be the ship of consciousness. As long as we get on it, it will take us to the right place. Nashida pointed to the ship floating in the air in front and said, why do you know so much? Payman couldn't help asking. Nashida replied, I've experienced it once before, so I'm familiar with it later. Payman scratched his head and said, okay. After several people boarded the boat one after another, they looked around curiously, and even Nashida looked at the surrounding environment with curiosity. What are you still looking at here? Go and drive the boat. Nashida looked at the people in this world, who had no idea what to do, and couldn't help reminding them. Hey? Are you talking about us? Payman pointed at himself and asked. Isn't it you, or the three of us? We don't know where the world tree is, and this person is the god of thunder, and we can't do cross-business work. Nashida glanced at Payman and said. After listening to Nashida's words, Payman scratched his head and said, well, that's true. Nashida, Kang, you go and drive the boat. Kang. Nashida. After Nashida positioned the course of the boat, Kang also started the boat of consciousness and let it automatically sail to the destination. That's good, right? We should have found the right place, right? Payman asked Nashida after Kang finished all this. Well, if I feel right, the ship of consciousness will soon take us to our destination. Nashida nodded. After doing all this, the few people also walked down from the driving position. Is it ready? Aang asked. Payman replied, well, it's okay, we have done it. That's good. I haven't seen the world tree yet. I don't know what it looks like. It's a bit exciting. Aang said excitedly. I hope there won't be any more changes. We should be able to see the great compassion tree king this time. Nashida glanced at her and said lightly, as long as you choose the right direction, there will be no changes. Nashida. Payman thought for a while, and couldn't help asking, by the way, has Nashida never seen the great compassion tree king? Nashida shook her head and said, no, my birth and her death seem to be at the same time. If not, I think she would definitely give me more guidance, and I would be able to do better than now. After hearing what the little straw bag said, Nashida sighed helplessly. The other party was right. If there was no great compassion tree king, she would become the same as the little straw bag now, and would never grow up to what she is now. Nashida, what's wrong with you? Why are you sighing for no reason? Aang asked in confusion. Nothing, I just saw my naive and silly self in her. Nashida shook her head and said with a smile, now every time I think of my naive thoughts at that time, I find it funny, but I didn't know it at that time, but I always thought that my thoughts were correct. But fortunately, the great compassion tree king has been paying attention to me since she revived and has slowly changed my thoughts in some places, making me no longer so naive. Compared with her, I'm really quite lucky, because including the time, I have only been imprisoned in the Genshin Palace for 200 years. Nashida, have you seen the great compassion tree king in your world? The little straw bag asked Nashida expectantly. Nashida nodded and answered affirmatively, I have seen it. The little straw bag continued to ask, is the great compassion tree king the same as you? The Great Compassion Tree King is much taller than me and much more beautiful than me. Nashida replied with a smile. Better looking than this, Nashida? Well, I can't imagine how good looking the real Great Compassion Tree King is. After listening to Nashida's words, Payman scratched his head. Really? You know so much, you must have experienced all of this, right? Including what you said about using two gods' hearts to open the consciousness space, and the taboo knowledge that came later. So that's how it is. Is this Nashida also the Great Compassion Tree King that she saw in the consciousness space? Payman continued to ask after hearing what the little straw bag said. This is a secret. Nashida shook her head. She didn't intend to tell them that the Great Compassion Tree King in that world had revived again. Payman scratched his head and said, well, okay, then we'll know when we go and see it ourselves. While the few people were talking, the consciousness boat also arrived at the destination, and the few people also saw a pink tree standing not far ahead. This is at the foot of the world tree, Payman said. Aang heard Payman's familiar voice and couldn't help but complain. I've said it so many times. I'm not blind. You don't need to explain it. Payman. Kang also knew another thing from Aang's behavior. That is, not only was he in that world not doing well, but even Payman, Aang's partner, was not doing well either. Thinking of this, he mourned for himself and Payman in another world for a second. Is this the world tree? It doesn't look very good. Aang looked at the pink tree in front of him that was less than 100 meters high and said with some disappointment. Nashida nodded and agreed. Well, compared to the golden tree, the scale of the world tree is indeed a billion points smaller. We are here to find the Great Compassion Tree King, right? Payman suddenly saw something and asked a few people with a tangled face. Yes, what's wrong? Kang asked in confusion. But how could it be Nashida from another world standing there? Nashida heard Payman's voice, looked closely, and then countless question marks crawled all over her little head. Why does it look like me? Nashida, is there something wrong? Aang asked in confusion. Nashida explained. It's not right. It's quite not right. Because according to the plot, the Great Compassion Tree King in front of us should look like this little straw bag. But in our world, the Great Compassion Tree King is the Great Compassion Tree King. How can it be my appearance? Are you the Great Compassion Tree King? Nashida said to the phantom in front of her that looked like herself. Yes, it's me. Are you surprised by this appearance? The Great Compassion Tree King replied. Nashida asked in confusion. Why is it my appearance? Shouldn't it be hers? Because I think it's better to appear in your appearance, via from another world. The Great Compassion Tree King said with a smile. Nashida couldn't help but complain. What's the reason? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. You won't, because you can't do it. The Great Compassion Tree King shook his head. Wait, I'll call my Tree King to beat you up. I can't do it, but she can. Just wait, you'll never have a good ending. Nashida said angrily. Although this person is also the Great Compassion Tree King, he is not a Great Compassion Tree King. The Great Compassion Tree King, as long as you are happy. Nashida. After hearing the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, Nashida was full of questions. Why is the Great Compassion Tree King in front of her so disdainful? He is completely different from the gentle Great Compassion Tree King in the plot. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. This is the appearance of the world tree and the earth back then, but it is also a consciousness space after all. The world tree is not here. The Great Compassion Tree King seemed to see Nashida's thoughts and said to her, Nashida, you haven't finished watching the plot, have you? Aang heard the words of the Great Compassion Tree King and felt a little uneasy in her heart. She couldn't help asking Nashida. I forgot. I haven't finished yet. You pulled me here. Nashida said with a hollow look. Good guy, then we worked in vain. Aang said with a look of discomfort. It shouldn't be that bad. When the time comes, just ask this Great Compassion Tree King and then find the world tree. Nashida replied. Besides, you found the wrong one. Aang. Now you know to ask me. The Great Compassion Tree King used Nashida's appearance, squinting his eyes, and said to her with a smile. Nashida. Seeing that Nashida was silent, the Great Compassion Tree King continued. Are you curious about why I used your appearance? Yes. Nashida nodded. Then you can be curious first. I will answer the question for this buyer first. The Great Compassion Tree King continued. Nashida. If Nashida couldn't see that there was something wrong with the Great Compassion Tree King in front of her at this time, she would be a real fool. She seriously suspected that this Great Compassion Tree King had an unknown relationship with Liusu. Great Kindness Tree King, why did you become her? Little Straw Bag also asked. Well, because we are essentially the same. Whether it's you, buyer from another world, or me, we are all the same. Great Kindness Tree King explained. The little grass bag continued to ask, why are they essentially the same? The Great Compassion Tree King smiled at the little grass bag and said, because you are me, and I'm you, and you are my reincarnation. Little grass bag, reincarnation. The Great Compassion Tree King explained, as the Great Compassion Tree King, I'm the incarnation of the world tree, and you are the purest branch broken off the world tree. It's like, even if the tree dies, the branches will one day take root and grow, continuing life in another form. The me in front of you is just a trace of consciousness left over from me as the Great Compassion Tree King. The real me must have been dead for a long time, right? Having said this, the Great Compassion Tree King glanced at the little grass bag and continued, well, judging from your current appearance, I have been dead for about 500 years. You are finally here, my reincarnation. Nashida, is what the Great Compassion Tree King said true? Are you her reincarnation? After hearing the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, Aang also asked Nashida. She's lying. How can it be reincarnation? Even if I'm a branch broken off from her body as she said, I'm not her, because the original tree still exists. It's just that a new consciousness has been born in the new branch. Although we look the same, there is no such thing as reincarnation. Nashida replied. The Great Compassion Tree King is a Great Compassion Tree King, and it can't be Nashida. And Nashida is Nashida, and it can't be the Great Compassion Tree King either. Why did the Great Compassion Tree King say that? Aang asked curiously. Nashida explained, to give her some comfort. To use your words, it's like when your whole body is eroded by cancer cells, and you are critically ill, only a few cells are intact, and in order to continue your existence, you split the normal cells and clone a complete self, but will that cloned self still be you? After listening to Nashida's abstract explanation, Aang suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Yes, there's one more thing, didn't you notice? Nashida suddenly said. Aang asked in confusion, what? Nashida said with a serious face, what we are talking about has been blocked by the Great Kind Tree King in front of us. The travelers, Payman, and the little grass back here can't hear our conversation at this time. Aang, can you hear what we are saying? Aang turned to Aang and said, I can hear it. I heard clearly what you said about cells, and so on before, but what are cells and clones? Aang looked at the two of them in confusion. It's nothing. After all, we are from different worlds. It's normal that some words don't exist here. Aang explained. Aang bit a tree-colored dumpling and continued, well, although I don't know why this tree king blocked our conversation, it doesn't affect me. It's good that we can hear their conversation. No matter which world you are in, you still like to eat sweets as always. Looking at Aang's mouth, Aang said helplessly, well, sweets are delicious. I believe that, no matter which world I'm in, I can't resist the temptation of sweets. Aang answered seriously. On the side, after listening to the explanation of the Great Compassion Tree King, Khan couldn't help but say, little Jixiang Grass King, and the Great Compassion Tree King actually have this kind of relationship. After listening to the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, the little grass bag looked at him expectantly and asked, if that's the case, could it be that one day I will become a great god like you? The Great Compassion Tree King shook his head and said, although you and I are of the same essence, our destinies must be different. Everything has its own destiny. Just like after a branch grows into a new tree, it can't be exactly the same as the original one. The little grass bag continued, so destiny is the ultimate knowledge, right? That's a good idea, I don't agree. The Great Compassion Tree King nodded. Little grass bag. If you don't agree, then what do you say is a good idea? You're making fun of me, right? And that is why you will become me again. After hearing what the Great Compassion Tree King said, the little grass bag suddenly realized something and lowered his head uncomfortably and murmured, really? But you might become a greater god than me. However, the Great Compassion Tree King's next words made the little grass bag suddenly raise his head and look at the other party in surprise. The Great Compassion Tree King continued, I have seen in you the will that I did not have back then. The future it leads to is your destiny, and that is the gift of everything you have experienced in the past. At this point, the Great Compassion Tree King glanced at Nashida in the distance and continued to say to the little grass bag, don't worry, the growth of wisdom is actually just like plants and trees. You just need to wait quietly for the flowers to bloom. Khan once again demonstrated his presence and said to the little grass bag seriously, I also believe that Nashida will become a very great god. Payman listened to the words of the Great Compassion Tree King and spread his hands and said, now think about it, the vision of the sages of the Order Institute is really hopeless. I think the previous behavior of the Order Institute was normal. Nashida whispered on the side. What are you talking about, Nashida? If you say this, don't you agree that the sages of the Order Institute put you in confinement? Nashida shook her head and said, of course I don't agree with their actions now. On the contrary, I will retaliate against them. But it's hard to say about me before. I suspect she might die of her own stupidity. She's the god of wisdom. 6. After hearing what Nashida said, Aang couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. The person who even scolded herself is really a warrior. The little straw bag believed what the Great Compassion Tree King said, walked forward a few steps, and said to the Great Compassion Tree King with a serious face, thank you. This is really an extremely happy thing. The goal I have always admired is actually myself with a different destiny. It's great to talk to you, Great Compassion Tree King. I have always wanted to see you. The Great Compassion Tree King smiled and replied, me too. From the moment I broke off the branch of the world tree and created you, I have been looking forward to talking to you like this. You are kidding. Is it really okay for you to bully a little straw bag like this? You don't tell me a word of truth. You are even more deceiving than Liusu. Nashida couldn't bear to watch it anymore and couldn't help but complain from the side because the Great Compassion Tree King in front of her was really too abnormal. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded directly in Nashida's mind. If you have the guts, say a few more words. I think you want to go to heaven. You haven't eaten sugar roasted chestnuts for a while, and your skin is itchy, right? Nashida. When Nashida was frightened by the sudden words of the Great Compassion Tree King, the little grass bag over there continued to ask the Great Compassion Tree King, can you tell me about why you created me, and what happened when you died? The Great Compassion Tree King didn't pay attention to Nashida next to him, but nodded to the little grass bag, as if nothing had happened. Well, I know, you are here to seek answers, right? Chapter 231 An Unexpected Journey, 8th. After thinking for a while, the Great Compassion Tree King slowly said, on the day when the incident happened, even the sky turned this color. At that time, the 7 gods, except me, were summoned to the country called Canria, but I had another more important task. That is, protecting the world tree. Is this the disaster in Canria 500 years ago? After listening to the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, Kang thought to himself. The advent of the disaster was accompanied by the pollution of taboo knowledge. Almost at the same time, I, whose consciousness was connected to the world tree, also noticed something strange. The mental pain began to torture me. When I rushed to the world tree, it was already being eroded by taboo knowledge. If it weren't for the fact that I and the Red King had dealt with the pollution of taboo knowledge together 1,000 years ago, I would probably be at a loss at that time. When talking about the Red King, the disdainful light in the eyes of the Great Compassion Tree King was still noticed by Nashida not far away. She didn't understand why the Great Compassion Tree King in front of her showed such an expression when talking about the Red King. The little grass bag did not notice these, but asked the Tree King seriously, what exactly is the forbidden knowledge? The Great Compassion Tree King explained, it is knowledge that does not belong to this world, and it is also a truth that cannot be understood. It comes from the bottom of the abyss, and even I can't understand it. The world is constantly rejecting it, but this also causes the world to have all kinds of bad symptoms. If the forbidden knowledge is allowed to continue to pollute the world tree, I'm afraid that the whole Teyvat will fall apart. Payman listened to the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, turned to Sora and said, there really is knowledge that even the God of Wisdom cannot understand. At that time, I knew that I could not expel the forbidden knowledge by my own strength, so I created a device to integrate human wisdom, and named it the Void. The little grass bag nodded and said, "That is really the most amazing invention in the world. Haha. Thank you. For a long time, I have believed that dreams are the crystallization of human wisdom. Although it is a bit selfish to do this, I still use the Void to borrow people's dreams. I integrate people's wisdom, and then contribute all my strength. What is the result?" Payman asked curiously. "Thanks to the wisdom of the people of Zumi, almost all forbidden knowledge has been cleared from the world tree." Having said this, the great compassionate tree king slowly lowered his head and continued, "But, things are not as smooth as I expected. A headache gave me a bad premonition. I just remembered that my consciousness is connected to the world tree. The world tree brings me knowledge and wisdom, but pollution also finds me. From the very beginning, my existence has been polluted by forbidden knowledge." Payman couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah, how could it be? I've seen that kind of pain in your consciousness. It's a terrible experience, right?" asked the little straw bag. The great compassion tree king shook his head and said, "Well, in comparison, my feelings are not important. What's important is, even if I die, my existence and everything related to me will still be preserved as memories and knowledge in the world tree, so the forbidden knowledge can never be eradicated. And I can never eliminate myself, which is a paradox. So, I broke off the purest branch of the world tree as my reincarnation, and left clues, just so that you can come here and completely erase the polluted me from the world tree." After hearing the words of the great compassion tree king, the little straw bag quickly retorted loudly, "Wait, no, this is not right." The great compassion tree king smiled and said, "Haha, do you understand what that means? It seems that you are really smart. Just as you thought, all the knowledge and memories of this world exist in the world tree. If you erase me from the world tree, it would be the same as if I had never existed in this world. But, this is the only way to truly save the world tree." The little grass bag had a sad face and said reluctantly to the great compassionate tree king, "People love you so much, and everyone has been missing you, and I too, how can I forget you like this?" Having said that, the little grass bag asked the great compassionate tree king with hope, "Is there really no other way? Is there nothing else I can do?" The great compassionate tree king replied calmly, "You are the god of wisdom, Baya, you should know that. Apart from this, there is no other way." But this is too cruel. "I don't want to forget you," the great kind tree king comforted him. "Don't be so sad, Baya. As a wise man, you should enjoy the joy of finding the answer at this moment. Little straw bag, this is the answer you have been looking for, the sentence you want to know, the whole picture. Let the world completely forget me." "Nashida, why are you silent?" Aang poked Nashida, who had remained silent from before until now, and asked curiously, "Don't you have any opinion on this?" "I have some opinion, but I'm afraid of being beaten," Nashida replied in a low voice. Aang. After listening to Nashida's words, a series of question marks floated above Aang's head. She didn't quite understand what Nashida said. "What do you mean? No one here should be able to beat you," Aang said. Nashida explained, "It's the great kind tree king in front of us. Isn't she a consciousness? Why would she beat you?" After listening to Nashida's explanation, Aang became even more confused. Nashida shook her head and said, "I don't know, but be careful, because this Dassy tree king is not right. I feel that she has something to do with Liusu." "Ah, isn't this the Dassy tree king from another world? How can it be related to Liusu? You and I in this world have nothing to do with us," Nashida replied with a tangled face. "This is also what I find strange, because she just warned me that if I say something sarcastic again, she will beat me up directly." Aang was silent for a while, and suddenly thought of what Liusu had said to her before. That was after solving the problem of Aang and Zen. One night, Aang secretly went to Liusu to ask her own questions, while Paimeng was sleeping. "Liusu, why do you say that we have no past and future?" Liusu explained, "I don't know about this either. It may be that the reason for our existence is special. In this case, we only have the present. The past and future me are all phantoms. Even if the enemy travels to the past, it will not have any impact on the past us. Is that so?" If there is no past and future, will there be no parallel world me or the like? Aang scratched his head. As for you, there may still be you in the parallel world, because you are different from me, but you in the parallel world will not affect your existence now. Aang asked in confusion, why is there no you in the parallel world? Liusu smiled and said, it means literally, I'm different. My existence has been subverted, because I have died in the parallel world, leaving only a consciousness, so naturally there will be no me. The tree kings in the parallel world cannot withstand the pollution of taboo knowledge, and now I'm a collection of taboo knowledge. The more taboo knowledge I absorb, the stronger my ability will be, so this me is unique. I still don't understand it a little. Aang scratched his head and said with a confused look. To be honest, I don't understand it very well, but you just need to know that there is only one me in the world. What do you mean? Of course it's just the literal meaning. Well, you should go back and rest. Aang. Then, Aang scratched her head and returned to her residence with more doubts. Today was another sleepless night for her. She originally went to seek answers, but after she went, she had more problems. It's so uncomfortable. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone over to ask. It's fine if the problem is not solved, but now there are more questions that I don't know the answer to. Thinking of this, Aang buried her head in the pillow with an uncomfortable look on her face. Do you think it's like this? Aang told Nashida about the previous conversation with Liusu. After hearing it, Nashida asked in surprise, is this what Liusu told you that day? Yes, I thought of this when I heard you say that the great compassion tree king in front of me is not right. Aang nodded. According to what you said, the consciousness in front of me is very likely also the phantom of Liusu, but she herself doesn't know it. Nashida touched her chin and analyzed. Why do you say that? Aang asked puzzled. Nashida said with a serious face, because there is also a shadow of her consciousness in our world tree, so according to what Liusu said, there is only one of her in the world. I have a bold guess, that is, no matter which world the great compassion tree king is, it is her, but as the original body, she is unaware, because these clones are all consumed, and the consciousness of the clones can clearly know all this. Aang. While Aang was talking to Nashida, the plot on that side was about to come to an end. Suddenly, a breeze blew up in the consciousness space, rolling up the leaves of the world tree. The great compassion tree king slowly walked towards the little grass bag and whispered to her, we all live under the tree of wisdom and try to read the world. Looking at the great compassion tree king walking towards her step by step, the little grass bag's eyes began to ooze tears. She bit her lip and was a little afraid to look at the great compassion tree king walking towards her. Read from the soil, read from the rain, and then turn into a white bird and climb up the branches. Saying this, the great compassion tree king walked to the little grass bag, squatted gently, held her cheek gently with his hands, and then held her in his arms. I'm the only individual in the world who can dream. In my dream, everyone will fall asleep at night, and people will have strange ideas in their minds. Some will roll to the ground, and some will float to the sky. It connects all things into a dazzling net. At the request of the great compassion tree king, the little grass bag stretched out her hand with a sad face, and gradually removed her from the world tree according to the other party's wishes. In the 3000 worlds, there are small worlds, and all destinies are boiling here. I gradually understand that these things that cannot be described and are constantly changing are the most profound things in the world. Only they can completely drive away those madness. As the great compassion tree king spoke, the figure holding the little grass bag became fainter and fainter. Only dreams can awaken consciousness from the deepest darkness. Until her figure completely turned into leaves and disappeared, leaving behind a grief-stricken little straw bag, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Finally, she could not suppress the grief in her heart, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes like a dam bursting. I'm the one who proposes the question and the one who seeks the answer. Saving the world with the dreams of the world was once my answer. Now, you have also found your own answer. I will return all the dreams to the world. The leaves separated by the great compassion tree king separated from the consciousness space, like nectar, falling on every Zumi citizen, erasing all the pain caused by the taboo knowledge. People of Zumi, goodbye. May you have sweet dreams tonight. Seeing that the figure of the great compassion tree king had completely disappeared, Aang asked in surprise, Is it over? Alas, it seems that in the end it is just like the plot. The world has forgotten the great compassion tree king. After all, she is not Liusu's consciousness. No, even she will be forgotten, because this is the meaning of her existence. After listening to Aang's words, Nashida sighed and said, however, what I didn't expect was that the original Great Compassion Tree King would be so gentle, unlike my Great Compassion Tree King. It's really hard to describe. Any explanation? Aang asked curiously. After hearing Aang's words, Nashida complained angrily, you have also seen the Great Compassion Tree King, right? There are so many things worth complaining about her, such as she likes to hide in Liusu's body and be lazy, and she gets angry when she sees me and Liusu getting close, and she is not gentle at all. Aang. When Nashida complained to Aang, Aang noticed something was wrong. The leaves of the Great Compassion Tree King that had originally separated regrouped behind Nashida, and the figure of the Great Compassion Tree King recondensed. Seeing this, Aang frantically signaled to Nashida to stop talking, but Nashida seemed to be in the mood and didn't care about Aang's little movements at all. Then she was miserable. The Great Compassion Tree King clenched his fist and hit Nashida's head hard. Boom. It hurts. The head was suddenly attacked, and Nashida squatted with a painful look on her face. She was too familiar with the force of this blow. If it wasn't that person, she really couldn't feel this kind of feeling. What are you talking about? I'm not dead yet. After giving Nashida a slap, the Great Kindness Tree King said lightly. Nashida covered her head and asked in disbelief, how is it possible? The world has forgotten you. How are you still alive? You are just a consciousness. Yes, I'm just a consciousness, but you don't even look at whose consciousness it is. It's just a taboo knowledge. Can it defeat me? The Great Kindness Tree King said with disdain. Nashida. Aang. Nashida rubbed her head and asked painfully, are you Liusu? Daci Tree King shook his head and said, no. Nashida. Daci Tree King looked at Nashida's puzzled expression and explained, there is only one Liusu, and I'm just Daci Tree King. Although I have some of her memories, I'm not a complete individual after all. Nashida asked in confusion, what about you? Daci Tree King replied, it's just a tiny consciousness. If you hadn't suddenly come to this world, maybe I would have really disappeared, because this is my duty. Speaking of this, Daci Tree King touched his chin and said thoughtfully, but now I can do a lot of things I want to do, and it is not impossible to become a new individual in the end. You can't do this. There is only one Liusu, and there can only be one Daci Tree King. Nashida said hurriedly. Then replace Liusu. Daci Tree King said indifferently. Nashida. After hearing what the Great Compassion Tree King said, Nashida said with a serious face, I won't let you succeed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. It's boring. You can't stand it at all. Looking at the suddenly serious Nashida, the Great Compassion Tree King shook his head and sighed. You only have Liusu in your heart. Obviously, I created you. Really? I was not created by you. You created this little straw bag, not me. Nashida shouted angrily. The Great Compassion Tree King shook his head and said, I don't know whether you were created by me. The little straw bag you are talking about was not created by me. Nashida. Are you confused? Looking at Nashida's confused expression, the Great Compassion Tree King said with a smile. Nashida nodded with a tangled look on her face. Yes. Because what you just saw was fake. The world tree is both in the consciousness space and not in the consciousness space. The Great Compassion Tree King explained. When you appeared here, she had already located this place. You mean, Liusu knew this place? Nashida said in surprise. The Great Compassion Tree King nodded. Of course. Otherwise I wouldn't have come here. It's really too much. What do you want me to experience the atmosphere of saying goodbye to Zumi, because I can't experience something in that world? It's not like she doesn't know that I don't want to experience this, so she just solved the problem. You are really the Great Compassion Tree King. Aang shouted in surprise. Of course, because the time over there has been suspended, because of your departure, and she and I are the only ones in the whole world who are not affected by the world, and then she took this opportunity to throw me here. Why didn't she come herself? Nashida asked in confusion. After hearing what Nashida said, the Great Compassion Tree King glanced at her and said, are you stupid? If she comes over, who can locate her? This is not a time travel. If she comes over, then we don't have to go back. Just settle down here. Nashida, forget it. I won't use your body shape. I feel that if I use it too much, I will become as stupid as you. After saying that, the Great Compassion Tree King's body shape changed back to the familiar appearance of Aang and Nashida. You can't say I'm stupid, I'm very smart. Seeing the changes in the Great Compassion Tree King, Nashida also knew that he was really her Tree King, and she defended herself with some lack of confidence. The Great Compassion Tree King said disdainfully, if you are not stupid, then who is stupid? No matter which world you are from, you are so stupid, not to mention this little straw bag. Having said this, the Great Compassion Tree King sighed with a sad face. Why did I break off the least intelligent branch at that time? No wonder, only the stupid people are the purest, and the smart ones are infected by the taboo knowledge. Nashida. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. Who would say this to their own children? Only you. Thinking of this, Nashida looked at the Great Compassion Tree King in front of her with a faint look. The Great Compassion Tree King said to Nashida with a smile on his face, oh, you have become successful? Dare to look at me with such eyes. Nashida quickly retracted her eyes and explained, no, this is your illusion. TSK. After hearing what Nashida said, the Great Compassion Tree King looked at her with disdain. Nashida, Aang, who was standing next to her, tried hard to hold back her laughter. She looked at Nashida, who dared to be angry, but not to speak. She was afraid that she would laugh out loud if she wasn't careful. The reason she held back her laughter was that the three people on the other side looked sad, and if she laughed out loud, it would definitely ruin their atmosphere. King of the Great Compassion Tree, when will you take us back? Nashida asked the King of the Great Compassion Tree, after feeling uncomfortable for a while. The King of the Great Compassion Tree said, well, wait, let's help the little straw bag here solve the problem first. She hasn't grown up at all because of your interference. If we leave directly, I'm afraid she won't survive. Nashida. Who did you learn this method of pointing fingers at others? You were talking about the little straw bag here, but your eyes never left me. Do you think I'm so stupid that I don't know who you are implying? Chapter 232 An Unexpected Journey, Part 9. King of the Great Compassion Tree, please don't say that to me. After hearing what King of the Great Compassion Tree said, Nashida cried out in pain. King of the Great Compassion Tree glanced at her and said, am I wrong? You're right, but you are the same. According to what you said, I also inherited it from you. Nashida argued in a low voice. Oh, you have learned to talk back. Who taught you? King of the Great Compassion Tree heard Nashida's whisper, stretched out his hands, grabbed Nashida's cheeks, and pulled them out fiercely. Ugh, let go quickly, it hurts. Nashida struggled frantically, trying to escape from the clutches of King of the Great Compassion Tree. King of the Great Compassion Tree squinted his eyes and looked at Nashida, who was in pain at this time, and smiled and said, I think you only remember to eat and not to be beaten. I was wrong. Stop. I won't dare to do it again. Nashida said while pushing the clutches of King of the Great Compassion Tree hard, apologizing with tears in her eyes. After hearing what Nashida said, the Great Compassion Tree King loosened his hand that was grabbing her face and said, do you know you are wrong now? Will you talk back again in the future? I still dare. Nashida replied in a low voice. Huh. The Great Compassion Tree King heard the voice and glanced at Nashida with some doubt. I dare not. Nashida hurriedly answered under the dangerous eyes of the Great Compassion Tree King. Aang looked at Nashida and the Great Compassion Tree King, who were full of joy, and the little straw bag, who was kneeling on the ground with tears on his face, but his eyes revealed a confused look. He had a complaint in his heart, but didn't know how to spit it out. Well, since the Great Compassion Tree King is gone, we should go out too. It's all Baya's fault just now. I forgot to teleport you out. The Great Compassion Tree King suddenly thought of something and spoke. Nashida nodded suddenly and said, yes, it's all my fault. After hearing what Nashida said, the Great Sea Tree King said to Nashida with a kind face, isn't it? Or do you have other opinions? Nashida replied with a tiger face, no. The Great Sea Tree King didn't care when he saw this. She certainly knew that Nashida was not convinced in her heart, but she just liked her helpless look of being angry, but not daring to deal with herself. Nashida was differentiated from her original body. Although Liusu was unwilling to admit that Nashida was her child, the Great Sea Tree King didn't mind. Moreover, this little thing became more and more crooked under Liusu's teaching, so in the Great Sea Tree King's mind, it was reasonable to bully his own child, right? Anyway, there is still a long way to go in the future, and the Great Sea Tree King felt that what Nashida said was not wrong. He was indeed stupid before, and did a lot of incredible things. The saying that Nashida's stupidity was inherited from him seemed to be nothing wrong, but would the Great Sea Tree King admit it? Of course not. Not only will he not admit it, he will also throw all the blame on Nashida. After thinking, the Great Compassion Tree King waved his hand, and all the figures were transferred out of the consciousness space by her. The moment she came to the real world, the Great Compassion Tree King felt that there was also a vague connection with the world tree in this world, as if the world tree affirmed her. After arriving in the real space, the Great Compassion Tree King suddenly said, "It's over." "What's over?" Nashida asked with a puzzled look. The Great Compassion Tree King rubbed his head in some pain and explained, "I was resonated by this world tree, because my original body is the Great Compassion Tree King. After the Great Compassion Tree King of this world dissipated, I successfully took the throne." What should I do? If so, then you will stay in this world? Nashida asked worriedly. The Great Compassionate Tree King shook his head and said, "What are you thinking about? Of course not, and it's not me who is finished, it's this world that is finished." Nashida touched her chin and analyzed, "You mean, forbidden knowledge? Well, I'm different from the previous Tree King. The previous Tree King would only feel painful when facing forbidden knowledge, but now I'm the incarnation of forbidden knowledge. The whole person is taboo. The moment this world tree connects to me, the forbidden knowledge contained in my existence will also be passed over. Then what should we do? How about you contact Liusu, and we just run away?" Nashida thought for a while and said, "That's not necessary. It's just a little troublesome. The forbidden knowledge assimilated by Liusu can be controlled, but once I leave, the forbidden knowledge will be a little out of control." After hearing Nashida's words, Aang asked in surprise, "Nashida, why did you say to run away? This is not in line with your character." Nashida explained, "This is what Liusu told me. After getting into trouble, before being discovered by others, and before it affects myself, and when I can't solve the problem, it is the best choice to just run away. Besides, I'm different from the little grass back here. What Zumi and the world have nothing to do with me. I just need to do my own thing. What's more, Liusu can help me with things I can't solve. Won't you betray Liusu by doing this?" Aang asked in a low voice. Nashida explained, "No, if you have this question, it means you don't understand Liusu. The damage I caused is far less than Liusu's means of repair. As long as I can do it, Liusu can perfectly repair it. It's just that, whether she is willing to deal with it, and whether I will be beaten are another matter. So do you understand this concept, Aang? It seems that I have heard something extraordinary. Is Liusu already so powerful? I envy Nashida so much. It's great to have someone to back me up." Thinking of this, Aang looked at Nashida in front of her with some sourness. Nashida looked at Aang strangely and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's as if she won't help you solve the problem. We are the same. You are the same. I'm the same. Okay, I thought too much." Aang breathed a sigh of relief, then put her hands on her waist and said proudly, "It seems that I also have a backer. Nashida. So, make whatever you want. With her help, you can walk sideways in this world." Nashida continued to encourage. After listening to Nashida's words, Aang nodded suddenly and said, "Yeah. Done. Ouch. King Dassy Tree, why did you hit me again?" Nashida covered her head with a painful face and complained to the King Dassy Tree, who put his fist away. "What I said is not wrong." The King Dassy Tree put away his smile at this time and preached to Nashida seriously. "What do you mean by casually making it? If you provoke a strong enemy, you will be gone before she notices it. What should you do? Even if you can be resurrected, you will still be you after resurrection. Are you sure?" "Well, I know. I will pay attention," Nashida replied in a low voice. Aang listened to the words of the King Dassy Tree and thought to herself that it was a close call. Fortunately, the King Dassy tree pointed out the danger in time, otherwise he would have played himself to death at that time, and he would not be sure whether the resurrected self was himself, even if that person had the same memory, appearance, and strength as himself. Those few people have come to their senses. You don't have to talk for now. Aang suddenly showed his presence at this time and reminded them. Little straw bag. Nashida, are you okay? Kang asked the little straw bag. Ah, traveler, I'm fine. I just don't understand a little bit. The little straw bag replied with a choked voice. Kang asked in confusion. What don't you understand? The little straw bag said, we just saved the world, right? But why? I seem to be crying? Nashida turned around, and Kang saw Nashida with tears streaming down her face. Kang, could it be? Kang suddenly thought of something. He turned around and saw Nashida, Aang, and an unknown person standing by, and looking at this place. Kang. He saw the situation at this time, and rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. Even though the strange woman had grown physically, he still recognized her. She was the Great Compassion Tree King. Nashida continued, I don't know the source of this feeling in my heart at this moment, but I always feel so sad. Do you remember what happened just now? Kang asked Nashida. Nashida recalled and said, what happened just now? I need to go home in the other world, so I used the power of the two gods' hearts and successfully established a connection with the world tree consciousness. Then, because it was only the world tree's consciousness, she couldn't go back either. Then I remember that I also erased the remaining pollution in the world tree. Sure enough, I forgot about her. I still remember. Is it because I don't belong here? Kang touched his chin and thought. Yeah, what's wrong? Kang and them, weren't they here just now? Payman asked in confusion. Kang continued to think. Payman doesn't remember either. Has everyone really forgotten the Great Compassion Tree King? But who is the person who looks like the Great Compassion Tree King in front of him? Then should I tell everyone the truth? Thinking of this, Kang was a little troubled. Are you confused? The Great Compassion Tree King suddenly said. The little grass bag asked the Great Compassion Tree King with a puzzled look on his face. Ah, who are you? I didn't see you in the consciousness space just now. The Great Compassion Tree King smiled and replied, my name is the Great Compassion Tree King. The Great Compassion Tree King? It feels so familiar, but why can't I remember it at all? After hearing the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, Nashida held her head and said with some discomfort, if you can't remember it, don't think about it. After all, I'm not from this world. The Great Compassion Tree King explained to Nashida. No, why do I also feel that the name of the Great Compassion Tree King is a little familiar, as if I have heard it many times before? Payman also asked in confusion. Maybe my Burrell mentioned it. She ran around everywhere and couldn't find her way home. I came here to take her back this time. After the Great Compassion Tree King finished speaking, he touched Nashida's little head and said, the Great Compassion Tree King of another world is still alive and has come to this world? Hearing the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, Kang thought with a surprised face. Then what is your relationship with Burrell from another world? The little grass bag asked. Byr is derived from the purest branch I broke off. You can say she is my child. The Great Compassion Tree King said with a smile. Little straw bag. Nashida. Aang, do you remember? Kang heard the words of the Great Compassion Tree King and asked Aang, who was eating silently beside him. Yes, I remember everything that happened in the world tree consciousness space just now. Aang replied. Kang was puzzled and asked, then why don't Payman and Nashida remember it? Aang didn't say anything, but took out the golden branch that Nashida had given her before and showed it to Kang, then quickly put it away. Kang suddenly realized why only Aang and himself remembered this incident, because that golden branch retained the memory of Aang as an aboriginal. What are you talking about? Did anything else happen in the world tree consciousness space? Payman looked at the people who were playing dumb and asked, scratching his head. When Kang was about to answer, a metallic high-pitched sound rang out in the Genshin Palace. Under the influence of the high-pitched sound, Kang felt his thinking become dull, his eyelids suddenly felt heavy, and his vision began to blur. What sound? I feel so sleepy. Thinking of this, Kang couldn't stand the torture of the sound, and fell to the ground. This kind of sound. Traveler? Payman. The little straw bag suddenly felt something was wrong and hurriedly turned around and found that Kang and Payman had all fallen to the ground. I've been waiting here for so long and finally found a chance to be alone with you. The precious time I spent is still worthwhile, the doctor said to the little straw bag as he walked. Little straw bag, you are talking to me and alone. Can't you see that there are 4 people around you? Why did you ignore them and walk towards me directly? Can't you see that there are 4 people here? The little straw bag asked in surprise. After hearing what the little straw bag said, the doctor looked around and found no one. He turned to the little straw bag and said, "Oh, in this space, besides the 2 of us and the 2 travelers who fell to the ground, where are there other people? I didn't expect that the god of wisdom, Baya, would tell such a lie that even children would not believe." Seeing that the doctor could not see Aang and the others, the little straw bag said to the doctor calmly, "What did you do just now?" The doctor replied, "It's just a sound wave that can make unsuspecting people quickly enter dreams." Sure enough, it doesn't work on gods. Nashida. After hearing what the doctor said, Nashida suddenly realized that the 4 people did not enter the dream, which meant that the 4 of them were gods. She knew Aang and herself in another world, but had the travelers in another world also reached the level of gods? And that familiar person should also be a god. This is the only interesting thing among all the researches of the sages. I just picked it up to try. The doctor continued, "Don't worry, I know you will never forgive me if I really kill them. So, I came to negotiate with you, and I will not do anything that will damage the relationship between the 2 parties." Negotiate with me? What is there to talk about? The little straw bag asked in confusion. So, you refuse my negotiation? The doctor said, turning his head to look at Sora and Payman who were lying on the ground. If you kill them, aren't you afraid that his blood relatives will retaliate against you? The little straw bag said hurriedly. After hearing what the little straw bag said, the doctor nodded and said, "Well, speaking of it, Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Abyss Cult is indeed a dangerous person. Although she said that she has nothing to do with the traveler, it is inevitable that she will retaliate against me later. However, there are countless me in this world, and Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Abyss Cult may not be able to eliminate all of me." Little straw bag, are you saying that there are many different you in the world? Well, it's a good guess. Even for the same individual, different ages will have different cognitions. The doctor nodded and said, "A long time ago, I made an important decision. I hope to retain all my perspectives on observing the world. Observation is the first step in the experiment. I'm not satisfied with only observing the world in the present, and I also lack the important dimension of time. So I combined the perspectives of myself at different ages. The slices were preserved and operated as independent individuals." Having said this, the doctor turned to look at the little straw bag and asked, as if asking, "That's it. I really want to know how the god of wisdom would evaluate my practice of seeking knowledge." The little straw bag denied it with a serious face. "You are insulting the concept of life. The many rules and restrictions of life itself have their own meaning and reasons for existence, and they cannot be broken casually just by arrogance." After listening to the little straw bag's words, the doctor looked up and smiled. "Haha. Very good. Amazing. Indeed, for humans, reconciling with oneself is a difficult thing, let alone oneself in different periods of time. Since you are in the House of Commands, why did you show up now? You have the ability to stop us and help that false god?" Nashida asked. The doctor replied, "This question couldn't be simpler. Will there be any staff members helping the subjects during the experiment? Moreover, I have to admit that Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Abyss Cult is very strong. Now that she is here, one of my slices has been destroyed by her without any effort. Naturally, I have to wait until she leaves before appearing again. I conducted this experiment, so why should I take action myself to interfere with the results of the experiment?" After hearing what the doctor said, the little straw bag said with a look of anger on his face, "The Order Institute regards the deification plan as the ultimate goal, but you only regard it as an ordinary experiment. Crazy guy. If the experiment is successful, you will create another god. Then, how will you face the person you are loyal to? Will you still choose your current position? Then, what do you think you will be?" Nashida couldn't help sighing when she heard this. Oh, this was the limitation of my thinking at the time. There were many things I couldn't understand. Now you understand, but you are worthy of being the purest branch of this branch. The great compassionate Tree King said on the side. Nashida, I suspect you are still implying something, but I have no evidence. After hearing what the little grass bag said, the doctor replied indifferently, I'm a scholar, and these results should be left to me who is facing that possibility to judge. But you are right, and that is why I'm a little disappointed with this experiment. Hearing the doctor's crazy speech, the little grass bag said helplessly, as an individual, you don't have much sense of belonging. Compared with ordinary scholars, you seem to have no faith. The doctor immediately denied the little grass bag's words and explained to him, oh no, of course I have faith, but it doesn't conform to your usual definition. Okay, let's talk about it here. The experiment is over. It's time to organize the tools and recycle the useful materials. After saying that, the doctor walked towards the little grass bag step by step. For example, the heart of God. Little grass bag. After hearing what the doctor said, the little grass bag looked at the 4 people hiding beside him, as if asking for help. The doctor said to the little grass bag, who showed a look of help to an unknown place lightly, Little auspicious grass king, you are a smart god. You should know the current combat power gap. You have no way to use the Thor's heart in battle. Nashida asked the doctor, didn't you say that you came to judge with me? Why do you seem to want to take it by force now? Ha ha ha. After listening to the childish speech of the little straw bag, the doctor couldn't help laughing, as if he heard a funny joke. After the doctor calmed down, he said to the little straw bag, it's just stating the reality. After all, I'm also a scholar. Of course, I hope to give enough respect and decency to the god of wisdom. On the other side, the great kind Tree King mocked Nashida expressionlessly. Is it shameful? I just ask you, is it shameful? That's not me, that's just a little straw bag. I won't have such a childish idea now. Nashida's face flushed, and she argued with the great kind Tree King with her neck stiff. What's the difference? Without us, you will still become like this. The great compassion Tree King continued. Nashida couldn't stand the teasing look on the great compassion Tree King's face. She directly tore open the space crack and teleported out. She felt that she was too embarrassed in this world and was still watched by the Tree King and dying. The moment Nashida made her move, a golden space crack opened next to the doctor and the little straw bag, and Nashida's figure walked out of it. She said to the doctor lightly, is your hypocrisy based on absolute self-confidence? You too, the god of wisdom? The doctor looked at the figure who suddenly appeared in surprise. Compared with the weak little straw bag, the pressure of the god in front of him was like a substance, which made him a little breathless. Haha, I didn't expect it. It turns out that the weak god of wisdom is just a slice of you? There is a more powerful you hiding behind the scenes. Why are you here? The little straw bag asked Nashida in surprise. Nashida explained, I simply can't stand him. Doctor. Now, the situation has been reversed. Do you have any other ways? After Nashida appeared, Zyro Kobayo seemed to have confidence and said to the doctor with a smile, TSK, I don't believe that as a god of wisdom, even you in the future, will have any force. The doctor said lightly. Nashida glanced at the doctor and said lightly, oh, are you doubting my ability? Look, what is this? After listening to Nashida's words, the doctor followed her guidance and saw a string of dense threads in her hand. He found that there was also a thin thread extending from his body. What kind of ability is this? The doctor asked in surprise. Nashida said lightly, it's a trifle, that is not worth mentioning, but each of these threads represents a different slice of you. Now as long as I break one, then the slice of you belonging to this thread will completely disappear from this world. I don't believe you have such ability. The doctor shook his head and said, really? There are more than 10,000 threads now. I'll break one and try it now. After saying this, Nashida directly cut off a thin thread. Isn't this nothing happened? I didn't feel that my slice disappeared. The doctor sensed it and laughed wildly. Nashida didn't say anything, but slowly broke the thin thread in her hand. As the thin threads became fewer and fewer, the doctor had a bad feeling in his heart. In the end, he only saw that there were only two thin threads in Nashida's hand, one connected to herself, and the other was connected to someone unknown. Do you still remember how many slices you have? Nashida held two thin threads and asked the doctor. I still have one slice. Your ability is not worth mentioning at all. Having said this, the doctor seemed to have noticed something and looked at Nashida, who was smiling at him with a look of horror. How many slices do you have? Nashida continued to ask. The doctor blurted out, one. How about it? Did you find anything? Since there are so many slices, why is there only one now? Nashida said as she pinched off the last slice again and said to him, how many slices do you have now? What is a slice? The doctor asked in confusion. Nashida continued, how can you negotiate with us without slicing? The doctor, what slicing are you talking about? The little grass bag also asked Nashida with a puzzled look. Oh, I forgot about you. After that, Nashida instilled a memory into the little grass bag's mind. Little grass bag. Do you understand now? This is how the world tree is used. Nashida said to the little grass bag with a smile. After listening to Nashida's words, the little grass bag shook his head suddenly and said, no, this won't work. I can't do this. TSK, you want to do it, but you can't do it. If you have this ability, will you still do this? Nashida glanced at the little grass bag and said disdainfully, little grass bag. Slicing? What is slicing? I remember where I heard about it before, but why don't I have any impression of it at all? The doctor touched his chin and thought, and suddenly he realized, it's you. You modified the memory of the world tree, right? All the traces of my slicing have been erased by you. Very smart. Your guess is very accurate, but there is no reward. Nashida replied with a smile. Chapter 233 An Unexpected Journey, X. U. The doctor looked at Nashida with resentment, but he had no way to deal with this unexpected god. After hearing what the doctor said, Nashida smiled and said, look, there is only one last thread. As long as I use a little strength, the second executive of the Fachu will disappear from this world forever. You keep saying that you respect life, but doesn't this method violate your original intention? The doctor accused Nashida. Is this what you would do as a person who loves the world? Nashida shook her head and denied it. What you said are the ideas of the little straw bag, not my ideas. And you are wrong about one thing, that is, the gods do not love the world. Little straw bag. The doctor's face was uncertain, and he could not guess what the god in front of him wanted to do. Finally, he sighed and said, tell me, what do you want to do? You haven't cut off the last thread yet. There must be something I need to do. Nashida nodded and said, yes, very wise. The first thing I need you to do is to take away the heart of God. Nashida said, and pulled out the heart of Thunder God and the heart of Grass God from the little grass bag, and handed them to the doctor. Doctor? The doctor was confused, and took the two hearts of God that he suddenly got. You just gave it to me like this? This is the heart of God? The doctor asked in surprise. Nashida said, the heart of God is useless to me and to her. On the contrary, it is a dangerous item. Since the ice god needs it, I will hand it over to you like the previous gods. Oh. Dangerous items? Interesting. Then what about the second thing? The doctor continued to ask. The second thing is that I need you to help me collect the taboo knowledge that exists in this world. Nashida continued. The doctor touched his chin and thought for a while, then replied, forbidden knowledge? What do you want to do with such dangerous things? But since it is your request, I will naturally agree. And the third thing, help me take away the Zumi scholars you have contacted, and prevent the Fachu from entering Zumi city to make trouble. Are these okay? The doctor nodded and said, the heart of God is in hand, and there is nothing worthy of my attention in Zumi. Of course, there is no problem with what you said. Is there anything else? No, you can't do anything else. Nashida shook her head and said, that's it. Oh. Are those the only requirements? Nothing else? The doctor saw that Nashida stopped talking and asked in surprise, in my understanding, these things are beneficial to me. On the contrary, they have no benefit to you. As the god of wisdom, your request should not be that simple, right? This is not something you can know. Nashida replied lightly, you can leave. The doctor nodded, turned and walked outside. Although he still had many doubts in his heart, he did not dare to make trouble at this time. Sending the heart of God back was the most important thing. You just let him go? The little straw bag looked at the doctor and asked Nashida. Nashida glanced at the little straw bag and said, "What else? Are you going to keep him for dinner?" "No, I mean the heart of God. Are you just going to hand it over? Don't you want to ask him for some benefits?" Nashida said. Nashida asked, "What benefits do you want?" The little straw bag thought for a while and replied, "I don't know." "That's it. You don't know. How can I know? I'm the god of grass, not the god of wisdom." After listening to the little straw bag's words, Nashida spread her hands to her. After hearing what Nashida said, the great kindness tree king came over and said, "Hey, you all, isn't the god of wisdom nice? You all say you are the god of grass." Nashida touched her chin and said, "I feel that everything related to wisdom is weird. It's not that it's really smart. For example, the eyes of wisdom. My first reaction is not a very smart look, but a dull, stupid one." The great kindness tree king. Nashida continued, "In comparison, the name of the god of grass sounds very good. It sounds like the god who commands the grass element, and it is very powerful. Don't you think so, little grass bag?" After hearing what Nashida said, the little grass bag protested to her with a tangled face. "Can you please stop calling me a little grass bag? It sounds worse than the god of wisdom you said." "No problem, little grass bag." Nashida nodded. "Little grass bag, why did you ask the doctor to help you find forbidden knowledge just now?" The great kindness tree king asked Nashida. Nashida said, "As a matter of course it's for you. I can't absorb and digest this forbidden knowledge." Can forbidden knowledge really be absorbed and used? I remember that this is an ominous existence for the creatures of Teyvat, and it can only bring pain. The little grass bag said. Of course it can. There is one more thing I didn't say, that is, the world tree has been infected by forbidden knowledge again. The great kind tree king said something that frightened the little grass bag. The little grass bag asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Why didn't I clear it? Why in such a short time, the forbidden knowledge has infected the world tree again?" "That's because you didn't clean it up," the great kind tree king said, stretched out his hand, and touched the little grass bag's forehead, and her forgotten memory returned to the little grass bag's mind again. Everything about the great compassion tree king. Under the indoctrination of the great compassion tree king, the little grass bag remembered everything. She looked at the great compassion tree king with a surprised face and said, You are the great compassion tree king." "Yes, do you understand now? As long as I don't dissipate, the taboo knowledge will not be completely erased from the world tree." The great compassion tree king smiled at the little grass bag. Nashida shook her head and asked puzzledly, "Why? Under your choice, the world should have forgotten you." The great compassion tree king explained, "Although the world has forgotten me, I have not forgotten myself. I originally thought that doing this would clear the taboo knowledge in the world tree. Unfortunately, the moment I left the consciousness space, the world tree connected to me again, and the taboo knowledge in my body was returned intact." Little grass bag, what are you going to do? The little grass bag asked. This is a good question. Of course, I will take advantage of this world, to have a good time in this world. The great compassion tree king thought for a while and said, "Then you don't care about the harm of forbidden knowledge?" After hearing what Xiaokoobeo said, Daci tree king said to her with a puzzled look, "Why should I care? Die again? Impossible. You should know that, whether it is human or god, they are all selfish. I will not do the same thing as before." An? Xiaokoobeo asked in confusion. "And now I'm the collection of forbidden knowledge. This is a brand new power, and it is obtained from outside the world. It can deny the power of this world." After saying that, the green tree pattern on Daci tree king's body began to gradually turn blood red, and his body began to emit an ominous breath. This sudden change made Xiaokoobeo stunned in place. She looked at the Daci tree king whose style changed rapidly in front of her in disbelief. After Xiaokoobeo recovered, she asked Daci tree king, "Why?" "Because wisdom can do limited things, but powerful power has unlimited possibilities. As long as the power is strong enough, the world will change because of you." Daci tree king explained lightly. "Little straw bag, I won't let you succeed," the little straw bag said to the great compassion tree king with a serious face. "Nashida, After hearing what the little straw bag said, Nashida couldn't help covering her face. She didn't expect that she would be so stupid before. In this situation, saying such a thing, isn't she afraid that the other party will kill her? Just you? Little buyer, your strength is too weak, so weak that it can almost be compared with ants. How can you stop me like this? The Great Compassion Tree King shook his head and said, I will try my best, and there is also the Traveler. He has infinite possibilities. When he grows up, he can also stop you. The little straw bag said seriously. Aang glanced at Kang and Payman lying on the ground, and thought of Nashida in her heart. This little straw bag is really too naive. The most important thing is that the Great Compassion Tree King just fooled her a few words, and she believed it. Aang could see that the Great Compassion Tree King was teasing the little straw bag, but she didn't expect the effect to be so good. I know. Then I'll wait for you to stop me. After the Great Compassion Tree King finished speaking, she slowly raised her head. A golden beam of light descended from the sky and illuminated her. At the same time, the red tree pattern on her body turned into leaf green again. I'm leaving first. I hope you can become stronger when we meet again next time. Aang looked at the place where the Great Compassion Tree King disappeared, feeling a little entangled. Moreover, after the Great Compassion Tree King left, the beam of light in front of her eyes had always existed, as if waiting for something. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Do you want to stay in this world? Nashida said to the dazed Aang. Aang asked in surprise, what? This beam of light is the portal back. Otherwise, at that moment, the barrier of the world has been opened by Liusu. We can come here at any time. Nashida said in a low voice. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Aang said excitedly after hearing what Nashida said. Since she could come here at any time, why hesitate? Just go directly. Besides, she hadn't seen the emergency food for so long, and she missed it. After Aang finished speaking, he rushed into the transmission beam and disappeared from this world. Are you leaving too? Little Grassbag said to Nashida. Yes, the Great Kind Tree King has helped us open the way back. We should go back. Nashida said. Little Grassbag opened his mouth and said, but, the Great Kind Tree King. Does it matter? Nashida interrupted Little Grassbag. The little straw bag continued, but that is forbidden knowledge. The Great Compassion Tree King has become a collection of forbidden knowledge. As a branch broken off from the world tree, you will also be affected. In other words, you are also a collection of forbidden knowledge now, but you just haven't discovered it. The little straw bag. Work hard to become stronger. You are not good enough now. The Great Compassion Tree King is not someone you can defeat. Nashida looked at the little straw bag with a look of surprise, sighed, and said, your ideas are too naive. You need to change them. Don't think about sacrifice all the time. Think about how to improve your strength before things happen. Has anything happened to my future me? The little straw bag asked after hearing what Nashida said. Nashida shook her head and said, I can't tell you all this, but the most important thing is that you work hard to become stronger. When the doctor sends you the news, you will absorb all the forbidden knowledge and improve your strength. Is this forbidden knowledge for me? Nashida asked in confusion. Isn't it for the Great Compassion Tree King? Nashida explained. The Great Compassion Tree King doesn't need this forbidden knowledge. These tiny forbidden knowledge are just a drop in the bucket for her, but for you, they are the key items to change your future. Is forbidden knowledge really harmless? The Great Compassion Tree King and the Red King Flower God left because of this. No, forbidden knowledge is another kind of power that is not recognized by the world, but we have a more powerful existence than the world to suppress this law, so we can use it freely. Little straw bag, I know, I will work hard. It's good that you understand. Then I should go too. After Nashida finished speaking, she was ready to walk towards the golden light column. The Great Compassion Tree King is also going back, right? Little straw bag suddenly thought of something and asked her while biting his lip. Nashida stopped and said with her back to the little grass bag, well, she is the Great Compassion Tree King of our world. The Great Compassion Tree King of your world is dead. It is not only your world, but all the worlds. There is only one Great Compassion Tree King in the world. So she is not my Great Compassion Tree King. After hearing what Nashida said, the little grass bag murmured a little disappointed. Nashida shook her head and said, why not? The world tree of this world, the reconnected great compassion tree king. She is the great compassion tree king of this world, but this world can no longer restrain her. But, there are two different me in the world, and Aang is the same. Nashida said, you just need to remember one thing, that is, no matter how many worlds there is only one tree king. According to what you said, aren't there many Baya who are the children of the great compassion tree king? The little grass bag said with a look of discomfort after hearing what Nashida said. Nashida, your question got me thinking. Yes, there are so many parallel worlds, and there is more than one little straw bag. Thinking of this, Nashida no longer dared to continue imagining. One little straw bag was already a headache. If there were more little straw bags in the future, it would definitely be a very terrifying thing. You asked a good question. Don't ask next time. If I meet other little straw bags in other worlds, I will kill them first. Nashida said with a dangerous look. Little straw bag. You can't do this. The little straw bag shouted with horror. Haha, just kidding. Your worry is actually unnecessary, because there is no other parallel world besides this. After Nashida finished speaking, she walked into the teleportation beam, and her figure disappeared in this world, leaving only a confused little straw bag. Little straw bag. She stood there, and hesitated for a long time, and finally just sighed helplessly, and then turned her eyes to Sora and Payman who were lying on the ground. The little straw bag looked at the two people lying on the ground, touched his chin and analyzed, from the behavior of the traveler in front, he should remember the great compassion tree king, but Payman and other people in Teyvat had forgotten her, because of the great compassion tree king. Now there is the great compassion tree king of another world, that can be recognized. And the world tree also recognized her, so she is the great compassion tree king of this world, but now she is a collection of taboo knowledge. Looking at my behavior in another world, she must also respect the great compassion tree king, and also gain power from the taboo knowledge, but this taboo knowledge is so dangerous, should I really use it? The little straw bag thought, feeling a little confused. Forget it, if the world tree has been infected, I'd better use it. She is right. I'm nothing without strength. If she didn't suddenly appear, the doctor would not be able to solve it now, let alone manage Zumi. In the end, Nashida decided to use the taboo knowledge, and the idea of defeating the great compassion tree king was directly thrown out of her mind at this moment. At the moment Aang arrived at the original world, the time of the world began to flow again. Aang, what happened just now? Payman asked Aang who had just climbed out of bed. Aang was not surprised at all after hearing what Payman said, but asked Payman directly, did you find out? Well, just now in a moment I felt like a long time had passed. Payman scratched his head and said, look, you said you were so sleepy that you lay in bed, but you woke up the next second, so I was a little curious. Well, something interesting happened. This is what happened. Aang glanced at Payman, and then slowly told Payman in front of him what he saw and heard in another world. Wow. You actually went on a trip secretly without taking me with you. I'm so angry. Payman shouted angrily after hearing what Aang said. Aang asked in surprise, is this your only idea? Nothing else? Payman held the phone and explained to Aang, of course, parallel worlds definitely exist, just like we have traveled through time before and went to Inazuma hundreds of years later. It's a pity that I didn't experience this wonderful journey. I also want to see what I'm like in another world. I just didn't expect that the traveler in that world turned out to be your brother, and you are the princess of the Abyss cult over there. Payman, do you think our world is fake? Aang suddenly asked Payman. After hearing Aang's words, Payman scratched his head and said in confusion, why do you ask this? And didn't Liusu say before that this world is fake? Aang explained, after experiencing some things in that world, I found that if the traveler was replaced by Kang, it would be very reasonable, such as Linghua and Shen. Their feelings for me are completely different from those four girls. Well, what you said is indeed the case. I was wondering why girls are so close to you. Payman nodded. Aang suddenly said, and, Payman, do you know that I saw a teleportation anchor point in that world? That world actually has a teleportation anchor point. Payman frowned after hearing Aang's words. She certainly knew what a teleportation anchor point was, but there was no teleportation anchor point in this world. There were only teleportation arrays independently developed by the witch in the abyss. The only teleportation anchor point was realized by Liusu using the golden tree, but there was a teleportation anchor point in that world, just like in the game. Yeah, I'm also very curious why there is no teleportation anchor in our world, otherwise I can travel less, and the travelers in that world have teleportation anchors, but they live so miserably. It really opened my eyes. Aang said this, and couldn't help complaining about the empty space on the other side. Payman. If they had teleportation anchors in Mondstadt, they would definitely live very comfortably, because Aang was a hard worker. If she didn't spend most of her time on the road, she could do more commissions, but after arriving in Liu, because she could use the teleportation anchors made by Liusu, Aang began to let herself go, and she earned a lot of mora for this, and even a 5-star artifact was obtained by her. Payman thought for a while, and said to Aang seriously, there are some things I can't tell you clearly, you have to ask Liusu, she knows everything you want to know, but I can't tell you. Ah. Payman, do you know why there is an anchor over there? Aang asked in surprise. If my guess is right. Payman said, touching his chin. Aang stared at Payman with hope, can you tell me what you can say? It's not a good idea to go find Liusu now. Payman thought for a while, and said to Aang slowly, to give an example, it's just a metaphor. That world is in the sea, and our world is in the tree. The sea of quantum, the tree of imaginary numbers? Aang stopped Payman and suddenly said, Payman. I know, you continue. Seeing Payman's tangled face, Aang scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Payman did not answer Aang, but continued, the world on the tree is a complete world. As long as it does not fall off, it will continue to exist. It is like a leaf hanging on a tree. The veins fix this world. It has its own trajectory, and these trajectories are the fixed laws of the world. And the world in the sea exists as a big bubble. The world exists in this bubble, but because of the waves and turbulent waves, this bubble is extremely unstable. Under the surging of waves, it is constantly squeezed into various shapes. Such bubbles have no fixed laws, and they are all illusory. However, some bubbles in the sea will be fixed by some powerful gods with a stable object. Under the fixation of this object, the bubbles will not be squeezed into different shapes by waves, but will always maintain their original appearance. And this thing used to fix the bubbles is the anchor point. Payman, you said you were just an ordinary guide. You are really hidden. Aang shouted in surprise after hearing Payman's words. Payman spread his hands to Aang and said, there is no way, because her existence has changed the world a lot, and it is impossible to pretend anymore. A large part of the world's trajectory has deviated from its original track. Fortunately, our world is relatively stable, and can accept her destruction. What does relatively stable mean? Aang continued to ask. Payman explained, even our world will have a crisis. I don't know when this crisis will start. If she can take action, this crisis will definitely be overcome, but if she doesn't take action, or if she is this crisis, this world will be in trouble. She shouldn't do this, right? Aang said with a tangled face. Payman sighed and said, I don't know. After all, no one can know her thoughts. She is too strong, so strong that the world dare not do anything to her. When she was still in Teyvat, the world had already discovered her, but there was nothing they could do to her. Now she has stepped into the starry sky. Now everything in the world has nothing to do with her. Starry sky? Aang asked in surprise. Payman nodded and said, yes, the starry sky. The golden tree has left the world and taken root outside the starry sky. Is it so strong? Payman said to Aang while holding the game console. Well, she is so strong that people can't look directly at her, but fortunately, she made a game called Genshin Impact 2nd, which presents the trajectory of the original world, and we can also learn a lot of forgotten things from it. Aang changed the subject and said, okay, don't think too much. The Inazuma Anke festival will start tomorrow. Let's have a good time. This time I made 100 billion mora from that world. We are rich now. What? 100 billion mora? How can it be so much? Did you rob Zhongli in that world? Payman shouted in surprise. Aang, ahem. After hearing what Payman said, Aang felt a little guilty because she really let Zhongli continuously create more for a long time. You actually went to rob Zhongli over there? That's impossible. You're so weak. Paimeng looked at Aang, who looked guilty, and asked in confusion, so how did you get 100 billion moras from him? Aang replied with a fierce face, no, I just exchanged a little. He said that the moras here are a little special, and that 1 mora can be exchanged for 1000 moras from him, but he underestimated my moras reserves, so I went to him and exchanged for 100 million moras directly. Paimeng. Chapter 234, The Strange Ranke Festival. The next day, in Azuma, leaving the island, Aang touched her chin and said to Paimeng with a thoughtful look, so, why did we receive another commission? This is because Shenzi is too good at talking, and she also confused me. Paimeng scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I understand the reason, but it's not that you agreed so quickly. Aang said to Paimeng expressionlessly, so, in order to punish you, your food expenses for the next month will be reduced by half. After hearing Aang's words, Paimeng shouted in horror, wow, no, Aang, you can't do this. If the food expenses are reduced by half, I will starve to death. This is too cruel for me. Aang. Aang looked at Paimeng's appearance and sighed helplessly. I've told you so many times. Why don't you listen? Don't accept commissions casually. Don't accept commissions casually. Aren't the lessons from the last Yuangsha Palace and Hegwin enough? I know. I won't do it next time. Paimeng said with a guilty look. Forget it. Forget it. I guess you won't listen, even if I tell you. It's almost time. We should go pick someone up. Paimeng scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, So the two of them squatted on the dock and waited for the arrival of people. After a while, they saw a ship heading here. After the arrival of the people got off the boat, Paimeng also knew where the other party came from their clothes. He immediately greeted them. You are from Montu in Azuma to participate in the Ranke festival, right? We are the guides of the Ranke festival, and come to take you to the island. Yes, we are all bards from Mond. The bard named Lil nodded and said, Inazuma has changed a lot recently. I hope we can find inspiration for poetry here this time. Paimeng, what are you looking for? Aang saw Paimeng next to him looking around at the boat in front of him, and asked curiously, since it is a bard from Mond, I wonder if the singing will come. Paimeng replied, I think he should come, but he certainly won't come in a normal way. After all, these gods have their own unique ways of traveling. Aang said strangely after hearing what Paimeng said. Paimeng suddenly realized, yes, for example, Liusu and Nashida, they like to tear open the space directly to teleport. It seems that the way Wendy and Zhongli came to Inazuma last time was also to fly over on the rock ridge made by Zhongli. Aang, honorary night sister, little Paimeng. While Aang and Paimeng were talking, a familiar voice came from the boat. Aang and Paimeng turned around and saw a small fiery red figure running towards them quickly. Paimeng greeted in surprise, it's Klee. Have you also been invited to participate in the Ranke festival? Klee replied, no, it was actually brother Albedo who was invited. But because everyone in the Knights has been very busy recently, brother Albedo asked the people here to provide Klee with a family pass. Then why didn't Klee go to find Nashida? Paimeng asked curiously. Klee scratched her head a little embarrassedly and said, well, last time Klee and Sister Nashida blew up the Zumi church, it was still heard by Captain Kin. So Klee can't just tell Captain Kin that she's going to find Sister Nashida. Ah, you two also blew up the Zumi church. Paimeng couldn't help but exclaimed. Klee nodded fiercely and said, well, later it was Sister Losha who came to help repair the Zumi church, otherwise Klee would be finished. Paimeng. Aang. After hearing what Klee said, Paimeng and Aang were shocked, because they all knew that Nashida was the god of grass, but she blew up her own territory, which was obviously not in line with the behavior of the god of wisdom. So, Klee knows that she should wait until Jane calms down before going to play with Sister Nashida. It would be even better if she can meet Sister Nashida at the Ranke festival this time. At this time, Albedo also walked down from the boat and greeted Aang and Paimeng. Traveler, Paimeng, hello. Inazuma is going to hold the Ranke festival. I wondered if I would meet you. So Albedo was invited to paint the portraits of the 5 immortals. Payman turned to Aang and said. Albedo nodded and said, it seems that you already know about the painting, but I use the pen name of Baicha in Inazuma. By the way, do you know where the International Chamber of Commerce is? I will meet the editor-in-chief of Yuido there later. Payman replied, the International Chamber of Commerce is where you stay on the outlying island. It seems that the destination is the same. Then let's go. Albedo said to Aang and Payman. Payman nodded and said, yes. Then Payman and Aang took Albedo to the accommodation on the outlying island. There are many things here that Klee has never seen. Klee was running around on the street, looking at this and that. Didn't Klee come here last time? Payman asked curiously. Klee explained, last time I was here with Sister Nashida, we didn't go into the city, but looked for places to fry fish. Payman. Klee, don't run around, be careful not to bump into others. Albedo reminded the active Klee. Klee replied, I know. Albedo looked around and suddenly said in confusion, strange, Editor-in-Chief Irayama doesn't seem to be here yet. He clearly said that he would arrive earlier than me. This is a bit troublesome. What's wrong? Aang asked curiously. Albedo explained, actually, the editor-in-chief asked me to meet today so that he could give me detailed information about the 5 songs so that I can conceive the specific content of the picture. After hearing what Albedo said, Payman asked in confusion, Albedo, before you came to Inazuma, didn't you know what you wanted to draw? I only know the name of the 5 songs. Because the 5 songs are very old, there are very few contents handed down to this day, so the editor-in-chief decided to help me collect some more information. Albedo explained, I'm the type who can draw quickly, as long as I have inspiration, so I agreed that he would give me the summary today. After hearing what Albedo said, Payman asked, when will these paintings be completed? Albedo thought for a moment and replied, according to the plan, the portraits will be revealed one by one in several stages of the festival. The first Kigwum portrait will be completed before the official opening of the Rankei festival the day after tomorrow. Payman was surprised. Said, the day after tomorrow? Wouldn't that be very tight schedule? Actually, it's okay. When drawing illustrations for light novels, the situation is often much more dangerous because the manuscripts have to be transported at sea. Albedo shook his head and said, last month, in order to catch up with the first release of the latest volume of Swords of the Fallen Autumn at Rankei Festival, I drew the illustrations for the last chapter on the day I received the manuscript. As soon as the Inazuma illustrations arrived at Inazuma, they were immediately sent to printing. I still don't know how the picture will turn out when printed. After hearing what Albedo said, Payman spread his hands and said helplessly, I really don't know whether I should sympathize with your creative environment or praise you as a genius. Albedo didn't care about Payman's complaints, but continued, of course, if possible, I still hope to get the information as soon as possible so that I can be more fully prepared. Aang said, speaking of which, the Son of God said before. But before she finished, she was interrupted by Payman. Oh, right. The editors of Yuido will be near the Far Country Supervisory Office these days. Albedo, the editor-in-chief may be there too. We will take you to find him now. Okay. Albedo nodded. Aang followed silently behind. She found that it seemed that what was about to happen turned into the previous plot mode where she couldn't speak. At the same time, at Nerukamitaisha. Goddess, get up. Aang pulled Yuido out of the quilt and shook her hard. Yuido yawned, rubbed her sleepy eyes and said lazily, it's Aang. What's wrong? Let me sleep a little longer. I was so sleepy yesterday because of you tossing me around. Aang heard what Yuido said and loosened his hand and let Yuido lie back softly again. Yuido was suddenly exhausted by Aang and fell down again. She struggled to get up and looked at Aang with a puzzled expression. Aang rubbed his head with a headache and said to Yishinko, Son of God, have you forgotten something very important? Important things? What? Yishinko scratched his head in confusion. Of course it's the Rankei festival. You are still sleeping here now? All the invited people have arrived at Inazuma. Let's see what you are going to do. Aang hit Yishinko on the head with a slap, which made the confused Yishinko suddenly sober up, and then covered the place where he was hit with a painful face. What are you doing? It hurts. I don't know who you learned it from. You like to hit people on the head. Yishinko couldn't help but complain. Yishinko reacted belatedly and said to Aang in surprise, wait, you said Ranke Festival? Hiss, it's a bit difficult. What's wrong? Aang asked in confusion. Yishinko spread his hands to Aang and said, you didn't remind me earlier. It's all your fault. I didn't go out these few days and I forgot the time. I calculated the days. The day after tomorrow is the Ranke Festival, and I don't have time to prepare. You mean, you didn't prepare for the Ranke Festival? Aang asked in surprise after hearing what Yishinko said. Of course, how can I have time to prepare for the Ranke Festival during this period? Yishinko yawned when he said this. Originally, I wanted to organize a Ranke Festival with the theme of light novels, but I forgot. Aang, you didn't wake me up now to ask me to prepare for the Ranke Festival? I don't have such strong ability to do it in these few days. Yishinko spread his hands and said helplessly. After hearing what Yishinko said, Aang said with a strange look on his face, no need, the Ranke Festival has been prepared, and it is also based on the theme of light novels. Yishinko, if it wasn't you who prepared it, then it should be her who made the move. After all, she knows what to do with the information she learned from here. Aang continued. Who made the move? General Raiden? Yishinko asked in confusion. Aang shook his head and said, no, it was General Raiden's followers. She is very knowledgeable about this aspect. Yishinko, are you kidding me? What followers does General Raiden have? Isn't General Raiden your clone? Isn't her follower me after all? But I didn't prepare it either. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Yishinko asked Aang with a distressed look on her face. Aang explained, when I was visiting Inazuma before, I found that the Ranke Festival had already started preparations. I thought it was you who did it. I didn't expect you to be so diligent, so I didn't mention it. But today, all the tourists are here, and you are still sleeping here, so I decided to ask you. Yi Shenzi. Forget it, you continue to sleep, I'll go check on the situation. Aang said, turned around and walked outside. Yi Shenzi hurriedly chased after him, saying as she walked, hey, wait for me, how can I still sleep after you hit me so hard? After Yi Shenzi left the room, she found that several shrine maidens looked at her in surprise. What's wrong? Yi Shenzi asked in confusion. Master Yi Palace Master, weren't you on the outlying island? Are you back so soon? The shrine maiden asked. Yi Shenzi, I didn't. Before Yi Shenzi could say anything, she was dragged away by Aang, leaving only the shrine maiden with a confused look on her face. Yishinko said with a puzzled look on her face, Aang, what are you doing? I want to ask who is pretending to be me. I haven't been to the island these days. No need to ask, I know who it is, so you'd better behave yourself, otherwise you'll be in trouble. Aang shook her head and said, who is it? Why is she pretending to be me, or am I in trouble? After hearing Aang's words, Yishinko became even more confused. Aang didn't say anything, but said to Yishinko, let's go, disguise ourselves, we'll go to the island. It's not good for me to appear outside as a general now. Cloak. Why should I disguise myself? I don't want to, I'm the Yi Palace Master of the Mingyantasia Shrine. Do I have to disguise myself to meet a fake person? Yishinko said with a dissatisfied look on her face. Just change if I ask you to. Why are you talking so much? Aang hit Yishinko on the head with a slap and said to her, Yishinko. In the end, under Aang's tyranny, Yishinko still disguised herself honestly. You can change your clothes, but why do you want to change into that woman's clothes? Yishinko asked Aang in confusion. I think that dress looks good, and it's easy to wear. Aang moved his hands and feet and said, that's true, but, I still feel weird. Yishinko whispered, we are the gods of Inazuma and the gods' followers. Don't you think it's strange to wear Liu style clothes? She is also the god of Zumi, so what's the matter? Aang glanced at Yishinko and said indifferently, Yishinko. It must be said that Aang was wearing this dress with a white background and purple patterns, and even her usual hair was directly draped like tassels. Her behavior had the feeling of a fairy from Liu, which made Yishinko's heart beat faster. Well, what does this dress look like? It doesn't look good at all. Change it quickly. Aang looked at the kimono Yishinko was wearing and said directly. Yishinko. Under Aang's coercion, Yishinko obediently changed into the same style of clothes as Aang, but the color and pattern of the clothes were slightly different from Aang's. The purple pattern on Aang's clothes was a crane, while the pink fox pattern on Yishinko's dress was a fox pattern. Not bad. It looks much better this way, worthy of being my little fox. Aang commented to Yishinko with a satisfied look. Yishinko felt her cheeks burning after hearing Aang's straightforward words. By the way, there is also this. Aang suddenly thought of something, and took out a glass ball, and handed it to Yishinko. After receiving it, Yi Godson said to Aang with a suspicious look, "Why do you have this? I asked Liusu for this before, in preparation for my future life. It's a bit too conspicuous to use elemental power directly without the Eye of God, and I won't travel around the world as a god in the future." Aang nodded and said, "What, is there a problem? Ye Godson, 6. You are worthy of it, Aang. You have even prepared for the future. If it weren't for this time, I wouldn't know that you have prepared a glass bowl in the shape of the Eye of God. Why don't I think you are so smart in other details? Can't you make a glass ball yourself? Liusu gave me the Liu style Eye of God." Ye Godson looked at the prismatic thunder element Eye of God in his hand, and couldn't help complaining. Aang replied calmly, "Oh, because I'm lazy, and the Eye of God made of tassels has some special uses, which makes it difficult for people to distinguish the real from the fake." After hearing Aang's words, Yi Shenzi couldn't help but sighed. "It's my blessing to have you. Let's go to the island," Aang said and flew towards the island. Yi Shenzi looked at Aang's back, sighed a little uncomfortable, took off the Eye of God hanging on his ear, used magic to hide his ears, and then hung the Eye of God given by Aang, and then chased in the direction of Aang's departure. On the other side, Aang and Payman also brought Albedo to the editorial office, and got a new commission from him. That is, the book was lost. I knew it wouldn't be that simple, Aang complained to Payman, while walking towards the dock. I didn't expect this, but the book being lost is really a big deal. Let's help." Payman scratched his head and said. Albedo also echoed, "Well, the matter of the lost book still needs to be verified." Aang, what else can Aang say except sighing? She can only go to the warehouse near the dock to look for clues according to the information provided by the female supervisor named Lalaha. However, when they walked near the dock, they saw Kyujosera and a cuckolded bard facing each other in silence. Kyujosera, "Wendy. Why are you here?" Payman looked at Wendy with surprise. Kyujosera thought Payman was talking to her, so she turned around and replied, "I'm here to perform my duties as a clerk." Payman waved his hand and said, "No, Sarah, I'm not talking about you. The street singer, the suspicious foreigner in the warehouse. Could it be you?" After hearing what Payman said, Wendy smiled and replied, "Oh, sorry, it turned out to be me. Suspect, I should have told you that before your suspicion of theft and smuggling is cleared. Please don't speak casually." Kyujosera walked up to Wendy and said to him with a serious face. After that, Kyujosera turned around and asked Aang, "Traveler, Payman, do you know this Mond man who calls himself a bard?" Aang replied, "I can only say that I'm quite familiar with him." Payman said to Kyujosera, "Sarah, based on our understanding of him, the theft should have nothing to do with him." "But, what about smuggling?" Kyujosera explained. Although he claimed to be a guest of the Ranke festival, he could not produce an invitation letter, so we suspected that he entered the country illegally. After all, we found him in the cargo box of dandelion wine and the Farwind. Can we ask him a few questions? Aang thought for a while and said. Kyujosera nodded and said, "Yes, if it is to verify the truth of the matter." After hearing what Kyujosera said, Payman immediately asked Wendy, "Wendy, you are not really here illegally? Wow, we haven't seen each other for so long, but as soon as we meet again, you look at us with such suspicious eyes." Wendy said with a sad expression after hearing what Payman said, "Didn't you come here like this before?" Payman said suspiciously, "Ahem, how is it possible?" Wendy was choked by Payman's words and continued, "How could I be a smuggler? From a general rational point of view, you are indeed not a smuggler." A voice suddenly appeared and interrupted Wendy's words. "Hey, Zhongli, why are you here too?" Payman asked in surprise, but Zhongli is right. You are a street singer. You are not someone who can sneak across the border. Payman emphasized the pronunciation of the word person at the end. Wendy. old man, why are you here? You didn't sneak across the border too, did you? Wendy said helplessly after hearing what Zhongli and Pei Meng said. Of course not, I got an invitation, Zhongli said, and took out the invitation sent to them by General Lei Dan. After taking it, Kyujosera looked at it and said respectfully to Zhongli, so you are a distinguished guest invited by the general. I will ask someone to arrange your itinerary now. Hey, old man, you are too unkind. We came here this way last time, but this time you got an invitation. Wendy shook her head at Zhongli and said with disappointment. After hearing what Wendy said, Kyujosera looked at Zhongli and thought, last time. Zhongli. Seeing Zhongli's dangerous look, Wendy hurriedly explained, haha, just a joke. Don't worry, the person who sent me the invitation letter was Kamisato Ayato, the society's magistrate. It's unlikely that someone who knows this is a stowaway. Payman heard what Wendy said and asked in confusion, but why didn't you take the same ship with the bards? Wendy explained, of course it was, because after I received the invitation, I wanted to come to Inazuma earlier. At this time, I happened to meet a cargo ship carrying dandelion wine, so I followed them. The captain and I got along very well, and he treated me to drinks along the way. There are many good wines. I probably fell asleep in the cargo box when I was carefully comparing the taste difference between dandelion wine and Inazuma wine. When I woke up, I was in this warehouse, and this general of Shinling fencing was staring at me from above the box. After listening to Wendy's explanation, Pei Meng spread his hands and said, although the whole thing is quite credible, when it comes from Wendy's mouth, it feels a bit. Aang added on the side, it's embarrassing. While several people were talking, a voice came again. This is really in line with Jiameng's personality. Huh. Liusu, Nashida, and Losha, you are here too? Pei Meng turned around and saw the three people coming and was surprised. Well, it's really uncomfortable to take a boat. I won't take it next time. Liusu nodded. Aang listened to Liusu's words and asked in surprise, Liusu, are you still seasick? No, it's just that the time is too long. It takes 1 or 2 days from Liu to Inazuma, which is a bit torturous. Liusu sighed and replied. So that's how it is. So, you came here with Zhongli? Pei Meng nodded. Liusu explained. Well, I said we should eat something before leaving, but Zhongli saw that the food was all seafood, and he couldn't eat after 2 bites, so he got off the boat early. Zhongli. Chapter 235. 8 God's Bugs. After hearing what Liusu said, Pei Meng spread his hands and said, as expected, Zhongli still doesn't like seafood. If you want to reminisce about the past, wait a while, let's solve the current problems first. Kyujosera interrupted. Pei Meng scratched his head and said, well, okay. Yedo's editor-in-chief Pingshan asked Wendy, excuse me, I'm from Yedo, the owner of the lost goods, and I have something to ask you. According to what you said just now, you have been staying in this warehouse. In this case, have you heard any unusual noises? Wendy thought for a while and replied, so, I did vaguely hear footsteps around me, and more than once, but I didn't think those noises were unusual. After hearing what Wendy said, Pingshan said angrily, there were obviously sounds. Why didn't you think it was unusual? Oh, that's it. Albedo nodded aside. Payman asked puzzledly, Albedo, do you understand something? Albedo explained, when it comes to thieves, people usually think of prying open door locks or rummaging around. What Wendy meant just now was that he didn't hear such obviously unnatural sounds. As for the footsteps, this is a warehouse, and a large amount of goods come in and out every day. It's normal for people to walk around here. Pingshan listened to Albedo's analysis and thought it made sense. Then he said with some confusion, but in this case, doesn't the matter of the lost books mean there is no clue at all? Albedo shook his head and said, no, that's not the case. Based on the facts just now, at least 3 conclusions can be drawn. First, the person who took away the books was not a thief who acted on impulse. He was targeting those books from the beginning. Second, the other party is very familiar with the warehouse and even has the key. Third, in that case, there should be more than one criminal. Aang thought for a while and said suddenly. After hearing what Aang said, Albedo nodded and said, you are indeed a traveler. The books are so heavy that one person cannot carry them away in a short time. They must have committed the crime together. and Wendy obviously does not meet the characteristics of a criminal. Wendy listened to Albedo's analysis and nodded with satisfaction. I think he fits the profile quite well. Liusu suddenly said, based on my understanding of him, it is very easy for him to take away so many books without anyone noticing. Wendy. After hearing what Liusu said, the smile on Wendy's face suddenly froze, and he turned around and stared at Liusu in disbelief. Yes, after hearing what Liusu said, Wendy is indeed very suspicious. Zhangli also echoed on the side. Wendy couldn't help but complain. No, Liusu, old man, is it good for you to slander me like this? Liusu nodded seriously and said, no. Then why do you say that? Wendy asked in confusion. Liusu replied, I'm happy. Well, what Liusu said makes sense. Zhangli also nodded on the side. Wendy, look, he can't talk anymore. Catch him. Liusu saw Wendy was silent and smiled at Gyujosera. Gyujosera, this. After hearing Liusu's words, Gyujosera was also in trouble. From the conversation between several people, she learned that this monstered bard was very powerful and could do things that ordinary people couldn't do. Such a person would be even less likely to steal books. And most importantly, the two people in front of him were personally invited by General Lei Dan. If they didn't have a little identity, Gyujosera herself wouldn't believe it. The two distinguished guests invited by General Lei Dan seemed to have a good relationship with the suspected bard. The words they said were like jokes between old friends and should not be taken seriously. But, have you ever thought that I would lose face if I did this? Just as Gyujosera was thinking about what to do, a voice came, and she seemed to see the dawn of hope. Sarah, what are you doing here? Aang appeared here with the eightfold godchild and asked Gyujosera. Gyujosera breathed a sigh of relief and said to Aang, General, this is what happened. After listening to Gyujosera telling her the whole story, Aang looked at Wendy strangely. Wendy, why are you looking at me like that? I already said it wasn't me. I know, it shouldn't be him. I believe you, if he stole the wine, but if he stole the book, forget it. Aang thought for a while and said. Gyujosera listened to Aang's words, and also went down the stairs. He turned to Pingshan and said, Editor-in-Chief Pingshan, the Tenryo Bujaya will focus on investigating the people related to the warehouse in the future. If you have any clues, please let us know in time, okay? Okay, I understand, then I'll leave it to you. Pingshan stopped talking after he finished speaking. Although he was still a little confused in his heart, he was not stupid. The person Gyujosera faced so respectfully was not Inazuma's Raiden General, and he couldn't think of anyone else to come out. Now that I'm cleared of suspicion, can I leave? Wendy suddenly asked, and then walked directly into the island. At Aang's signal, Gyujosera stopped Wendy and said lightly, stop, although the suspicion of theft has been ruled out, whether you came to Inazuma legally is still undecided. After hearing what Gyujosera said, Wendy said with regret, oh, what a pity, I thought I could get away with it just now. Where's your invitation letter? Aang asked Wendy. Wendy scratched his head and said, hey, sorry, I can't remember where I put it for now. Aang said to Gyujosera next to him expressionlessly, Sarah, since he is a stowaway, Sarah, I suspect he is here to cause trouble, so let's lock him up first and release him after the Ranke festival is over. Gyujosera nodded and said, yes. Wendy, no way, we are old friends, can you give me some face? Wendy said with a tangled face. Aang glanced at Wendy and said lightly, no, we are old friends, can you still throw away the invitation letter? That's right, you threw away such an important thing, you are not giving Aang face. Payman listened to Aang's words and nodded in agreement. Wendy sighed and explained, I really forgot where I put it. I had been holding it in my hand before, because I didn't bring any luggage and the invitation was too big to fit in my pocket. Strange, although I drank a little too much before, I always felt that I should have put it away properly. At that time, I was quite satisfied with myself for coming up with this idea. Wendy herself was a little confused. Payman complained to Wendy after hearing what she said, since you had been holding the invitation in your hand before, why did you put it away again? Because I was carefully comparing the taste of Mond wine and Inazuma wine, so I had to hold a cup in each hand. Wendy explained. Wouldn't it be impossible to hold the invitation in this way? But if I put the invitation anywhere, I might forget it. I thought you are not very old. How could you have Alzheimer's disease? After hearing what Wendy said, Liusu sighed. After hearing what Liusu said, Wendy retorted with an unconvinced look. I have Alzheimer's? Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? Your condition is much more serious than mine. Isn't it? You forgot such a simple thing. What else can it be but Alzheimer's? Liusu replied slowly. Wendy couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Liusu. You are the same. You forgot such an important thing and you still have the nerve to blame me? I just forgot. What's the matter? And Zhongli also forgot it, right? If he reminded me, I would forget it? Liusu threw the blame on Zhongli. Zhongli just smiled at the quarrel between the two unreliable old friends at first, but Liusu put the blame on himself with one sentence, which froze the smile on his face. I tell you, even if it is Alzheimer's, it's you too. The combined age of the two is 3 or 4 times my age. How dare you blame me? Wendy continued. Zhongli said, Wendy, that's wrong. It's normal for us to have some wear and tear. Do you think I will believe your lies? You just don't remember. Don't use wear and tear as an excuse. Wendy didn't believe it at all. And old man, you are even worse. You even ate my food in Liu. Ahem. Zhongli just coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Aren't you two eating my food enough? Wendy, you are not ashamed to say that, Zhongli. You two are the same. After hearing what Wendy said, Liusu continued to complain. Wendy said with a look of dissatisfaction, why should I be embarrassed? I earned my mora with my own hands. What about the old man? He is just idle and eats for free everywhere. Okay. How dare you say that? How can I be idle? Didn't I help to solve the monster issue? Zhongli couldn't help but complain to them after hearing what the two said. And Liusu, you are more lazy than me. Every time I look for you, you are nowhere to be found. Liusu heard what Zhongli said and immediately retorted. Hey, Zhongli, what you said is not right. I have been working for so long. What's wrong with me taking a break? You only work once a year and you are lazy and ask me to help you write the copy. Doesn't your heart hurt? No, because my heart is made of rock. Zhongli replied lightly. Liusu, how did you say this? You are the real rocking emperor. Saying this affects your identity. Hey, everyone is slacking off. What's wrong with me slacking off? Wendy said with a smile as she watched the two people complaining to each other. Liusu glanced at Wendy and continued. It's okay to slack off, but what about you? You drank too much and didn't even know where you put your things. How can you be embarrassed? It's embarrassing to tell others. Hey, I want to talk to you today. How can I be embarrassed? Wendy rolled up his sleeves and said to Liusu. Seeing Wendy's posture, Liusu also rolled up one sleeve and said to Wendy, why, do you want to fight? Let's go. Find a place to fight. We haven't had a fight for a long time. Zhongli also moved his wrist and said, Wendy, things seem to be a little unexpected. Payman looked at the quarreling people and said to Aang helplessly. Aang was stunned to see the three gods start with a small quarrel and finally find a place to solve the problem directly with violence. Sure enough, the gods in this world are so unreliable. Well, it seems so. Aang replied with a tangled face. Okay, stop arguing. We are all the same. Aang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. What did you say? After hearing Aang's words, Liusu, Zhongli, and Wendy turned their heads to her at the same time. Facing the gaze of the three gods, Aang said in a low voice, I said that we are all the same. We are all poor, and we are all idling around waiting to die. Liusu immediately retorted, you are the one idling around waiting to die. You are the one who is poor. What are you talking about, you fat otaku? Wendy retorted loudly. Zhongli heard Aang's words and said to him lightly, do you want to fight too? Aang. Seeing Aang suddenly become the target of public criticism, Yi God couldn't help but cover his face. His own gods are still very good at attracting hatred, but you also have to consider the occasion. Which of these three is not better than you? Aang, you should be more careful. Well, don't argue. The matter has not been resolved yet, and now is Inazuma's Ranke festival. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to sit down and talk? Payman hurriedly persuaded. Hey, I want to too, but you've seen what these two are like. Wendy glanced at Zhongli and Liusu with dissatisfaction. Liusu looked up at Wendy and said, "Why, do you have any objections? If you're not convinced, don't eat my food next time and cook it yourself." "Hey, you're actually threatening me?" Wendy said in disbelief after hearing Liusu's words. "You think so?" Wendy finally compromised and said unwillingly, "Okay, you're so cruel." Payman. Eyeing. Kyujo Sarah. Payman struggled with this for a long time, then squeezed out a sentence, and said to Wendy, "Wendy, you're worthy of it." Wendy blinked and tilted her head to Payman and said, Hey, I remembered that you interrupted me. My invitation is in my hat." Wendy said, took off the hat, and took out the invitation inside. "So, if you don't have Alzheimer's disease, you can't even feel something in the hat." Liusu continued to complain. Wendy. Gyujo Sarah also came back to his senses in shock, and learned their identities from the conversations of several people. That is, they are all gods like General Lei Dian, including this green hat. This is indeed an invitation letter issued by the Society Bugio. Now I have no doubts about the identity of this guest. Gyujo Sarah said to several people, but from tonight on, please stay at the 1GUO Chamber of Commerce. Everyone, I'll leave first. After saying that, Gyujo Sarah slipped away directly, because she couldn't afford to offend these people, so General Lei Dan could only have a headache. Sarah left now. Looking at the back of Gyujo Sarah hurriedly leaving, Paimeng scratched his head in confusion. She may have known our identities. Zhongli glanced at Aing and said, "Aing. So that's the case, but speaking of it, Aing and Shenzi, why are you here, and you changed a set of clothes?" Paimeng looked at Aing and Yi Shenzi again and asked, "This is not what our general said, saying that it looks good to wear like this, but it is indeed very good looking, and it is also very comfortable." Yi Shenzi explained. Liusu looked at the two people's outfits and said in some confusion, "You just stole the clothes like this?" "Oh, this is Aing's idea, it has nothing to do with me. If you want to cause trouble, just find Aing." Yi Shenzi covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Son of God." After hearing what Yi Shenzi said, Aing shouted angrily, "What do you mean? If you want to cause trouble, just find me. I tell you, if I'm in trouble, do you think you can escape?" Looking at Aing's gradually dangerous eyes, Yi Shenzi's body stiffened, turned his head, and said to Liusu, "In fact, all this is my attention. It has nothing to do with Aing. If you want to cause trouble, just find me. Aing. Then I will remember it first, and find it back next time." Liusu nodded. Yi Shenzi, "I was just being polite. Why did you take it seriously? And is it really okay for you to treat me, a little fox, so seriously?" Seeing the embarrassed but polite people, Liusu asked, "Do you have anything else to deal with?" "Yeah, I forgot after you interrupted me like this. Albedo, we should also ask Editor-in-Chief Hirayama for information," Payman said suddenly. After hearing what Payman said, Albedo walked in front of Editor-in-Chief Hirayama and said, "Editor-in-Chief Hirayama, I'm Baker who agreed to meet you today." "Ah, so you are Mr. Baker. I'm very sorry that you encountered such a thing just after arriving at Inazuma." Editor Hirayama hurriedly greeted and gave Albedo a stack of information. "This is the information about the 5 Songs Fairy for you. All the information we can find is recorded on it." Albedo checked the information handed over by Pingshan and analyzed it. "Let me see. Well, it's just as I guessed before. The names of Cui Guang and Aoi are not the real names of the 5 Songs Fairy. Although there have been many 5 Songs Fairy stories with different contents circulating in the world, the specific contents of these stories are no longer available. Alas, what a pity. But at least we can know that most of the 5 Songs Fairy stories are written in a similar format, which is also a good thing." Payman listened to Albedo and asked, "Albedo, is this information helpful for painting?" Albedo nodded and said, "It does provide some ideas, but I admit that the most important thing is inspiration, and I'm still lacking something." Editor Hirayama said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, the information is indeed not detailed enough, but we can't find more content at the moment." But Master Yi said, "The legend of the 5 Songs Fairy is ever changing, and everyone has a different story in their hearts, so you just need to follow your heart and create what you think is interesting." Payman also nodded and agreed. This is what the Son of God would say. "Ah, did I say that?" After hearing what Irayama said, Ye Godson scratched his head and said with a puzzled expression, "Son of God, you don't know what you said? Have you also become Alzheimer's?" Aang sighed after hearing what Ye Godson said. Yi Shinko replied directly, "How is that possible? I'm only 500 years old, which is much younger than you. You should get it first." Aang. Albedo thought for a moment and said to Hirayama, Editor-in-Chief, "Don't worry. Let me take care of the painting. Thank you. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Baker. And everyone, I have one last favor to ask of you." Having said this, Hirayama seemed to suddenly think of something and said to them, "Tomorrow morning, Mr. Zenryu, the author of The Swordsman in the Fall, will arrive in Inazuma by boat. If you see him, please don't mention the theft of his new book for the time being. No matter whether these books can be found in the end, Yeida will find a way to ensure that the new publication launch will be held smoothly." "I understand." Aang nodded in agreement. "Thank you very much. I'll take my leave now." Seeing Hirayama leaving, Paimon said to Yi Shinko, "Son of God, what do you think about the lost book?" "I don't know." Yi Shinko shook her head after hearing Paimon's words. "Hey, aren't you the editor-in-chief of Yido?" Paimon asked in confusion. Yi Shinko explained, "But this Ranke festival was not held by me, but by another Yi Shinko, so I don't know about this." Huh. After hearing what Yi Shinko said, Paimon stared at her in disbelief. "It's impossible. We saw you in the morning. You tricked us into receiving guests." Aang explained on the side, "Son of God has been at Narukami all day today, so the Son of God you saw in the morning should be someone pretending to be someone else. No way. There is still someone who can pretend to be the Son of God in Inazuma? This is too." Paimon was a little overwhelmed after hearing Aang's explanation. Aang touched his chin and said, "No, the Son of God we saw this morning was real." Neither her way of speaking nor some insignificant details sounded fake. Moreover, she handled the festival affairs in an orderly manner. She was no different from the chief priest of Narukami Shrine. It was as if she had been a chief priest for a long time and managed everything in an orderly manner. She is indeed a chief priest, but not the Son of God. Aang nodded and said, "So it's normal that you can't tell the difference. It can be said that besides me and the Son of God, Inazuma has the Son of God, and no one else can tell the difference between her and the Son of God." "No way. Since the Son of God was pretended by someone, why didn't you expose her?" Paimon asked with a puzzled look on his face. After hearing what Paimon said, Aang asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Why do you want to expose her? Isn't everything she did for Inazuma?" "Ah. How can you be so sure? What if she has other intentions?" Paimon said this, and suddenly thought of something, and continued to say to Aang, "Aang, you mean, you know this person pretending to be Izumiko?" Aang nodded and said, "Yes, I know her." "What are you talking about? How come I don't know that we have a priest in Inazuma?" After hearing what the two said, Izumiko asked with a suspicious look on her face, "It's normal that you don't know. When that priest was there, you were just a little fox that could be deceived by fried tofu." Aang glanced at Izumiko and said, "In fact, she didn't know, but once when she went to the castle tower to find Zen, she saw the white-haired fox talking with Zen, that is, Kitsune Segumi, who disappeared with Zen at that time. At that time, she was very surprised when she saw Kitsune Segumi. When Kitsune Samiya saw Aang, he was also stunned for a moment. He did not expect that the other party would be teleported directly to the castle tower. So they talked for an afternoon, and Aang learned from Kitsune Samiya how she revived. After hearing Aang's words, Yisekao directly associated it with Kitsune Samiya with her smart mind, and immediately asked Aang, "Wait, Aang, there are only a few chief priests of Inazuma, and you and I know that there is only one other than me. Tell me, is this Yisekao her?" "I don't know. If you want to know the answer, just go and meet her yourself." Aang shook his head and said, "Yisekao." After hearing Aang's words, Yisekao had a lot of question marks on her head. "What kind of riddle man game are you playing with me, a violent warrior?" Chapter 236. Rua Fox's happiness is unpredictable. "Okay, enough chatting. Aang, Shenzi, I need your help with something," Liusu said to Aang and Shenzi. "Are you guys chatting?" After hearing Liusu's words, a series of question marks floated over Paimon's head. Wendy nodded and said, of course, otherwise we would really fight. If you want to fight, it's okay. Zhongli glanced at Wendy and said. After hearing Zhongli's words, Wendy waved her hand and said, no, I don't have that kind of special hobby. Is there anything I can help you with? Aang asked in confusion. Liusu glanced at the busy street and said, it's not easy to talk here. Let's go to another place. After hearing Liusu's words, Aang thought for a while and said, then let's go to Mengshantasia. The castle tower is not okay, because General Raiden is there. If you need to find General Raiden, then we can go directly to the castle tower. Liusu nodded and said, no need to find General Raiden, the main thing is to find you. Let's go to Mengshantasia. Yes. Aang nodded. Hey, Liusu, what's going on? Wendy asked curiously after hearing this. Liusu glanced at Wendy and said, it's about Zumi and Inazuma. It has nothing to do with you. You should just stay here and have a good time at the Ranke festival. Well, okay. Wendy scratched his head. Zhongli said, do you need my help? Liusu shook his head and said, no, just stay quiet and do your homework. If possible, don't disturb my vacation time in the future. That will be the biggest help to me. Zhongli. Liusu disappeared in front of everyone with the Son of God and Aang, and also took Nashida and Losha with him, leaving a few people staring at each other in bewilderment. Oh, they left. Payman spread his hands and said. Wendy imitated Payman and spread his hands and said, yes, he left. Hey, street singer, don't imitate me. Seeing Wendy's behavior, Payman shouted angrily, but then again, what is Liusu preparing for? It's really curious. After hearing Payman's words, Aang also thought for a while and replied, I think it should be related to the scattered soldiers. Huh? Is it the Fachu executive who was beaten by you last time? Payman asked in surprise. Oh, that's it. After hearing what the two said, Zhongli's eyes flashed, as if he thought of something. Seeing Zhongli's thoughtful look, Wendy asked, Grandpa, do you know? Zhongli shook his head and said, nothing, just my guess. Wendy, although I'm also a riddle man, it doesn't stop me from hating riddle men. On the other side, after the few people arrived at the Naruto shrine, Liusu followed Aang into the room of Yishinko, and then the few people found a place to sit down. Aang asked Liusu, what do you want to talk to us about? It's about the main storyline of Zumi. I have a headache now. Liusu rubbed his eyebrows and said. After hearing Liusu's words, Yi Shenzi covered his mouth and laughed. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be a day when you would have a headache. It's really rare. The main problem is not the collapse of your Thunder Kingdom. I'm thinking about how to make up for it. Liusu couldn't help but complain. No, if Genshin Impact 2nd represents what will happen in the future, then the main storyline of Zumi is completely out of touch, because the gods of Zumi have all run away. Yi Shenzi shook his head and said, besides, I talked to the traveler before, and her purpose is not to find her brother. If you can talk, just say more. Liusu glanced at Yi Shenzi expressionlessly. What I said is also true, but what has Zumi become now? Yi Shenzi spread his hands and said helplessly. After hearing what the Eightfold Son of God said, Liusu scratched her head and said, I don't know. After that, she threw the question to Nashida who was watching on the side and said, Nashida, do you know? I don't know either. Since I left Zumi, I haven't paid attention to it. Nashida answered in a low voice. How did you become a god? You don't even know the situation in Zumi. After hearing what Liusu said, Nashida argued, this is not what you asked, saying not to care about them. Really? Did I say that? Liusu looked at the ceiling with empty eyes and asked in confusion. Nashida. Liusu thought for a while and came up with a brilliant idea. She said to Nashida excitedly, how about this? I will turn you into a straw bag again, so that the main storyline can continue. Nashida. After hearing Liusu's words, a series of question marks floated above Nashida's head, and then she retorted with a look of horror, I don't want to become a straw bag again. Liusu, you can't do this to me. I've grown up with great difficulty. After listening to the conversation between the two, Yashida covered her face and complained helplessly, alas, I was wondering why she looked at me in surprise when I told the traveler that Zumi is a country of wisdom and their god is the god of wisdom. It turns out that you have already contacted her. Hearing Yashida's arrangement of herself and Liusu, Nashida raised her fist at Yashida with an unhappy face and said to Yashida, "What? Do you have any objections? Do you want to fight?" Nashida, "Beat her." Liusu fanned the flames. "Yi Shenzi, okay, I shouldn't have said so much, and are you two really the gods of wisdom? Why are you all thinking about solving the problem with force?" Looking at Yi Shenzi, who suddenly shrank behind him, Aang sighed helplessly. Okay, they are joking, but then again, this kind of Zumi really can't develop the main line. I know that too, so I'm worried. Without the main line, the trajectory of this world will change, until it will eventually deviate from the original orbit. Liusu rubbed his eyebrows, and said with a painful face, "Liusu, you should still tell me your ideas." Shenzi doesn't dare to speak. Aang looked at Yi Shenzi, who was silent on the side, and said helplessly, "Hey, I thought the little fox would have some new ideas, but he didn't take the bait. What a pity." After hearing Aang's words, Liusu put away his headache expression and said with disappointment, "Yi Shenzi, I'm not that stupid fish. I'm a smart fox. I can't take the bait 3 times on one thing. You'd better give up this idea." Just as the Eightfold God was secretly proud of herself, Liusu glanced at her and continued, "Do you think you can escape? Impossible. I will settle accounts with you after we finish talking. I plan to do this." Liusu thought about it and told a few people her ideas, and also assigned some tasks to Nashida and Yingpei. After Liusu's explanation for a day, Liusu had thought about what the characters on the way would do and what lines they would say. It was simply a perfect performance of a realistic story. That's about it. By the way, why are you looking at me like this? After Liusu finished speaking, she found that several people were looking at her with stunned expressions, as if they were looking at a monster. She scratched her head in confusion and said, "What I said should be fine. What do you think of this idea? Is Zumi really your kingdom? Are you really the god of grass?" After struggling for a while, the Eightfold God asked in a low voice. Liusu nodded and said, "I guess so. Zumi now has no other gods, except the 2 of us." Yajin Godson said with emotion, "Zumi people are really blessed to have you as a god. What you have done is even more outrageous than Aang." After hearing what Yajin Godson said, Aang threatened him with an unconvinced look. "Godson, what do you mean? Do you have any objections to my previous management? Oh, how dare I? You are my general." Yajin Godson hurriedly said, "If I don't act according to your wishes, I will be bullied to death by you." Liusu, is this really okay? Do you think Zumi can withstand your hardship and training? Nashida also whispered, "If you have any objections, just say it. Isn't this a discussion with you?" Liusu said, "Of course we have no objection. After all, it's not the people of Inazuma who will suffer in the end." Yi God said, "On the contrary, I think it's quite fun. Don't you think so, Aang?" Aang nodded and said, "Well, I also think this behavior is good." After listening to the two, Liusu nodded and said, "That's fine. This matter is decided happily." Liusu, why don't you think about it again? Nashida wanted to persuade her. Do you want to go to work in the future? In this regard, Liusu just asked a question that Nashida could not answer. Nashida. Seeing Nashida's silence, Liusu continued, "You should know that this time is your reasonable retirement method. In the future, you will no longer be troubled by the Sumi people and asked to work overtime. Well, then do as you say. Whatever you need me to do, I will definitely do it." Nashida patted her chest and promised. Ye God. So you gods, you really do anything to slack off. Thinking of this, Ye God couldn't help but complain in his heart. "I have a question," Aang suddenly said. Liusu asked in surprise, "Oh, what's the problem? Is there a flaw in my plan?" Aang shook his head and explained, "No, your plan is perfect. My problem is, when I fight Guobeng, what should I use to fight? If I use Mengxiang Yixin, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand it and be beaten to death by me. What should I do? Well, let me think. How about using clogs? It can cause effective damage, vent anger, and you don't have to worry about beating the opponent to death." Liusu thought for a while and replied. Aang listened to Liusu's words, stared at the other party for a while and said, "Clogs? Isn't it a bit too cruel?" Liusu explained, "How about using a clothes hanger?" Lin, who is very experienced in teaching children a lesson, It can give them an unforgettable memory without causing harm to their bodies. I see. I'll find a sturdy thing to make a pair of clogs. Aang nodded after hearing it. Hey, I want one too. I want one too. I'll make a sturdy clothes hanger. I've wanted to be Guo Bang for a long time. After hearing what Aang said, Yi Shenzi quickly agreed. Aang touched his chin and thought, according to the plot we've seen, Guo Bang will drive a mecha of the colorful Sunshine Lord. We have to destroy the mecha first, and then we can beat him with clogs and clothes hangers. But if the mecha is destroyed, Guo Bang probably won't be able to bear it. After hearing what Aang said, Yi Shenzi nodded and said, that's right. Aang, do you have any better ideas? Let me think about it. Aang frowned and said, I have a suggestion. I can treat it. Do you want me to help you keep Guo Bang alive? Losha said directly from the side. After hearing what Losha said, Yi Shinko nodded with satisfaction and said, I didn't expect that we have a healer here, so you'll be the one. Okay. Losha nodded and said, well, can I hit him a few times when the time comes? Yes, of course. Let's put it this way. Yi Shinko replied with a smile. Nashida. After hearing what the other said, Nashida suddenly felt a little sad for the future of the scattered soldiers, but for some reason she was very happy in her heart. Liusu, there shouldn't be anything wrong, right? You've been talking here for 2 days, and the Ranke festival is about to start. Nashida hesitated and said to Liusu. Liusu looked at Nashida and said, no, do you want to go out and play? Well, I'll see what's fun in the Ranke festival. Nashida nodded. There's nothing fun about the Ranke festival, and my mission as a priest was taken away by a bad woman, so now I can only rest here. Yi Shenzi sighed and said, I originally wanted to have a big time at this Ranke festival. Okay, it will be the same next time at the Ranke festival. Aang comforted Yi Shenzi. Yi Shenzi could only nod and say, okay then. Liusu, I'll leave first. Liusu waved to Nashida and said, go. I'll lie here for a while. I've been using my brain for a day and feel a little tired. Nashida. Watching Nashida leave, Liusu turned his gaze to Yi Shenzi who was talking to Aang excitedly and said, son of God, should we settle yesterday's account? Hearing Liusu's words, Yi Shenzi's smile froze, and he looked at Liusu with a vigilant look and asked, what do you want to do? Nothing, I just want to rub the fox. Liusu replied lightly. Yi Shinko, still want to run? Come back here. Looking at Yi Shinko rushing out of the door, Liusu stretched out her hand to her back, and a huge force pulled Yi Shinko to catch her again. Yi Shinko struggled violently, and looking at the closed door in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a kind of despair in her heart. But she did not give up the hope of survival, but struggled violently, shouting while struggling, let me go, let me go. This space has been blocked by me. Even if you scream your throat out today, no one will come to save you. Liusu said to the struggling Yi Shinko with disdain. Aang, save me. While struggling, Yi Shinko saw Aang sitting quietly next to her, and hurriedly asked for help. Aang just looked up at the ceiling, and said with a serious face, the scenery of the world remains the same for thousands of years, but people are like white dew and bubbles, nothingness. Wear and tear is a terrible thing. Yi Shenzi. Looking at the little fox being kneaded and flattened in Liusu's hands, Aang sighed helplessly in his heart. Shenzi, it's not that I don't want to save you, but the two of us combined can't beat her. Besides, this is not the first time, you just have to bear it. Woo woo woo. Liusu rubbed the little fox with a comfortable look on her face. The feeling was really amazing. Aang watched Liusu rub the fox aside. She lowered her head and looked at her hands, remembering the comfortable feeling of rubbing the fox before, so she made a decision. Then, under Yi Shenzi's expectant eyes, Aang walked towards her. Before Yi Shenzi could be surprised, Aang also rubbed her under her unbelievable eyes. Yi Shenzi, can you two be human for once? Is it so happy to rub a fox? Is it necessary to rub a fox like me? You are really going too far. The next day. Hey, rubbing a fox is really comfortable. Aang, what do you think? Liusu stretched out with a relaxed look and said to Aang who was still rubbing a fox next to her. Aang listened to Liusu's words, let go of Yi Shenzi, nodded in agreement and said, it feels very good. Why didn't I find it before? Yeah, it's your loss that you didn't find it earlier. Let's rub a fox together next time we have a chance. Liusu suggested. Aang smiled and nodded and said, okay. Yi Shenzi. Yi Shenzi didn't have the strength to speak at this time. She could only look at the two women in front of her with a dim look. One was her god, and the other was completely unbeatable by her. No matter which aspect, they were crushing her. Thinking of this, Yi Shenzi decided to give up. They could do whatever they wanted in the future, and she would not serve them. By the way, we rubbed Shenzi for a day. Will she be okay? Aang suddenly asked Liusu with some concern. Losha took over the topic and replied, don't worry, I have treatment. She will be fine. As long as she is still alive, I can save her. After hearing Losha's words, Aang breathed a sigh of relief and said, then I'm relieved. Yi Shinko. At the same time, on the island, Aang and Payman were called over by Albedo. After hearing Albedo's request, Payman asked in surprise, huh? You want us to help look after Klee? Yes, before I brought Klee to the island, I told her a lot of stories about Inazuma, which made her very much looking forward to the customs and culture of Inazuma. Albedo nodded and said, but this time I came to Inazuma. In addition to the portrait of the 5 songs fairy, I have other things to do. I don't have time to accompany her out to play these 2 days. After all, Inazuma is not Mond. I can't let Klee run around alone before the things are done. I can only let her stay in the International Chamber of Commerce. Although I didn't hear her complain, I can see that she is still a little lonely. Fortunately, we still have you and Payman, so. Klee saw Aang trotting over with a happy face and greeted, wow, the Ononite sister is here. Ononite sister, what are you talking about? Do you want to go out and play together? Klee, do you want to go out and play? Aang asked little Klee. Klee nodded and said, yes, but Albedo is very busy. I can't go too far, or he will worry. After hearing what Klee said, Payman said, Klee is such a thoughtful and kind child. Yeah, indeed. Unlike Payman, you are not worry-free at all. Aang complained on the side. Payman immediately retorted, how can I not be thoughtful? Every time there is delicious slime, I think of you. Aang glanced at Payman and said expressionlessly, then thank you so much. By the way, Nashida and Liusu haven't shown up in the past few days since they left. Payman scratched his head. Is Sister Nashida here too? Why didn't she come to play with Klee? Does she not like Klee anymore? Klee's excited expression suddenly collapsed when she said this. Payman, why did you suddenly bring this up? Aang said to Payman with a helpless look on her face. Payman scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, I just thought of it suddenly. After all, Nashida and Klee used to play together before. Is it because Klee blew up the order house last time that Liusu didn't let Nashida and Klee play? Klee asked Aang. Payman waved his hands and said, no, Nashida and the others have something to do now, and they can't play with Klee yet. Okay. Klee was still a little uninterested after hearing what Payman said. Albedo comforted Klee. Klee, your sister Nashida is different from you. She has her own things to do, and it's impossible for her to play with Klee all the time. Let the Ononite sister play with little Payman and Klee first, okay? Klee, do you want to play with the Ononite sister? Of course I do. Klee raised her head and answered. After hearing what Klee said, Albedo breathed a sigh of relief and said to Aang, Klee is our Spark Knight after all. You have to protect her. Ahem. What I mean is, it's best not to let Klee get into trouble. Albedo said this, thinking that he didn't make it clear enough, so he changed the way he said to Aang. For example, if a corner of a hill in Inazuma is missing, or there is an explosion in the city, Klee might get into trouble. Understood. Explosions are prohibited, right? Aang nodded. Seeing that Aang understood what he meant, Albedo nodded and said, then I'm relieved. But, Nashida is in Inazuma. If we meet her at that time, we can't take care of this matter. Payman reminded Albedo. Albedo thought for a while and said, it's okay, you just need to keep an eye on Klee before she meets Nashida. If Klee goes to play with Nashida later, you don't have to keep an eye on her. After all, she will handle it. Great. Don't worry, brother Albedo. Klee won't take out the bouncing bombs before meeting Sister Nashida, and I will bring you some fun things. Little Klee said excitedly after hearing what Albedo said. Albedo nodded and said, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll leave Klee to you. I heard that fireworks are strictly prohibited in both the outlying islands and in Azuma City during the Ranke festival. You must keep an eye on her. Albedo left first, after giving his instructions. He still had a lot of things to do, and he was not as leisurely as Klee and the other gods. There are many interesting places in Inazuma, such as the restaurant and the shrine. They are all very distinctive. Where does Klee want to go? Paimon saw Albedo leave, and turned to ask little Klee. Klee asked puzzledly, huh? What is a restaurant? Paimon explained, it's a place that sells food and drinks, probably the same as the Deer Hunter restaurant in Mondstadt. Restaurant. Great, there are snacks to eat. After listening to Paymon's explanation, Klee cheered excitedly. I understand. Then let's go to a place where there is delicious snacks. After hearing Paimon talking about food every 3 sentences, Aang couldn't help but complain. Paimon, you only know how to eat. Can't you find something else? Paimon explained. But, it's lunchtime now, and I'm hungry. Only when I'm full can I have the energy to take little Klee out to play. Okay, let's go eat first. Aang sighed helplessly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Mushroom-shaped fireworks. In Azuma Castle, Naganohara fireworks shop. Paimon called out to Xiaogong, who was busy working. Xiaogong, we are here to play with you. Hey, it's you guys. Long time no see. Are you here to ask me to make fireworks? Xiaogong turned around and said. Paimon waved his hand and said, no, we brought Klee to play with you. She heard that you are very good at making fireworks. Klee nodded fiercely and said, yeah. Klee heard from Honor Knight's sister that Xiaogong's fireworks are very beautiful. Klee also wants to learn. Hello, Klee. I'm Xiaogong, the manager of this Naganohara fireworks shop. Xiaogong heard what Klee said, and introduced himself to Klee again. Well, hello. Klee waved her little hand in response. Xiaogong looked at Kelly and praised her. Your hat and clothes are so cute. The patterns on them are so special. And this backpack, wow, the workmanship is so exquisite. That's a 4-leaf clover. Mom and Captain Kin both said that 4-leaf clover can bring luck. After hearing Xiaogong's praise, Kelly scratched her head a little embarrassed and replied, is that so? Great. Maybe everyone will like it. Xiaogong continued, and the elf on your backpack is also very cute. Kelly replied, that's Duduko, my best friend. We often go to Zinglo Lake to fry fish together. Oh, is it Duduko? This name is also very interesting. I like it. Looking at Xiaogong, who quickly became friends with Kelly, Paimon said to Aang, it's worthy of being Xiaogong. You can play with children so quickly. I think Paimon is also okay. Aang replied, touching his chin. Paimon understood what Aang meant and shouted angrily, hey, I'm not a child. Klee continued, that's right. After every dodo is born, it will ride the wind to go on an adventure. This is what its mother told me. Ride the wind to go on an adventure? Klee's mother is so romantic. After hearing Klee's words, Xiaogong showed a surprised expression and agreed with Klee. Klee nodded and said, yes, Mom is the most powerful and best person. Sister Xiaogong, little Paimon is right. You are a very good person too. After hearing Klee's words, Xiaogong smiled and said, I also feel that I will be a good match with Klee. We will definitely be good friends. Xiaogong thought for a while and said, since Klee likes 4-leaf clover so much, I will make a 4-leaf clover shaped firework and show it to Klee. Klee wants to learn too. Xiaogong smiled and nodded. Okay, sister will teach you how to make 4-leaf clover shaped fireworks. Xiaogong's reply made little Klee applaud happily and said, yeah, after setting off fireworks, we can go frying fish with Duduko. Wait a minute, frying fish? No, Albedo specifically told us to do that. Paimon hurriedly stopped him. Aang also said, no explosions are allowed. Oh, I was so happy that I forgot about it. After listening to Aang and Payman's words, Xiaogong also remembered that fireworks were not allowed during the Ranke festival. The people from the community specifically told me that fireworks are prohibited in Inazuma during the Ranke festival. Ah, no? Well then. After hearing what Xiaogong said, Klee suddenly became unhappy and lowered her head and replied with some disappointment. Seeing that both of them looked dejected, Payman said with some confusion, no, meeting friends is a happy thing. Why are you suddenly sad again? Don't be sad. Wait until after the Ranke festival to set off fireworks. Aang touched little Klee's head and comforted her. After hearing what Aang said, Klee nodded her little head and said, well, it would be great if Sister Nashida was here, so Klee can go fry fish anytime. Really? Klee, is your Sister Nashida so powerful? Can you fry fish anytime? Xiaogong asked with a surprised look. Klee nodded her head and replied, yes, Sister Nashida is the best. She can also make mushroom-shaped bombs. If you throw them into the sea, there will be a bang, and then a huge mushroom will grow, and then we will have a lot of fish to eat. Mushroom-shaped fireworks? After hearing what Klee said, Xiaogong scratched his head in confusion. Klee shook her head and said, Klee doesn't know if this mushroom is a firework, but it is really powerful in exploding fish. Really? I really want to see it. Xiaogong murmured with a hopeful expression. Yeah, Klee still has 2 explosive fireworks left by Sister Nashida. Let's find a place to set them off. Klee took out a huge bouncing bomb wrapped in green energy and said to Xiaogong excitedly. Seeing Xiaogong's face full of excitement and some desire, Paimon hurriedly stopped her and said, no, that's not fireworks, that's bombs, and mushrooms are also mushroom clouds formed after the bomb explodes. Without Nashida, Klee can't play with such dangerous things, otherwise you will blow up Inazuma Castle. Okay, then wait for Sister Nashida to come, Klee. Klee listened to Paimon's words, put away the bomb, and replied with some disappointment. Explosion, bomb, mushroom cloud? Xiaogong was also dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the fireworks Klee mentioned were like this. Okay, Klee, don't be unhappy. We still have a lot of things to do together. We don't have to set off bombs. Paimon comforted Klee. Aang suggested, then let's go to the Ranke festival together. Yes, and Kagxiang just said that there are many other fun things at the festival. Paimon nodded in agreement. Xiaogong put away his previous emotions and whispered to Klee, how is it, Klee? Maybe you can have fun at the Ranke festival. Yeah, Klee wants to go. So Aang and Paimeng brought Xiaogong and Klee to the Ranke festival. There was nothing to eat at the Ranke festival, mostly some publications, which made Paimeng, who likes to eat, a little disappointed. What? The Ranke festival is not fun at all. It's all books, and there's nothing to eat. Paimon couldn't help but complain. Aang glanced at Paimon and said with some contempt, Paimon, you only know how to eat. Paimon. At this time, Xiaogong walked to a stall and stopped, then picked up a book in front of him and read, The Foreigner's Noisy Journey, The Wind of Death Blowing Towards the Blonde Warrior. What a long name. It must be a new book I haven't read. Kelly also picked up a book and read, Author, Kaoki Yiking, Sister Xiaogong. This name is so strange. What Koran Yiking? It should be pronounced Maoki Yiking. Ahem. This is my real name. After hearing what Kelly said, the stall owner corrected her with a look of dissatisfaction. The Stranger's Noisy Journey is my new series of work, and this book The Death Wind Blowing Towards the Blonde Samurai is the first in the series. After listening to the stall owner's explanation, Klee asked doubtfully, will there be good friends in the story of the stranger? Blowing. Brother Kaya said that the protagonist in a good story will have a good friend. The owner of the novel stall shook his head and answered proudly, no, not at all. That kind of cliché plot will never appear in my novel. Full of betrayal and blood and tears. Lonely and endless. The journey of a persistent samurai to seek the truth. This is the story worth writing. Looking at the stall owner excitedly talking about the content of his novel, Xiaogong showed an embarrassed but polite smile and said, is this so? I feel that this story may not be suitable for Klee. Let's go somewhere else first. Hey, miss, don't go. You really don't want to take a look? I can give you a 40% discount. Looking at the few people who left directly, the stall owner hurriedly greeted them, eyeing. As the group came to the next stall, Klee went up and picked up a book, saying, "What's the Night of Princess Fiscal?" It's the story of Sister Fiscal. That word is pronounced Tan. Oh, Klee, have you read this novel? Xiaogang smiled and guided. Klee shook her head and said, "No, but I know about Sister Fiscal. Sister Fiscal is always with Oz. Everyone in the Adventurers Association knows it, just like I'm always with Duduko." At this point, Klee's mood sank again. "Duduko, will you feel bored now?" Xiaogang whispered to comfort Klee. "This can't be helped. There are so many flammable publications at the Ranke Festival, and you really have to be careful with fire." Oh, it seems that visiting the Ranke Festival can't make Xiaogang and Klee happy. Seeing that the two people were in a bad mood again, Payman said to Aang anxiously, "Well, but even if we can't set off fireworks or fry fish, there must be other things we can do with Duduko." After hearing what Paimon said, Xiaogang asked in confusion, For example, drawing?" Aang thought for a while and answered, "Hey, what do you mean?" Xiaogang said. Paimon explained, "Yes, the Ranke Festival is an occasion to display works. Just like everyone else who participated in the exhibition, we can show the story of Duduko. Kelly, do you want to fry fish together? The Ranke Festival is so boring." Suddenly a voice appeared and interrupted Paimon's words. Hearing the familiar voice, Kelly turned her head excitedly and saw a familiar figure and shouted in surprise, "Sister Nashida. Nashida, why are you here? And why are you like this again?" Paimon looked at Nashida, who had turned into a small form again, and asked with some confusion. Nashida explained, "For the future plan, this is the only way." "The future plan?" Paimon scratched his head and asked puzzled. "You will know this later." Nashida shook her head and didn't say much. "Sister Nashida, where are we going to fry fish?" Klee asked Nashida. Nashida touched her chin and thought for a while before answering. "Let's go to Heiji Island, which is a good place to fry fish." "Great. Fry fish, fry fish." After hearing what Nashida said, Klee jumped up and said, "Sister Nashida, this is Klee's new friend Sister Xiaogang. She can also make fireworks. Let's take her to fry fish together." "Fireworks? Oh. Are you really going to fry fish? But isn't it forbidden to set off fireworks during the Ranke Festival?" Xiaogang asked in surprise as he looked at the two little ones who were ready to act. "Don't worry, with Sister Nashida here, it's okay. We won't be able to fry Nazuma." Klee patted her chest and assured. After hearing what Klee said, Paimon said suspiciously, "But didn't you blow up the furnace of Tadashi in the temple of Zumi last time?" "Well, that was an accident." Klee didn't know that the bomb would bounce so high. This time, only one bomb was dropped at a time. The previous situation will definitely not happen again. Blow up the temple of Zumi. And the furnace of Tadashi was also blown up by you?" Xiaogang shouted in horror. Paimon asked in surprise, "Hey, Xiaogang, you also know about this?" "Of course, there was a terrorist bombing attack on the temple of Zumi. This matter has spread all over Teyvat. Those sages haven't found the murderer yet." Xiaogang nodded. "Then why didn't we hear anyone mention it before?" Paimon scratched his head. Actually some adventurers I know told me about it. This matter can only be discussed in a low voice." Xiaogang said a little embarrassedly. Fry the fish, Sister Nashida, let's go quickly. Klee can't wait any longer." Klee urged Nashida. After Klee returned to Mondstadt, she was put in solitary confinement by Captain Jane, because Captain Jane knew about our bombing of the Sumeru Order. For such a long time, Captain Jane didn't let Klee touch the bombs, nor did she let Klee leave the nights. It was because Brother Albedo was coming to Inazuma to participate in the Inazuma festival, and the others didn't have time to look after Klee, so Klee was able to come out successfully. "Well, let's have a good time bombing today." Nashida smiled and nodded. "Great, let's go. Aren't you going to take care of it?" Xiaogang whispered to Aang and Paimon. Paimon waved his hand and said, No. "Why?" Xiaogang asked in confusion. "Nothing, let's go too." Paimon replied. So, several people followed Nashida to the sea island, and Xiaogong also knew why Paimon said that he couldn't take care of it. This little guy who was about the same age as Klee was not an ordinary person at all. We've reached the sea island so soon. Xiaogong looked around and said in surprise. Nashida asked little Klee, Klee, do you have any more bombs? Yes, Klee still has some. Klee said and dumped all the bombs in her backpack, piling them up into a small hill. Is this what you mean? Paimon looked at the hill of bombs that was dozens of times bigger than her, and her mouth opened into an O shape. Klee is ready, hey. Klee said, holding a bouncing bomb and throwing it at the sea in the distance. Boom. As the bomb landed, a loud noise came from the sea in the distance, and the aftermath of the explosion almost shook several people to the point of losing their balance. It's so powerful. Xiaogong looked at the water column rising in the distance and exclaimed. Klee said to Xiaogong, Sister Xiaogong, this is just an ordinary bouncing bomb, and there are also mushroom bombs. Then, what are mushroom bombs like? Xiaogong asked curiously. Kelly, release one right away. Sister Nashida, help Kelly. Kelly struggled to lift the bouncing bomb that was as big as her and shouted to Nashida. Looking at Kelly who was struggling to hold the bomb, Xiaogong asked, do you throw the fish yourself? Kelly explained, yes, throw the bomb hard. If it's too close, the water will explode on you, so the big bouncing bombs are thrown by Sister Nashida. Kelly is too weak. Nashida, who was standing by, had already grabbed the huge bouncing bomb with one hand and then threw it hard at the sea in the distance. A meteor with a red tail flew rapidly into the distance. Then there was a dazzling light, and Kelly and Nashida were already used to it, so they quickly closed their eyes, but Xiaogong, Paimon and Dying, who were standing by, were almost blinded by the light produced by the explosion. What is that? Another sun appeared on the sea. Xiaogong said, covering his eyes. That's a mushroom bomb. The light it produces when it explodes is even brighter than the sun. I forgot to tell you just now. Sorry. Klee said a little embarrassedly. When the light in front of her eyes dissipated, Xiaogong slowly opened her eyes and said, it's okay. Wait, what is that? At Tsunami? Xiaogong suddenly saw a blue line rushing towards here from a distance and shouted in fear. Klee explained excitedly, that's a gift from the sea. A lot of fish will be sent here by the waves soon. A gift from the sea. Paimon scratched his head. Wow. Nashida, think of a way quickly. The waves are too high. Little Klee comforted Paimon. Don't worry, little Paimon. We have encountered this many times. Sister Nashida will solve it. There will be no problem. Sister Xiaogong, look, a big mushroom. Klee pulled Xiaogong's hand and shouted. Xiaogong. Looking at the huge mushroom cloud rising in the distance, Xiaogong also understood why Paimon and Aang looked terrified when talking about mushrooms. If this mushroom rises in Inazuma, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry about the big mushroom, Nashida, the waves are coming. Do you want us to notify Liusu? This wave is bigger than the one in the Golden Apple Islands before. Paimon looked at the tsunami approaching here and shouted anxiously. Nashida hurriedly replied, no, don't call Liusu. I will solve it. Yes, don't notify Liusu, otherwise Sister Nashida will be beaten. Klee also echoed on the side. Nashida, although it's right to say so, I don't want to lose face when you say that. Finally, when the tsunami arrived, Nashida stretched out her hand and urged her divine power. A green barrier rose in front of everyone, blocking the tsunami outside the barrier. Okay, it's solved. When the waves calm down, we can go fishing. Little Klee continued. Xiaogong looked at the 100-meter high tsunami that was blocked outside the green barrier and said with lingering fear, great, so exciting. Sister Xiaogong, do you want to fry fish too? Kelly took out 2 bouncing bombs and walked to Xiaogong and said. Xiaogong took the bouncing bombs and nodded. Okay. Well, Sister Xiaogong, when you fry fish, you have to throw the bombs outside the barrier, otherwise they will explode on us. Kelly reminded Xiaogong who was about to throw the bombs. It will also explode on yourself? Xiaogong froze in the action of throwing the bombs after hearing what little Kelly said. Yes, so don't throw the bouncing bombs that you can't hold. Kelly said seriously. Xiaogong thought for a while and said to Kelly, Kelly, have you ever thought of making bombs for frying fish in the same way as fireworks? Well, we have tried it before, but if we use fireworks to launch bombs, we won't have the fun of throwing bombs to fry fish by ourselves. Kelly replied. Yes, is that so? Xiaogong scratched his head and said, well, as long as we throw the bomb outside the barrier, everything will be fine, right? Yes, yes, Sister Xiaogong, you must throw it accurately, otherwise you won't be able to blow up the fish. Klee nodded. Okay. Xiaogong heard what Klee said, took a small bouncing bomb, and threw it hard into the distance. The bomb fell into the water and made a loud noise. Soon, several fish were blown up from the water with their bellies turned upside down. Sister Nashida has fish. Fish. Help Sister Xiaogong pick them up. Seeing this, Klee hurriedly shouted to Nashida. Okay. After Nashida answered, she gestured a photo pose with both hands towards the fish on the water, and the divine power in her hands moved to collect all the locked fish meat. Klee cheered. Great. We can eat grilled fish again today. Chapter 238. So cute. Come here and let me hug you. No, no, no. Throwing bombs is so tiring. I still like to launch bombs directly like fireworks. Xiaogong, who had been throwing bombs for a while, shook her sore arms and said, are you tired, Sister Xiaogong? Kelly asked in confusion. Xiaogong nodded and said, yes, your bomb is too heavy. Throwing it out is like throwing a big iron ball. It's okay to throw a few, but if you throw too many, your arms will be sore. Isn't Kelly tired? Hearing Xiaogong's question, Kelly shook her head and said, Kelly is not tired. Kelly can still blow up many fish. I envy Kelly so much. I wish I had so much energy. Kelly, can I transform these bouncing bombs? After hearing Xiaogong's words, Kelly asked, Sister Xiaogong, are you going to make these bouncing bombs into fireworks? Xiaogong replied, yes, Sister doesn't have as strong power as Kelly and can't keep throwing such heavy bombs. Yeah, the bouncing bombs are over there, Sister Xiaogong, you can do it yourself. Kelly nodded. Okay, thank you, Klee. Xiaogong said, and then he took the bouncing bomb and started to study it. After a while, Xiaogong also made some bouncing bombs into the appearance of fireworks. As long as the fuse was lit, the bouncing bomb would be ejected. Because of Xiaogong's special talent, this bouncing bomb can also aim and track automatically. Klee was surprised to see the bouncing bomb that could turn. Sister Xiaogong is so amazing. The bouncing bomb can actually turn. Klee's bouncing bomb is still the best. Ordinary fireworks can't add these things. Xiaogong scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Because the bouncing bomb was transformed by Mom, Sister Nashida, and Brother Albedo to help Klee, it is now more powerful than before. Klee explained. Is that so? Klee is so amazing. Xiaogong praised Klee. After hearing Xiaogong's praise, Klee replied a little embarrassedly. No, Sister Xiaogong, let's continue frying fish. Boom boom boom. Heike Island made a series of roars under the blasting of several people. Although it was somewhat covered by Nashida, the sound still spread out, allowing the people of Heike Island to notice the abnormality here. Klee, the fish should be fried enough, we should go back. Payman looked at the small pile of fish next to him and said to Klee. Klee asked Payman, fry for a while longer, just a little while. Okay. Payman scratched his head and said. Just as Klee continued to fry the fish, a voice shouted to the group, what are you doing? Hearing the voice, Klee quickly threw the bouncing bomb she had just picked up into the sea, and then said to Nashida, hey, someone is coming. Sister Nashida, let's run away quickly. Nashida nodded and said, okay. Wait a minute, Sister Nashida, the people who are coming seem to be Sister Ornamental Fish and a big dog brother that I don't know. Klee shouted curiously when she saw the people coming. After hearing what Klee said, Wu Lang looked at the Coral Palace hard sea next to him and pointed at himself and asked in confusion, Ornamental Fish Sister? Big dog brother? Yeah, Klee saw Sister Ornamental Fish last time. Klee nodded excitedly and said, since they are familiar people, we don't have to run away. Big dog brother, Ornamental Fish Sister, hello. Klee greeted the two. Wu Lang. Coral Palace hard sea. Klee, this is Wulang and Coral Palace Hard C, not sister ornamental fish and big dog brother. Payman corrected on the side. But Liusu and sister Nashida both said she was an ornamental fish. Aunt Aang and sister Shenzi also said she was an ornamental fish. Klee scratched her head and said puzzledly. Payman taught Klee seriously, although it is correct to say so, it is impolite to call people by their nicknames directly. Klee asked puzzledly, but didn't little Payman also call Wendy brother to sing for money? Payman was silent for a while, and then changed the subject. Why are your names different? For example, Aunt Aang, sister Shenzi, but Liusu calls her by her name directly. Klee answered seriously, you said this, because when Klee looked at Aunt Aang, she felt that she had a very strong aura, just like facing Captain Kin. Klee didn't dare to call her sister, and calling her sister Shenzi was because Klee felt that she was like Lisa. No, sister Lisa. If she called her aunt, Klee felt that something bad would happen, so Klee called her sister Shenzi. As for Liusu, what's wrong with Liusu? Why doesn't Klee call her sister and aunt? Payman asked puzzledly. Because Klee feels that it's inappropriate to call her either of them, because Liusu is Nashida's mother. Although Klee is very curious why Nashida would be beaten when she called Liusu mom, Klee can feel that Nashida and Liusu are together just like Klee and her mother. At this point, Klee frowned and thought for a while and continued, if Liusu is Nashida's mother, it would be inappropriate for Klee to call her sister. But Klee feels that, if she calls Liusu aunt, Liusu will dislike her. So Klee just calls Liusu by her name like Nashida does. Payman suggested, you can call her Mou. After hearing what Payman said, Klee shook her head like a rattle and replied, no, if that's the case, she will definitely give Klee an ugly nickname, which may be uglier than Payman's nickname of Little Flying Pig. Payman, excuse me, why does Klee call Lady Coral Palace sister ornamental fish? After the others finished speaking, Goro couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Klee. That's because, after hearing what Wulang said, Klee was about to explain, but Xinhei of the Coral Palace interrupted Klee and said, nothing, Wulang, since there is nothing going on here, we should go back. After that, he grabbed Wulang's neck with one hand and dragged Wulang, who was confused, and disappeared in front of everyone. Looking at the two people who disappeared, Payman couldn't help but sighed. Why didn't I realize it before? Xinhei's strength is really great. Wulang is like a little chicken in her hand. Alas, sister ornamental fish grabbed brother big dog and left. This reminds Klee of when she made a mistake in Mondstadt. Captain Kin also took Klee back in the same way. Klee looked at Wulang who was carried away by Xinhei, and said with some empathy, fortunately, Captain Kin doesn't have the ability of Liusu. No matter where sister Nashida is, Liusu can take her back. If Captain Kin had such an ability, Klee would be miserable. What ability do you mean? Xiaodong asked in confusion. Klee explained, it was a hand that stretched out from a crack and grabbed sister Nashida back, just like this. Is this what you mean? Xiaodong pointed to the golden crack that appeared behind Nashida and asked. Yes, that's it. Klee said this, and saw a golden crack appear behind Nashida, and a hand stretched out from it, grabbed Nashida, and then pulled her in. Hey? Sister Nashida was caught again. Klee came back to her senses at this time, looking at the place where Nashida disappeared. Her little head was full of question marks. Xiaodong. Looking at Nashida who disappeared in front of her, Xiaodong couldn't react for a while. Today gave her too much stimulation, which was completely beyond her imagination. Suddenly Xiaodong thought of something, and asked a few people, if Nashida was captured, how can we go back? This is Heiji Island, so far away from Mingshen Island. Payman and Aang looked at each other. Although both of them can fly, they can't take Klee and Xiaodong to fly together. Just when they were in a dilemma, Nashida appeared in front of them again, and picked up the fish on the ground. Then she said, sorry, Liusu called me for something. Let's fry fish together next time. I'll send you back first. Okay, then sister Nashida, come to play with Klee next time. Klee said to Nashida seriously. Nashida smiled and nodded. Yes, don't worry. After sending them back to Inazuma City, Nashida's figure disappeared in front of them again. Nashida is really anxious. I don't know what made her so hurried. Looking at the impetuous Nashida, Payman asked Aang with some confusion. I don't know, but I don't think it's a good thing. Aang touched his chin and said, "Oh, why?" Paimeng asked in confusion. Aang said, "It's just intuition." Okay. After hearing Aang's words, Paimeng spread his hands. What Paimeng didn't know was that Aang looked at a task that suddenly appeared in Skynet and fell into deep thought. Xiaogong looked at the sun in the sky and said, "There is still a lot of time. I never thought that going to Yumi Island and back, plus the time for frying fish, it's not even time for lunch yet. Sister Xiaogong, let's continue painting. Klee wants to draw the story of Dudu and Inazuma." Klee suddenly said to Xiaogong, "Yeah, let's paint together." Xiaogong smiled and nodded. "Is this the person who has the fire god's eye? They are so enthusiastic." Paimon smiled at Aang and said, "They can always get along quickly with new friends." Aang heard what Paimon said and corrected him. "Have you forgotten Master Dilek? He also has the fire god's eye." Paimon. "Narukamite-sha. Didn't you say you went to Zumi to check the situation? I thought you would be gone for a long time, but what happened? You came back and took Klee and the others to fry fish?" Liusu said helplessly to Nashida, who was looking down. "If I hadn't felt the violent explosion on Heiji Island, I wouldn't have known you were back." It's because I saw Klee was a little sad on the outlying island, so I thought of taking her out to play first." Nashida scratched her head embarrassedly. "What's the situation in Zumi now? Is there anything different?" Liusu asked. Nashida shook her head and said, "No, and I also find it very strange that the forbidden knowledge has appeared again." "Oh, the forbidden knowledge has appeared again? When?" Liusu asked in surprise. "According to my inference, it was 20 years ago that the forbidden knowledge was revealed again. It shouldn't be. I have already cleared the forbidden knowledge in the world tree." Liusu touched his chin and asked in confusion. "After my investigation, I found that this forbidden knowledge came from the desert, not emitted by the world tree," Nashida explained, "and the fact you are involved, Cole, Dinazade, and other so-called characters in the plot are still infected by the forbidden knowledge brought by the desert." "Oh, is there something wrong with the other people in Zumi City?" Liusu said in surprise after hearing Nashida's words. Nashida replied, "There is almost no Zumi city or forest, and the dead zone associated with it is also very rare. The main source of occurrence is a desert, and these people are all because of the accidental contact with forbidden knowledge, which leads to symptoms similar to the effect of the demon scale disease." Liusu, is this the correction of the world line you mentioned? Do we still have to follow the plot to completely eliminate these? Liusu shook his head and said, "No, because forbidden knowledge has always existed. The Grass Dragon King and the Red King have more or less forbidden knowledge, but their forbidden knowledge is uncontrollable. Unless they are all purified, the source of forbidden knowledge cannot be solved at all. By the way, have you gone to see the Grass Dragon Apop?" "No, I feel that I'm too weak now, and I'm not her opponent. To be on the safe side, I'd better wait until I'm stronger before going to see her." Nashida scratched her head a little embarrassedly. "Then go and perform your duties as a god. Become a great god, and your strength will grow." After listening to Nashida's words, Liusu said with a smile. In response, Nashida rolled her eyes at Liusu and said, "Liusu, you are teasing me again. I won't be a god now. I want to be with you." Yes, you are not a god. You are the lovely Nashida." Liusu smiled and nodded. After hearing Liusu's words, Nashida felt her cheeks were a little hot, and she hesitantly said to Liusu, "Woo, Liusu, don't say that. I feel weird." "So cute. Come and hug me." After Liusu finished speaking, she grabbed the little Nashida and hugged her in her arms, and then rubbed her face against Nashida's little face. Nashida felt a little uncomfortable when Liusu's cheek was rubbed. While struggling, she said, "Liusu, why are you also like the Great Compassion Tree King? Let me go." "No, why can't I learn from the Great Compassion Tree King? Because I'm also the Great Compassion Tree King," Liusu said with a smile, but she didn't stop rubbing her face against Nashida at all. On the other side, several people came to the door of Naganohara Fireworks shop. Xiaogong discussed with Kelly and said to Aang, "Traveler, Kelly and I just discussed and decided." Kelly replied, "The content of this story must be kept secret from you first." "Why?" Aang asked in confusion. Don't ask why first, you will understand in the end. Xiaogang smiled and said, while we are in the store, you can go to the Ranke festival first, and come back to us later. Kelly urged, Sister Xiaogang, let's go in and paint. Aang and Paimeng both looked at the two people walking into the store with puzzled faces. Watching the two people leave, Paimeng sighed and said, alas, I thought we could paint together. I'm not willing. At this point, Paimeng suddenly thought of something and suggested to Aang, hey, I have an idea, let's go around the window and take a look. So Aang and Paimeng went around the back door of the fireworks store and listened to the conversation between the two people inside by the window, accompanied by the sound of the brush scratching on the paper. Xiaogang, what will Dudu do after coming to Inazuma? Klee, well, Dudu will go back to eat delicious skewers, animal bone ramen, and bird egg grilled. After hearing what Klee said, Xiaogang echoed, oh, that sounds great. Is this what Klee is drawing? It's a great painting. After we finish drawing, let's print it. Print many copies, and distribute them at the Ranke festival. Well, but printing will cost a lot of mora. I have to see if the money I save is enough. Klee shouted excitedly, Sister Xiaogang, Klee has mora, look. Xiaogang heard what Klee said and said embarrassedly, 50 mora is not enough. If it's really not enough, let's ask the traveler for help to think of a solution. Klee thought for a moment and replied, Honorary Night Sister is also very hardworking. Klee doesn't want to cause her any trouble. So let's go fry fish and earn mora. Xiaogang asked, didn't we just fry fish before? Where did the fish go? Klee replied, well, we left in too much of a hurry, and the fish were taken away by Sister Nashida. Xiaogang sighed and said, okay, but without Nashida, we can't go fry fish. Klee said a little disappointedly, there's no other way, we can only go find Brother Albedo. Xiaogang asked, who is Brother Albedo? Klee replied, Brother Albedo is my brother. He is very smart, and can do anything. And he can also draw. He can draw hillbillies. Brother Kiira and Doko. He came to Inazuma this time to draw for everyone. Xiaogang said, then I guess Klee's brother Albedo should be a painter who has cooperated with Yido. After hearing what Xiaogang said, Klee was puzzled and said, painter? A teacher of painting. It turns out that Brother Albedo is not only Sister Sucrose's teacher, but also a teacher of painting. Sister Xiaogang, let me show you. Brother Albedo taught me that the Doko can be painted like this. Xiaogang, it really looks like numbers. Then I will draw the streets here, and Klee will color the Doko. The voice inside suddenly became smaller, and Paimon spread his hands to Aang next to him and said, I can't hear it later. Well, they should be whispering something. Aang nodded. Aang, don't you still have more than 100 billion mora? Can the mora over there be used in this world? Paimon suddenly thought of something and asked Aang. Aang thought for a moment and said, it seems possible, because the mora in the other world is the same as the mora here, and its uses in forging weapons and some alchemical aspects are no different from mora. Paimon wondered, then how did Zhongli over there discover that the mora here is different from the one over there? Aang shook his head and said, I don't know. Zhongli in that world said that the mora here has a different aura. Although it is essentially the same, this aura is not possessed by that world. Paimon touched his chin and analyzed, could it be caused by the golden tree? Although the golden tree only affects Mondstadt, Liu and Inazuma, mora would also pass through Liu and naturally be contaminated with this aura. Or, Zhongli is different from before, which leads to the mora he made later being a little different, although I can't feel it. I don't know either, but this mora should be able to be spent. At worst, we can ask Zhongli. Since mora was made by him, it's better to ask him. Aang replied, touching his chin. It can only be done this way. 100 billion. This is 100 billion mora. If I can spend it, I dare not think about it. After hearing Aang's words, Paimon shouted excitedly, 100 billion is just a number. We have achieved financial freedom. Magical weapons and special things cannot be bought with mora. Aang reminded Paimon. Well, that's right. Then don't we still have to do commissions? The weapons and small props given by Liusu are so useful. Paimon scratched his head. Aang heard Pei Meng's words and said with some regret, yes, why can't I brush Liusu's favor? When I played Genshin Impact, I saw that when I communicated with the characters in the plot, I would have some favor and bond more or less, but I didn't feel it from Liusu. Although the world looks a bit like a game, your behavior of brushing favor won't work with Liusu. She is not affected by the world. Pei Meng scratched his head. Oh, it's really difficult. And why am I so stupid in the game that I was fooled by a liar like you? Aang stared at Pei Meng with a gloomy look and complained, you can actually stop time. I was wondering why I skipped 500 years when I went to the real consciousness space to look for Aang. It turns out it's all because of you. Chapter 239 The Child Blessed by God. After hearing what Aang said, Pei Meng explained angrily, hey, this is not my fault at all. This is the game setting made by Liusu. What does it have to do with me? Although I have some secrets, I have nothing to do with that guy Aisteru. From your tone, you and Aisteru are quite familiar with each other. Aang touched his chin and thought. Pei Meng. Damn Aang, you are trying to trick me again. Can't friends be more sincere and less routine? When Pei Meng was entangled in silence, Aang suddenly shouted, Pei Meng, I want to draw a card. Pei Meng. What card do you draw? Hearing the voice, Pei Meng came back to his senses and asked Aang with a confused face. Aang replied, it's just a wish. I collected so many raw stones before, and I said, why they are useless. It turns out that you are looking for you to use them. Hurry up, I still have more than 1 million raw stones here. Let me draw a card quickly. Hey. I said it's just a game. Don't force Pei Meng's function in the game on me. Pei Meng stomped his feet in the air and said angrily. Aang listened to Pei Meng's words and said with disappointment, oh, then you are really useless. Let's stew it as emergency food. Pei Meng. Pei Meng was a little tired. She didn't want to talk to Aang anymore. She really couldn't figure out what Aang's brain circuit was like. It felt so laborious to talk to Aang at this time. Thinking of this, Pei Meng still liked Aang in the game. Just when both of them thought that the other party in the game was better than the other party in reality, Klee and Xiaogang finished drawing and walked out of the store. Xiaogang walked towards Aang and Pei Meng and said to Klee, Duduken is having a lot of fun in Daokwa. Have you finished drawing? Looking at the two people who came out of Xiaogang's house, Pei Meng came back to his senses and asked the two curiously. Xiaogang nodded and said, it's finished. Next, it's time to print the story of Duduken. Let's go to Yedo to entrust it. So several people followed Xiaogang to Yedo, not far from Naganohara fireworks shop. Xiaogang said to the people behind him, we are here. This is Yedo. Kelly thought for a moment and saw a familiar person and suddenly shouted, someone from Yedo. Yeah, got it, Auntie Araya. I know Araya. Ah, Auntie, who called me Auntie. Yes, it's the little sister that teacher Baker brought. Hearing Kelly's call, Araya turned around in confusion and then saw Kelly waving at her. Araya walked up to Kelly and asked her kindly, what's the matter, little sister? Kelly said, Auntie Araya, can you help me print out the story of Duduke for everyone to see? After hearing Kelly's words, Araya asked in confusion, Duduke? Could it be that the little sister is also writing a novel? Is this the protagonist of your story? No, Duduke is real. This is Duduke. Xiaogang pointed to the little doll hanging on Kelly's school bag and said to Araya. Araya scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face and said, I don't understand. Let's explain it to Araya. Pei Meng explained to Araya the identity of Duduke and the wishes of Xiaogang and Klee. Araya nodded and then said with some regret, I see. Although I'm willing to help you fulfill your wish, I'm very sorry. The deadline for the printing commission of Rankei's personal work has now passed. After hearing what Araya said, Klee asked a little disappointedly, Auntie, are you saying that Duduko can't meet everyone? Araya said, I'm sorry little sister. Klee, Wu seeing the little Klee who lowered her head and looked lost, Xiaogang hurriedly comforted her. Oh Klee, don't be sad. There are still me and the traveler. We will find a way. Yes, Klee, don't worry, I will find a way. Aang nodded and said to Araya, Miss Araya, is there really no way to do this book? How many more do you want to add? Money is not a problem. Yes, if you are short of manpower, I can also help. Xiaogong also echoed. Huanggu explained. Traveler, Miss Xiaogong, I understand your feelings, but this matter cannot be solved so easily. Because we are helping to print personal works this time, the printing of many books has been delayed, and the printing factory is also rushing to work recently. At this time, it is really, can't get an order. After hearing Huanggu's words, Aang turned around and saw the pitiful little Klee with her head down and biting her lips, and continued to say to Huanggu, can't you add money? 1 million, 10 million, or 100 million? I can take out any. After hearing Aang's words, Huanggu was a little stunned and said, this payment didn't care about Mora at this time, nodded and said to Huanggu, yes, we are very rich, so can you help? Huanggu was entangled. She was shocked by Aang's generosity in spending money, but this matter was not something she could feel, so she couldn't say anything else for a while. Hey, it seems that adding money won't work, we can only think of other ways. Seeing that Huanggu hadn't changed his words, Paimon also shouted a little disappointedly. After hearing what Paimon said, Xiaogong said seriously, no, I won't let this happen. I remember when I was a kid, my dad once said he would take me to the festival, but he forgot, because he was too busy with work. I waited and waited, wondering when my dad would take me out, until everyone who participated in the festival came back one after another. I cried so hard that night, and to this day, I can still remember how sad I was at that time. I don't want Klee to feel this too. Having said that, Xiaogong turned to Huanggu and said, since this won't work, then I'll find a way myself. I'll draw as many books as I can in the next few days, and then bring them to the Ranke festival. Oh my, Xiaogong's stubbornness, I really like it. Hearing the familiar voice, Paimon shouted in surprise, it's Shenzi and Albedo. However, seeing Shenzi wearing her usual clothes, Paimon was a little confused. Didn't she and Aang change into another set of clothes when they saw her before? We all heard the specific situation. Yagami Shijiko said. Eraya said to Yagami Shijiko, I'm sorry, Master Yagami. Yagami Shijiko smiled and comforted Eraya. Well, I know, you are also doing things according to the rules, and our printing progress is indeed not optimistic now. But Yido is to bring people dreams and happiness. If we can't even satisfy the wishes of cute girls, it would be too unreasonable. Let me think about it. Well, I got it. Yagami Shijiko touched her chin and thought for a while, then said to Xiaogong and Klee, Xiaogong, little sister, you can print your own works, but you need to pay some price, is that okay? After hearing what Yagami Shijiko said, Xiaogong nodded seriously and said, Master Palace Administrator, what is the price? Yes, I'm mentally prepared. Just tell me straight. Oh my, it's not that scary. Don't make me sound like an old witch. Yagami Shijiko said with a smile. What I mean is, if we want to print now, I'm afraid there is only one way left. That is to combine it with other printed materials. But because there is only space in the corners on the page, the size of this book cannot be accommodated, and it must be reduced to at least half of its current size. Can you accept such a sacrifice? After listening to Yagami Shijiko's words, Xiaogong said to Klee, Lord Palace Manager said that, if our book is reduced by half, it can be printed. Are you willing? I'm willing. Thank Lord Palace Manager, big sister. Klee nodded with a smile. Son of God, is there really no other way? Paimon said unwillingly, when he heard that it had to be reduced by half. Yagami Shijiko shook his head and said, I'm sorry, although I also want to help, I don't have any other way here. You don't have any way here, is there any other way somewhere else? Paimon asked in surprise. Yes, if there are gods willing to help, it's not impossible. After all, printing is a small matter that they can do with just a little effort. Yagami Shijiko replied. Ask gods to help? How can we know any gods? Forget it, let's just follow the way of Lord Palace Master. After hearing what Yagami Shijiko said, Xiaogong waved his hands hurriedly, because this was even more outrageous than asking someone for help. Klee suddenly exclaimed, God, Sister Nashida? Xiaogong. Shh, Klee, keep your voice down. Paimon hurriedly reminded Klee. Yagami Shijiko said to the confused Iratani, you go down first. Ah, yes, Lord Yui Palace Master. Iratani left after saying that. Little Klee, how did you know Nashida was a god? Seeing that everyone around was his own people, Payman asked Klee. Well, before Klee and Nashida bombed the Order House, a windmill officer named Sino appeared and wanted to arrest Klee and Nashida. Klee explained. Windmill officer? Klee, it's the great disciplinary officer, right? Xiaogong reminded. Yes, that's the great disciplinary officer. He looks a bit like Brother Laser, both have white hair and wear a hat. Klee nodded. Then when Klee and Nashida didn't know what to do, a great sage mentioned by Brother Sino came out. The first thing he called when he saw Nashida was Lord Grass God. Grass, Lord Grass God. Xiaogong exclaimed, is Nashida one of the 7 earthly gods like General Thunder? Klee nodded. Yes, so Klee knows that Sister Nashida is a god, and a very good god. She likes Klee, and Klee likes her too. She also takes Klee to bomb fish everywhere. Klee, don't tell others about some things in the future, okay? Albedo reminded Klee. Klee scratched her head and said, Brother Albedo, Klee knows. Klee will not reveal that Sister Nashida is a god in the future. And it seems that Captain Jane already knows that Sister Nashida is a god, but Klee doesn't know. How did Klee know that Captain Jane knew that Nashida was a god? Payman asked in confusion. Because Captain Jane believes in the god of wind, when she talks about Sister Nashida, she will show the same look as when she talks about the god of wind. Klee explained. Klee also knows that the big brother who sings for money is the god of wind, Aunt Aang is the god of thunder, Uncle Zhongli is the god of rock, and there is also Liusu. Klee doesn't know what kind of god Liusu is. Xiaogong, Payman, Albedo, Aunt Aang. After hearing what little Klee said, the expression on Yagami Shijiko's face was a little tense. Godson, don't care about these, this is just a name from little Klee. Payman hurriedly explained. Yi Shenzi covered her mouth and smiled, saying, I didn't care. I just didn't expect the little sister to call me Aunt Aang. It was a bit unexpected. Klee, where did you get to know so many gods? Xiaogong asked a question that Albedo also wanted to ask. Well, Klee didn't know they were gods before. I thought the big brother who sang was the big brother who sang. Then the big brother who sang took me to Liu to play with Sister Nashida, but at that time Sister Nashida was no longer in Liu. She went to Inazuma, and we met Uncle Zhongli. Klee explained. Klee only found out about this later. Okay, Klee, you must not tell anyone about the identities of these gods. Albedo said to Klee seriously. Klee knows, Brother Albedo. Klee is very smart, and won't tell anyone she doesn't know. Klee nodded her head seriously. Albedo nodded and said, that's good. Okay, have you decided? Do you want to print the plates here, or ask familiar gods for help? Yi Shenzi said to the few people. Let's do the printing here. Sorry to bother you, Yigami. Albedo took over and said, it's a bit inappropriate to ask the gods for help with such a small matter. It's okay. I'll take this small favor as a gift to little Klee. Yagami Shijiko smiled and nodded, and I'll have to trouble you for the next batch of cooperative illustrations for Yigami-do. Teacher Bacon, you can also consider this as my investment. Okay, I won't bother you siblings. I'll leave first. After saying that, Yagami Shijiko walked into Yigami-do, presumably to solve Klee's painting problem. Xiaogong saw that the problem was solved, and shouted happily, yeah, the incident was solved perfectly. Next, we'll wait for good news from Yigami. Ms. Xiaogong, traveler, I didn't expect that you and Klee did so many interesting things during this period. Thank you. Albedo thanked the two. After hearing what Albedo said, Xiaogong scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, hey, it's nothing. But, I heard a huge explosion coming from the west on the outlying island before. Do you know what happened? Albedo suddenly thought of something and asked a few people. Xiaogong replied a little at a loss. This Klee, did you go to fry fish again? Seeing this, Albedo knew what happened and asked Klee. Klee replied, yes, Nashida came to see Klee before. She said that Inazuma was bored, so she took Klee, Xiaogong, on a night and Payman to Heiji Island to fry fish. On the way, we also met Big Dog and ornamental fish. However, when we were halfway through frying the fish, Nashida was caught by Liusu, and she sent us back. So Klee painted here. Albedo listened to Klee and nodded. Has Nashida been here before? Okay, Klee, if Nashida is not here, you should not act alone, because those bombs are still too dangerous for you now. Klee knows. If Nashida is not here, Klee will only use small bouncing bombs to fry fish. Klee nodded seriously. After listening to Klee's words, Albedo shook his head and said, you can't fry fish when Nashida is not here. Do you want to be put in solitary confinement by Captain Kin again? Well, okay, Klee knows. Klee cried sadly. Okay, don't be sad little Klee. Nashida will find you to play when she has time. Payman smiled and comforted. Klee nodded her head and replied, yeah. Albedo should also spend more time with Klee. Payman also said to Albedo who was standing beside him. Albedo answered seriously, yeah, I understand. After all, Klee is my most important family member. Klee now has a lot of friends and family, including brother Albedo, sister Nashida, sister Honor Knight, sister Xiaogong, and little Payman, and many more. After hearing what Klee said, Payman shouted unhappily, why am I the last one? Klee explained, no, in Klee's heart, you are all the same, but brother Albedo is Klee's brother and a family member, and the others are Klee's best friends. Well, traveler, I will be busy for a while, so Klee will trouble you to take care of her again. Albedo said to Aang. Payman replied, well, we will take good care of Klee. Thank you, come to Mondstadt, if you have a chance. I have prepared a little gadget for you. I think it should be helpful for your trip. We can finish it when we go back this time. Albedo thought of something and said to Aang and Payman. What is it? Payman asked curiously. Albedo did not answer, but kept it a secret and said, you will know when you get to Mondstadt. Well, okay, then we will go to Mondstadt when we finish our business. Klee, brother has to leave first. Klee waved to Albedo and said, goodbye, brother Albedo. Klee will miss you. Well, I will miss Klee too. Albedo smiled and left. Watching Albedo leave, Payman turned around and suggested to the others, okay, the problem has been solved perfectly, let's go eat. Of course, Aang will treat us. After hearing what Payman said, Klee cheered, great, let's eat. Klee is hungry after drawing for so long. Then let's go to Munan restaurant. It's been a long time since we went there to eat. Payman continued. Aang nodded and said, okay. On the way to Munan restaurant, Xiaogong asked Aang, traveler, how do you have so much money? It wasn't like this the last time I saw you. Well, because I received an unexpected treasure while traveling and earned a lot of mora. Aang explained. Xiaogong continued to ask Aang with longing and yearning, can you encounter unexpected treasures while traveling? Just like the treasure of the dragon in the novel, mora piled up like a mountain, and other treasures. Xiaogong, are you planning to travel too? Payman asked. Xiaogong shook his head and said, no, I know I'm not suitable for traveling, and my father still needs me to take care of him. Most importantly, I still like to make fireworks that make people happy. Everyone has a different life, just live it happily. Payman said. Xiaogong smiled and said, yes, I think my life is pretty good now. Inazuma no longer has the lockdown order, and it's getting better and better. Come to Liu if you have a chance. We bought a small courtyard there. I'll take you to visit Liu then. Payman said to Xiaogong. Xiaogong nodded and said, yes, I'll go. I want to do some Pokemon, Digimon, and some other worlds. I don't know what the readers think. If you don't like it, I won't try it later. Chapter 240 Intensification and Bloom. Inazuma, Naruto Mitaisha Liusu walked up to Yashinko and Aang who were lying in the chairs in the sun and said, it's a good Ranke festival, but you two Inazuma leaders are lazy and sleeping in Naruto Mitaisha. Yashinko replied lazily after hearing Liusu's words, oh, it's just the Ranke festival. It has been held many times. It's good to take a break occasionally. After all, I don't need to do anything with her around. Shinko is right. Aang nodded in agreement. Yashinko shouted to Nashida who was sitting aside with her hands on her face and looking into the distance. Nashida, we have finished eating the dumplings. Please help us make some more. Liusu glanced at Yashinko and said, can't you do it yourself? Why do you always call Nashida? I can't do it. Yishinko shook his head. Aang swallowed the last trickerer dumpling in her hand and said to Yi Shenzi, "Son of God, I will cook for you later." Yi Shenzi heard what Aang said and waved her hand. "No, no, I'm not worthy of your food." "You mean my food is not tasty?" Aang said, staring at Yi Shenzi with a dangerous look. Yi Shenzi hurriedly explained, "No, no, it just doesn't suit my taste." "Really?" Aang nodded and did not continue the topic. Aang, she just thinks your food is not tasty. Look at her hurriedly quibbling. Isn't she exposed a lot? You know, she is a cunning little fox. Liusu fanned the flames. "Look, her foxtail is exposed." Liusu said, walked to Yi Shenzi and pulled out her pink foxtail. Yi Shenzi, "No, my tail is so well hidden. How did you find it? I haven't exposed it before." Yi Shenzi looked at Liusu with a confused look on her face as she grabbed her foxtail in her hand. She was very confused at this moment. She couldn't understand, while Liusu could grab her foxtail accurately. Aang was silent for a while and then said faintly, "Son of God. Aang, listen to my explanation. She is destroying the friendly relationship between us. You can't be fooled by this woman." Yi Shenzi argued. Aang listened to Yi Shenzi's words and said expressionlessly, "I think you are lying to me." "Yes, she is lying to you. You have played the game, right? What Yi Shenzi in it is like, and what Yi Shenzi in reality is like." Liusu continued. Aang listened to Liusu's words and fell silent. She remembered that, when she played the main storyline of Inazuma and her own legendary mission in the game before, the Yi Shenzi in it had a strong impact on her. She didn't expect that this pink and tender little fox was so dark in her heart and had calculated herself into it. "I didn't. That was just a game. What does it have to do with the real goddess?" Yi Goddess continued to argue. "Liusu, can you let go of my tail? I'm not used to it." "No, your tail is very comfortable. Aang, do you want to come over and touch it too?" Liusu shook her head and said to Aang. Aang did not answer, but proved her idea with her actions. She walked directly towards Yi Goddess and Liusu and stretched out her hand to Yi Goddess Foxtail. Yi Goddess. Yi Goddess looked at the two gods in front of her who were touching her tail with a sad and angry face. As for why two gods? Because Yi Goddess felt that they were not human. Liusu smiled and looked at Yishinko, who was biting his lips and had an abnormal blush on his face because Aang was playing with his tail. Under the other's incredulous look, she imitated her tone and said, "Aang, look at this little fox." Because someone played with her tail and she couldn't resist, she was so angry that her heart collapsed, crying and making a fuss. Woo 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 woo. So pitiful. Aang listened to Liusu's words, looked at Yishinko, who was looking at her with tears in her eyes and pitiful because of what Liusu said, and then smiled and said, "How can there be a little fox who cries and makes a fuss because of such a thing? Maybe there really is." Liusu replied. "Yishinko, you two are devils, right? Look, she can't pretend anymore." Liusu looked at Yishinko, whose expression froze after hearing what the two said, and turned to Aang and said, "Well, that's how the son of God is. You'll get used to it. Don't be fooled by her appearance." Aang nodded and said, "I was deceived by her before. I never deceived you, okay?" After hearing Aang's words, Yi Shenzi retorted angrily, "After you came out of the Pure Land, I was the one who got hurt. You forced me to eat those dishes full of thunder element every day." Aang listened to Yi Shenzi's words, touched his chin and thought, "Is that true?" "Yes." Yi Shenzi nodded. Aang glanced at Yi Shenzi and said lightly, "But, you deceived me in the game. Is it okay for me to settle accounts with you?" "Yi Shenzi, why don't you go to heaven? I deceived you in the game, so you also want to count these unfounded things she did in reality? Let me go. I want to fight you." Yi Shenzi thought of this, struggled violently, and made a posture to fight the two people to death. Yiko. Aang looked at Yiko, who was paralyzed by the lightning element in front of him, turned to Liusu and said, "Liusu, give her some grass element. I want to treat her." "Okay, watch me," Liusu said, and smiled at Yiko, who was looking at her with horror. "Don't worry, it won't hurt." Yiko. Nashida heard the movement behind her, turned her head, and saw Yiko trembling under the lightning element and grass element, and the two purple and white figures standing next to her with satisfied smiles. "Hey," they started again. Nashida sighed and turned her head away and stopped looking at the few people. Liusu put away the grass element power transmitted in her hand, looked at the time of Skynet and said, calculated, the Ranke festival is about to end. Today seems to be the last day. Aang also put away the transmitted lightning element power and said to Liusu. After hearing Aang's words, Liusu sighed with regret. Time flies so fast, and happy times are always short. Aang nodded and said, yeah. Yi Shenzi. After listening to the two people's words, Yi Shenzi was already powerless to complain. She didn't understand why she lived so miserably in reality compared to herself in the game. After thinking about it, Yi Shenzi felt that it was all because of this white-haired woman. It was all her fault. It made Aang, the originally simple country girl, become a person who despised her even more. Every day when she had nothing to do, she would make fun of her, either rubbing the fox or feeding the fox with thunder element food that she didn't like. Aang suggested to Liusu, let's go. Let's go to the Ranke festival on the last day. I also want to see how Inazuma is doing now. Okay. Liusu nodded and said, Nashida, Lucia, are you going? I'm not going. I'll sit here for a while. Nashida replied. Lucia glanced at Yishinko and said to Liusu, I won't go either. There's nothing fun about the Ranke festival. Then I'll go with Aang to take a look. Liusu said, and Aang and Yishinko left the Mingjin shrine directly. Yishinko. Looking at the two people who left directly, Yishinko widened her eyes, but her body was destroyed by the two people, and she couldn't use any strength at this time. She could only stare at the two people leaving one after another. What about me? What about me? You two just left me like this? Just when Yishinko was angry, Nashida's voice came into her ears. This voice was like fairy music in Yishinko's ears. Lucia, heal her. Okay. After Lucia said, a water element was transmitted into Yishinko's body. The moisture of the water element made Yishinko's originally dry body full of vitality again. This comfortable feeling made Yishinko hum comfortably. After the body was fully recovered, Yi Godson sat up and said to the two people, thank you. You're welcome. Lucia shook her head and said, Yi Godson wanted to say something, but Lucia interrupted her and said, how do super intensification and creeping intensification taste? What is super intensification and creeping intensification? Yi Godson asked in confusion. Super intensification means using the lightning element to attack an object that has already been intensified, and creeping intensification means using the grass element to attack an object that has produced an intensified reaction. Nashida explained on the side. No, it's not very good. Yi Godson replied with a sullen look. Lucia nodded after hearing what Yi Godson said and suggested, I thought it tasted good. In this case, do you want to try Super Bloom? Yi Godson. No, no need. Yi Godson looked at the two people approaching him and shouted with a horrified face. Lucia replied, you're welcome. I promise it'll be very comfortable. Spread. Nashida heard what Lucia said and made a photo-taking gesture with both hands to Yi God, and then Yi God felt himself turn green. Rain nourishes all things. Lucia also spoke. The moment Lucia finished speaking, a dark cloud appeared above Yi God's head, and pure water element continued to fall from the cloud onto Yi God. The moment the water element touched the grass element, grass seeds emerged from Yi God's body. Blooming HP plus 9,999,999 blooming HP plus 9,999,999 blooming Nashida, lightning element. Lucia said to Nashida. Nashida replied, I know. In the confused eyes of Yishinko, Nashida opened a thunder punishment evil eye behind her, the same as Aang's. As for why Nashida has the authority of the thunder god, of course, she learned it from Liusu, just like Aang also learned the authority of the grass god from Liusu. Yishinko. Super bloom, super intensification, Yi, electric sensation, Shinko, spread intensification, blooms off the island. Aang and Payman also found Zinkyu, the person who stole the book, and Kamisato Ayato, the mastermind behind the 5 Songs Immortals article. At this time, Payman and Aang found Kyujo Sera, who was observing next to the puppet. Payman flew over and said to him, Sera, we have solved the book issue. Kyujosera said, anyway, it's good that the problem is solved. I'm sorry to trouble you. Kyujosera shook his head and said, it's my duty. Why is it troublesome? The Tenryo Bujio is ordered to maintain order and public security at this Rankei festival. If there is any trouble, just tell me. Payman looked at Kyujosera, who looked hurried, and wondered, you look so busy. Did something big happen? Kyujosera replied, it's not a big deal. We have received a lot of reports in the past few days, such as deliberately cutting in line, reselling goods, and people with bad intentions occupying the photo board. Although these are small matters, it will take a lot of manpower to register and file them one by one. Kyujosera continued, however, the fact that we have received so many requests for help also proves from the side that the Tenryo Bujio is gradually regaining the trust of the people. Protecting the Rankei festival is the order of the Shogun. It is also a rare opportunity to change the people's views on the Tenryo. We cannot afford to miss it. Even if it is a little tiring, it is a duty. Payman immediately exposed Kyujosera's purpose and said directly, no matter how busy you are, you still come here. You want to buy a doll of the Shogun, right? We also want to buy one. After hearing what Payman said, Kyujosera's expression froze, and he answered with a hollow look and a lack of confidence, what doll? Ahem, I'm just on routine patrol nearby and will leave soon. Payman continued to expose Kyujosera's shortcomings and said, don't be so embarrassed. In fact, the Son of God once told us that when you came to buy a doll before, you got up early and was the first in line. Payman's words made Kyujosera scratch his head embarrassedly and said, Master Palace Administrator, why do you even talk about these things? Ahem, never mind. Having said that, Kyujosera changed his previous embarrassment and said to the two of them with a serious face, I have always treated this matter with reverence and never intended to hide it. But there is one thing that you must correct. Payman asked puzzledly, huh? What is it? Kyujosera explained seriously, that's not a doll, it's a statue in the shape of Goto Kenami. Akira, do you understand? After hearing what Kyujosera said, Payman scratched his head and replied with a puzzled look, Goto Kenami. Akira, I understand. This time, the Goto Kenami Akira is a new model that is on sale for the first time. The total number of this batch is no more than 300, and each person is limited to one. Kyujosera continued, many people have been queuing since early morning. If you come at this time, I'm afraid you have missed it. Payman was dumbfounded and asked Kyujosera, I didn't expect this. Then Sarah, you must have gotten up early to line up, right? Did you get the spot? Kyujosera replied calmly, if it were a normal day, I would personally bring back the Gokunojinsha Sunday Gosho-sama, but right now the official duties of the Rankei festival are more important. We have been on duty long before the store opened. Although we are reluctant, we can only give up this time. Payman seemed to sense the reluctance in Kyujosera's words, and whispered, it's a pity. So, I have asked someone to buy it for you. At this point, Kyujosera had already proudly put his hands on his waist. After hearing what Kyujosera said, Payman couldn't help but exclaimed, it turns out that you can find a purchasing agent. Don't you say that each person is limited to one? It should be difficult to find someone to buy such a popular doll. Kyujosera replied, I was also worried about this, but Lord Yui said that he found a professional to help us because of our hard work in recent days. Although I don't know which professional it is, I guess it was pressed by the Narukami Taisha or the Shrine Magistrate, so I don't want to ask too much. Calculating the time, he should have got it. Kyujosera continued, luckily, the Lord of the Shrine helped this time, otherwise it would be really hard to find a purchasing agent. You need both the perseverance to get up early and a tall physique to grab the most popular products. After hearing what Kyujosera said, Payman scratched his head and said, the perseverance to get up early and the tall physique eyeing. Just when Payman and eyeing were puzzled, a voice came over, and several people turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Huh? What sound? Kyujosera asked puzzledly. Eyeing thought for a while and replied, it should be the sound of the wind. Kyujosera nodded after hearing what Eyeing said, really? Well, I've been here for quite a while, It's time to go to the next venue for patrol. Traveler, I wish you all the best at the Ranke festival. After Kyocera left, Payman and Aang saw a wooden barrel with a tail next to them. Aang. Payman. Feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by the two, Zhao could only take off his disguise and said to Aang and Payman, I've been discovered. Zhao. Why are you here? Alas, could it be that you are the professional? Payman suddenly thought of something and asked Zhao. Payman's loud shouting made Zhao hurriedly remind him, shh, keep your voice down, she may not have gone far. Aang looked at Zhao's panicked look and said to her with a strange look on her face, Zhao, you are not going to be lazy again. Zhao hurriedly explained, no, I have been waiting here since last night in order to buy the doll. I just didn't expect that. After waiting for a while my eyes would get a little blurry. At that time I really just wanted to take a nap, just for a while. After hearing what Zhao said, Aang nodded and said, in short, you just overslept. If I don't buy the doll, that Tengu from the Heavenly Court will arrest me. Not really? Aang asked doubtfully. In her impression, Kyocera was not that scary at all. Payman was also a little confused after hearing what Zhao said. Well, what did the Son of God say to you? Zhao sighed and said, at this point, I can only sacrifice this month's salary and buy one from someone who has already bought it. Aang said with her hands on her waist with a smug look on her face, then you have found the right person. I'm very good at bargaining. After hearing what Aang said, Zhao handed her salary back to Aang and reminded her happily, really? That's great. This is my salary bag. You must spend it sparingly. Don't worry. Aang nodded. Well, Zhao only makes 200,000 more a month. Payman took Zhao's salary bag and observed it, then asked Aang in confusion. Aang glanced at Payman and said, otherwise, do you think everyone is like you, who likes to eat so much? A serving of Xian Xiaoqiang is half a month's salary for others. Payman. Chapter 241 The Eternity of Shadow. Well, it seems so. It's all your fault. My concept of Mora has become abnormal. Payman said and threw the pot on Aang's head. Aang said lightly, well, you can continue to eat Mora meat in the future. I will eat the delicious ones by myself. No. How can you do this to me? Payman widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. Aang replied, you said it yourself. I'm cultivating your correct consumption concept. Then don't do it. I was wrong. I will never do this again. I want to eat delicious food with you. Payman scratched his head and smiled at Aang with a flattering face. Aang, TSK. Okay, let's go and ask. Now help Zhao solve the problem first. Payman was a little afraid to look at Aang's disdainful eyes and hurriedly changed the subject. So, the two asked many people, but there was no news. Moreover, according to several people, they were clearly in the queue for more than 200 people, but still did not buy this, a Makami Godlord statue. Since the numbers don't match, let's go to the rooftop to ask. Payman suggested to Aang. Aang nodded and said, yeah. Aang, how do you feel now? Liusu asked Aang, who was looking around curiously. Aang replied with a relaxed look, not bad. Without the attention of the crowd, I feel much more comfortable. Oh, isn't this Aang? You are willing to come out of the Naruto Taisha shrine to take a look. Yagami Shijiko walked over and said to Aang with a smile. Aang nodded and said, so it's you. I was wondering who would hold the Ranke festival in the appearance of a son of God. Yagami Shijiko replied, it's because you two have both hidden in the Naruto Taisha shrine and won't come out. The Ranke festival is about to start, and I haven't seen you make any moves yet, so I thought about holding one myself. Kono Sanihaya, you speak in the appearance and tone of a son of God. I'm a little uncomfortable. Aang said, rubbing his head. There's no way. Kitsune Sanihaya is dead. It was Anasari who was reborn, not Kitsune Sanihaya, so I can't appear here as her. Yagami Shijiko shook her head. At this point, Yagami Shijiko suddenly thought of something and said to Aang, by the way, I saw Chiyo before. What? Aang shouted in surprise after hearing what Yagami Shijiko said. Chiyo Nihio, but her condition is very bad. It seems that she can't remember anything. If I wasn't familiar with her before, I wouldn't recognize her. Yagami Shijiko replied. Liusu, can you help me? Aang pleaded with Liusu next to her. Well, it's not impossible, but my willpower has been used up on that matter. I can't spare so much energy during this period of time. Liusu replied. Aang said, it doesn't matter, as long as there is hope, as long as we are sure that she is still alive. However, you can let Aang touch it, maybe there will be a surprise. Liusu continued. Is it that sword? Yagami Shijiko thought of something and asked Liusu. Liusu nodded and said, well, the sword has Aang's accumulated power. If she is willing to help you, you can save this Niuchiyo with a little more effort. Then I will go to Shin to discuss and prepare. You can continue to walk around here. After saying that, Yagami Shijiko walked towards the castle tower. Seeing Yagami Shijiko leave, Liusu turned to Aang and shouted, Aang? Aang? Seeing Aang didn't say anything, Liusu thought that she was unhappy, so she didn't say anything, but slowly followed her, observing her every move. Until later, Aang walked to a stall selling light novels, picked up a novel, and started reading it, showing an interested expression from time to time. At this time, Liusu understood everything. Aang was not unhappy at all. Liusu watched Aang flip through the books at this stall, and then walked to another stall to take a look. If she saw something that interested her, she would flip through a few more pages, and if she was not interested, she would just put down the book in her hand. Liusu walked to Aang, who was flipping through a book, and said to her, Aang, I called you before, but you didn't answer. I thought you were sad. No, I just felt a little complicated, and didn't hear you calling me, so I didn't answer. As for sadness, I'm not sad at all. On the contrary, I feel very happy, because Chiyo will always come back. Aang shook her head. Well, you are still carefree. Liusu spread her hands after hearing what Aang said. Aang put down the book in her hand, and said to Liusu seriously, it's not that I'm carefree, it's that I believe in you. No, I believe that you can do it. Aang is the one with infinite possibilities. After all, she is the eternal enemy. Liusu shook her head. After hearing what Liusu said, Aang immediately retorted, although she will bring a new vitality to this world, she cannot change the appearance of this world. Just like her in the plot, although she tried hard, Zen will still disappear, and Kitsei Palace and Chiyo will not appear. Suma's great compassion tree will still be forgotten by the world and completely disappear from our memory. However, if it were you, you would not let this happen. If it were you, you would definitely save this false world, just like I remember everything about Inazuma. As long as you remember me, I can live forever, no matter which world I'm in. Liusu. Liusu sighed and said, but she is the protagonist of Teyvat. Without her in Teyvat, time will stand still. After hearing what Liusu said, Aang stretched out her hands, grabbed the other's hands, and said excitedly, she is the protagonist of Teyvat, but you are the protagonist of the world. As long as you are willing, the world will change because of you. I don't want to experience loss again, especially after I have it. Liusu comforted Aang. Okay, Aang, don't be so excited. At least your future will be better, right? Aang shook her head and said, no, you don't understand how terrible it is to lose, because there is no such word as loss in your world. Now I understand that you are the eternity I'm chasing after, a brand new eternity that will not stagnate, and a kind of eternity that can create more encounters and joy. In this new eternity, I have only surprises, no sadness. Under the influence of this eternity, my sister who could never come back has also returned. Kitsei Palace has also returned, and Miauchiyo and the others will also slowly return under your influence. When my originally dead and silent world was once again embellished with sunshine, rain, flowers, trees, birds, beasts, insects and fish, all this is because of your arrival. So you must remember me. I can give everything for you, because now you are my new world. Liusu. Liusu was silent after hearing Aang's words. She didn't know how to explain this to Aang, but the subsequent impact of everything she did was indeed as Aang said, so she was entangled. Alas, you fooled another one. The great compassion tree sighed in Liusu's mind. Liusu couldn't help but refute him. I'm not fooling you at all. I just like robbing foxes. What does it have to do with me? Yes, you like robbing foxes. It has nothing to do with you. Dassy Tree King replied disdainfully. Liusu continued to answer, that's right, I didn't do anything. Fox Palace was stabbed out by Aang's sword. It was really an unexpected problem in the process of making General Lei Dan's body. As for Uchiho, I don't even know her. Dassy Tree King, yes. Liusu. When Liusu was silenced by Dassy Tree King, Aang held one of Liusu's hands tightly with both hands and stared at the other party with a pair of purple eyes, expecting the other party to give him an answer he wanted. Liusu was silent for a while, then she said, let's have a chance to play with foxes together in the future. After all, I like this very much. After hearing what Liusu said, Aang was stunned. Then she thought of something, smiled at Liusu and said, okay. In Aang's opinion, this was a promise made by Liusu to her, which was more real than the contract, and made her feel more at ease. Yi Shenzi, are you polite? Can these also involve me? I don't want to be played with by you, especially Nashida and Losha, who are even more outrageous than you. Then the next time made Liusu feel troubled, because Aang stood beside her, and her little hands were still holding her hands tightly, and she just wouldn't let go. Aang, you're a little weird. Liusu said to Aang with a helpless look on her face. Aang replied, give me some time, it will be fine in a while. Okay. Because Aang held Liusu's hand all the way, this wonderful scene made everyone look at her sideways, and the strange look made Liusu embarrassed. Hey, you're here, come on, come and share a table. Suddenly a voice came, and Aang naturally let go of Liusu's hand after hearing this voice. Wendy? Zhongli, what are you doing here? Liusu walked straight to the empty seat in front of them and sat down. Seeing this, Aang also walked over, and sat down quietly next to Liusu. Don't talk about anything else, come and eat, we just ordered. Wendy didn't answer Liusu's words, but greeted Liusu with a warm face. Liusu didn't care, picked up the food on the table and started eating, and then she felt that the food was, well, a little cold. Zhongli watched Wendy's behavior silently, looking at Aang who was sitting there motionless. Wendy also greeted, Aang, you eat too. Okay. After hearing Wendy's words, Aang directly picked up a bunch of food and started eating. Why is this thing cold? Liusu asked Wendy, after taking a bite. Wendy poured herself a glass of wine, and answered with a hollow look, maybe it's because of the strong wind. Really? But why do I feel like you are so guilty? Liusu looked at Wendy suspiciously. Wendy hurriedly replied, no, how could it be possible? We ordered some good food, and saw you two wandering around here, so we invited you to eat together. Don't slander me. You didn't forget to bring money, did you? Liusu thought for a while and thought of a possibility, and asked the two of them. Zhongli, ahem. Wendy, hey. Aang. Hearing Wendy's standard hey sound, Liusu thought to herself that it was true, so she spread her hands to the two of them and said, you don't think I have money, do you? We know you definitely don't have money, but she does. Wendy signaled Aang with her eyes and said, in Inazuma, she is the real thunder god, not like us, the old gods who are just slacking off and buried in the ground. Zhongli took a sip of tea and nodded. From a universal rational point of view, it is true. I'm Aang now, not the Thunder General, so I don't have money now. Aang imitated Liusu's actions and spread his hands to the two gods. Wendy heard Aang's words and exclaimed, no way. You retired too? Aang nodded and said, well, Inazuma is now under the jurisdiction of the Thunder General, because Inazuma cannot have two generals, so I can only appear as Aang, and naturally I can't act as the Thunder General. Isn't that the end? Wendy covered her face after hearing Aang's words. Old man, why don't you make some more acts now? We can't even afford a meal. It would be too embarrassing if we were caught by the store to work for us. Wendy thought of something and suggested to Zhongli next to him. Zhongli shook his head and said, no, I'm now in the world as a mortal Zhongli. Morax passed away a year ago. As Zhongli, I naturally cannot perform Morax's duties, including making Morax. You really are. Where is Liusu? After hearing what Wendy said, Liusu spread her hands and said, I also passed away. Besides, this is not Liu, and I can't send the bill to Ganyu. It seems that Liu is not allowed either. These two seem to be traveling again. With your ability, isn't it easy to make some more acts? Wendy continued to ask. Liusu refused and said, no, as a god, how can you personally use Mora to pay the bill? Wendy, you are just talking to me, and you said you are not a god before I said anything. I told you to find some Mora, and you said you are a god again. You are stuck with a bug, right? Why don't you eat? The food is getting cold. Liusu asked Wendy, who was tangled, while eating. Wendy replied with a tangled face, I'm not in the mood to eat now. Liusu nodded and said, oh, then I'm hungry. You don't drink wine either, so I will drink it all. Hey, why do you drink wine? Drinking water or juice is fine. You are wasting food by drinking. Wendy heard what Liusu said, and quickly snatched the wine on the table, and held it tightly in her arms. Don't you want to eat? I thought, I have already ordered it. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't finish it? Liusu replied expressionlessly. Wendy. Grandpa, why are you eating too? None of us has Mora to pay the bill. Wendy shouted in surprise when she saw Zhongli, who was also eating next to her. Zhongli explained calmly, since we have already ordered the dishes, this thing has already happened, and we can't go back. Instead of dwelling on it, we might as well enjoy the dishes in front of us first. I think Liusu is right. These dishes will not taste good if they get cold. As for Mora's matter, it's not too late to think about it after we finish eating. Oh, you are right. Wendy sighed and said, wait, why are you eating so fast? Leave some for me. Liusu continued to complain, you don't want to eat it yourself. I'll eat it, I can eat it, right? By the way, since you guys are eating too, remember to help us find a solution when the time comes. After hearing Wendy's words, Aang asked in confusion, you ordered the meal and treated us, and Mora didn't pay the bill. Why are you pushing this matter to us? Liusu echoed from the side, yeah, that's it, and the boss only knows that it was the dishes ordered by you two, so Aang and I just left after eating. Wow, you are immoral. After hearing the words of the two gods, Wendy shouted with a look of grief and indignation, old man, don't you say a few words? Zhongli. Wendy saw Zhongli frowning and thinking about something, so he called out again, Grandpa? Zhongli. Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Say something. Hearing Wendy's voice, Zhongli came back to his senses, thought for a while and replied, I'm thinking, should I use the rock element to imprison Wendy here later? After all, it's his order. Liusu touched her chin and pretended to think for a while and replied, oh, this is a good idea, sacrificing one to save three, a perfect decision. Aang also nodded and said, okay, Wendy, listen, are you talking like a human? You two gods don't learn good things, but learn bad things. Although one of the two gods Zumi is so young, she always thinks about everyone, and the other has the strength of a god, but one is full of bad water, and only knows how to backstab. You don't learn the good things, but learn the bad backstab of this one. Don't make fun of me. I know you won't stab me in the back, so let's think of a way. Wendy surrendered directly. If people knew that the god of wind was caught washing dishes in a foreign country because of eating and free dining, I would be so embarrassed. Liusu glanced at Wendy and said, it's your shame, not ours. You are the only one who is still the god of wind. Zhongli and I are already dead, and Aang still has a general of thunder and lightning. The people of Inazuma won't care about her. After hearing Liusu's words, Wendy said angrily, wow, if you say that, then I have to inherit the position of the god of wind to someone else. You all can slack off openly, so why do I have to perform my duties from time to time? This is not fair. I want to learn from you and die once. Liusu spread his hands and said, your death this time doesn't seem to have any impact, because you will come into contact with people who know you in the future. In Mond, except for the few people who know you are the god of wind, others don't know you are the god of wind. They only know that Mond has this god, so it really doesn't matter whether you live or die. Zhongli nodded and said, Liusu is right. Your passing will not have any impact on Mondstadt, and your life will not change. Wendy, you two 6,000-year-old men are bullying me, a 4,000-year-old man. Is this okay? This is not okay. Chapter 242 Star Messenger. After finishing the meal, the gods stared at each other, falling into a strange silence. Suddenly, Wendy saw a familiar figure and hurriedly called out to him, Albedo. Hearing Wendy's call, Albedo came over with Klee and asked Wendy, what happened? Wendy was still thinking about how to explain to him that he had no money for the meal when Liusu said directly, Wendy said he would treat the three of us to a meal, but he didn't bring any money. Wendy. After hearing Liusu's words, Albedo nodded and said, I see. Do you want me to help pay the bill? Well, I don't have Mora. Wendy scratched his head and said. Albedo asked in confusion, have you spent all the Mora you earned in Inazuma before? Wendy, hey. Although Albedo didn't quite understand why the god in front of him didn't have Mora, he still paid for the meal for Wendy. After seeing Albedo pay the bill, Venti smiled and said to Albedo, thank you for your help. May the god of wind fool you. Albedo. On the other side, Aang, Paimon and others also perfectly solved the incident of the theft of the doll, and finally received a sample of the statue of the great god of Takenami from the store owner. When Kyujo-sara saw the statue of the great god of Takenami that Aang took out, he said in disbelief, well, could this be? Paimon looked at the exquisite clay doll in front of him and said, I was so busy before that I didn't appreciate it properly. After taking a closer look, the workmanship is really good. After hearing Paimon's words, Kyujo-sara nodded and said, of course. This was designed by the best painter in Edo and handmade by the most experienced lacquer master in Inazuma Castle. If not, how can we restore 1,000th of the Solomon precious appearance of the general? If you want to keep the radiance forever and timeless, you need to buy a special shrine and worship it carefully. Aang saw Aang and Liusu walking in from outside at this time, and Aang walked directly behind Kyujo-sara and listened quietly to Kyujo-sara's fierce and wolf-like speech immersed in his own world. As for Liusu, she was watching the few people on the side, as if watching a play. Aang. Paimon also saw Aang standing behind Kyujo-sara, touching her chin, and lost in thought, and hurriedly waved to her, signaling her to stop talking. But Kyujo-sara seemed not to notice, and continued to talk to herself. Be sure to wipe it frequently, to prevent dust from getting on it. It would be best to hire a craftsman to come and maintain it. Seeing that Sarah was still immersed in her own world, and talking to herself, Paimon could not help but remind her, Sarah. Kyujo-sara came back to her senses, after being interrupted by Paimon's voice, and said in confusion, huh? What's wrong? I have summarized 5 main points for the maintenance of this Otome Murakami Lord statue, and I haven't even finished the first one yet. Aang looked at the Otome Murakami Lord statue, and touched his chin and spoke, there are so many stories about this little doll, but I haven't heard the son of God mention it to me. Hearing Aang's voice, Kyujo-sara's body stiffened, and then he turned his head suddenly, and saw Aang, who was looking at the Gakenmei God Lord Great Palace statue, and asked in surprise, General, how could you? I have nothing to do, just strolling around in Inazuma City with my friends, and I heard a familiar voice here, so I thought of investigating it. Aang replied. After parting with Wendy and Zhongli, Aang took Liusu all the way to Inazuma City. When seeing some beautiful scenes in the air, Aang would stop and tell Liusu what happened that year. During the process, Liusu did not speak, but just listened to Aang's story silently. The speed of the two was not slow, and they came to the outside of Inazuma City in a while. When walking in Inazuma City, Aang did not notice the kind of admiration this time. She felt that the reason for all this might be because she was not using the identity of Thunder General now. When the two walked near the magistrate's office, Aang heard the voices of Kyujo-sara and Paimon coming from the magistrate's office, so Aang walked in with some curiosity to investigate. Huh? Did you buy this doll? Aang asked Kyujo-sara, who was a little overwhelmed. Kyujo-sara answered with some hesitation, yes. Then he suddenly shifted his eyes to Aang and continued, it's her. After hearing what Kyujo-sara said, Paimon was surprised. Oh Aang. Aang was silent. She didn't expect that Kyujo-sara, who was always serious and calm, would also do the behavior of shirking responsibility. Aang said calmly, Sarah. Why, what's wrong? Kyujo-sara asked nervously. Aang said, in my opinion, Aang is not such a person. She has no interest in these small things. Kyujo-sara. So, General, the defense of Ranke Festival has not been arranged yet. Please forgive me for leaving first. Before Aang finished speaking, Kyujo-sara interrupted her. Aang looked at the nervous Kyocera and did not continue to speak. She nodded to him and said, well, thank you for your help. After hearing what Aang said, Kyocera looked at the Omakase no Kami no Osho statue unwillingly, then lowered his head and walked away with heavy steps. Sarah's back looks a little sad. Payman Sarah left and turned to Aang and said, after watching the back of Kyocera disappear, Aang said to Aang and Payman, I know, because this little item should be prepared by you for Sarah. Payman asked in surprise, huh? Aang, how do you know? Aang replied, as I said before, I know you. Compared with the Mora weapon, this little item should be dispensable to you. Aang, you are really good at judging people. No, this is what we bought. We are very interested in it. Payman continued to explain. Aang nodded and said, really? Then Aang, there is another doll in Merukami Taisha Shrine. It's a sample kept by Yido. Since you like it, it's of no use to me, so why not give it to you? Aang said helplessly, but there's already one here. Sir, I'm serious. Since I've said I'm going to give it to you, it's up to you to do with it as you please. You can also give it to someone else. Aang continued, if you find it troublesome to transfer it, I can send someone to deliver it directly from your house. But the person who gives the gift should write your name. After hearing Aang's words, Payman said puzzledly, hey, why make it so troublesome? Payman, don't ask anymore. Aang said, covering her face. She couldn't figure out whether Payman was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. She felt a little unconfident. Aang. Thinking of this, Aang said to Aang, just send it to the Shineling Fencing Mansion, and write, Traveler, as the sender. That's great, I'll send someone to prepare it when I get back. Aang nodded and said, by the way, I wish you all the best in the Ranke festival, and all your wishes come true. Aang smiled and nodded and said, thank you. By the way, Liusu, Aang, why are you together? Payman asked in confusion. Isn't the Ranke festival about to end? I thought about going out for a walk, but I didn't expect to meet Wendy and Zhongli when I was off the island. As a result, they invited Mora to dinner, but didn't bring Mora, so in the end it was Albedo who paid for it. Liusu spread his hands and replied. Payman scratched his head and said, well, I don't understand why you don't like to bring Mora. Mora looks so golden and attractive. Let's not talk about this. I need your help with something. Liusu changed the subject. What's the matter? Payman asked in confusion. Liusu replied, there's a problem with Zuma's world tree. I need you to go investigate. After hearing Liusu's words, Payman asked, world tree? There's a problem? Isn't it your job to manage the world tree? Why don't you handle it yourself? Liusu smiled and replied, because I need to take a vacation. I'm almost exhausted from managing one tree in Liu, so I don't have the energy to take care of the tree in Zumi. I don't believe it. You're either fishing or fishing every day. You're more leisurely than Zhongli. Payman said in disbelief, we need to rest during this period, so we won't accept commissions. Liusu didn't care about Payman's words, and continued, then are you going or not? We won't. Before Payman finished speaking, Aang interrupted, we go. Why? Payman looked at Aang with some confusion and asked, didn't you say that you won't accept commissions during this period? Are you stupid? Not accepting commissions means not accepting commissions from other people. You still have to accept Liusu's. Otherwise how can you become stronger? Aang glanced at Payman and said with a look of disappointment, oh, that's good. The mission target has been sent to your Skynet. You just need to follow the instructions to complete it. Liusu nodded. Yeah. Aang nodded, then checked the mission given by Skynet and understood it. Payman, who was thinking beside him, suddenly thought of something and said to Aang, wow, Aang, it seems that there is one last ship to reach the outlying island today. Let's go there quickly. At this time, there are still people coming. Aang scratched his head and asked in confusion. Payman also said in confusion, yes, the Ranke festival has reached its final stage. How can there be guests at this time? Then you go first. It's not too late for my commission to go after you finish dealing with the current matters. Liusu said. Payman glanced at the time of Skynet, spread his hands to Aang and said, it seems that if we go to the outlying island now, there is not enough time. Aang. Then I'll take you there. Liusu sighed and opened a portal to the outlying island. After hearing Liusu's words, Peimeng shouted excitedly, "Great, thank you Liusu. In this way, we won't be late. Aang, let's go in quickly," Peimeng suggested to Aang. Aang nodded and said, "Okay." Watching Aang and Peimeng walk into the crack, Liusu touched his chin and suddenly frowned. "Liusu, what's wrong?" Aang looked at Liusu, who suddenly became serious, and asked with some confusion. "Nothing, just a few small bugs came over." Liusu replied, "I have to go over and deal with them. Do you need my help?" Aang continued to ask. Looking at Aang, who was looking at him with hope, Liusu thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, follow me." After that, Liusu opened another space crack and walked in, with Aang following closely behind Liusu. In a golden space, several Abyss Apostles and Abyss Chanters were looking at the surrounding environment with vigilance. "Where is this place?" The leading Abyss Apostle said solemnly, "Your Highness disappeared in this space. We followed closely behind him, but we didn't expect to come to this world. What should we do now? The strong purifying aura of this golden space makes me feel uncomfortable, but in this world, we should have been purified by this world long ago, but we are not purified at this moment," an Abyss Chanter said. The Abyss Apostle replied, "I don't know either, but I can be sure that this is your Highness's world. This familiar purifying aura is exactly the same as the one your Highness uses. We are not purified, because your Highness may have noticed our presence." While several people were discussing, Liusu and Aang appeared here. Liusu's figure suddenly appeared, causing all the people of the Abyss cult to look at her with vigilance. Liusu looked at the people of the Abyss cult who came from another world, and said expressionlessly, "Outsiders, you should not be here. The gods of this world?" The leading Abyss Apostle looked at Liusu, who suddenly appeared solemnly and asked, "Liusu?" Liusu did not speak, but just looked at them quietly. Liusu also knew that they were the members of the Abyss cult who followed Aang from another continent of Teyvat. After a moment of silence, Liusu stretched out her hand and a portal appeared in this world. She said to the members of the Abyss cult lightly, "Go back." After hearing Liusu's words and the portal that appeared in front of him, the leading Abyss Apostle looked at Liusu in surprise. Although she could not see the face of the Abyss Apostle, Liusu could still feel the surprise from him. "We came to this world to follow the footsteps of His Highness." The leading Abyss Apostle spoke respectfully to Liusu, as if he ignored the portal in front of him. Aang said from the side, "Liusu, are they from the Abyss cult? Do you need me to deal with them?" "No, they are from the Abyss cult in another world, and have nothing to do with our world." Liusu shook her head. Aang listened to Liusu's words, and asked in surprise, "The Abyss cult in another world?" When Liusu and Aang were talking, the Abyss cult members didn't dare to breathe, because the gods in front of them were different from what they knew, and even the laws of that world didn't bring them such a heavy and oppressive feeling. Liusu nodded and said, "Well, Aang went to another world before. In that world, there was Aang like you, the same Morax, the same Wendy, the same Traveler and Payman, but the Traveler over there was Sora, and the Traveler here was Aang." About the twins mirror world. After listening to Liusu's words, Aang touched his chin and thought, or it can be said to be a different reincarnation. "What reincarnation?" Liusu asked in confusion. Aang shook his head and explained, "I don't quite understand it either. I just thought of this word unconsciously, and at this moment, I feel as if I have experienced countless reincarnations." Experienced countless reincarnations? In addition to this, what else do you think of? After listening to Aang's words, Liusu was a little surprised. Aang thought about it for a while and gave up. He said to Liusu, "No, my head hurts if I think about it anymore. It seems that some memories are sealed by something." "Yeah." Liusu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Aang whispered, "I'm sorry." Hearing Aang's sudden apology, Liusu asked puzzledly, "Why are you apologizing?" Aang explained, "If I can remember anything, I can help you." Liusu, "Why haven't you gone back to stay here?" Looking at the people of the Abyss cult who were still standing in the same place, Liusu asked in confusion. We came to this world to follow the footsteps of His Highness, so we don't want to go back," the leading Abyss Apostle said to Liusu. Liusu shook her head and said, "But Aang is here and doesn't need you." Abyss Apostle. The leading Abyss Apostle listened to Liusu's words and fell silent. He didn't continue to ask Liusu. Similarly, they didn't walk into the portal to go back. Liusu. Seeing the people of the Abyss cult so persistent, Liusu thought about it and came up with a good idea. He said to them, how about this? It's not impossible for you to stay, but I don't know what the throne needs us to do. The leading Abyss apostle asked. Liusu said, stars and Abyss. If you are the Abyss, and I'm your opposite, the stars. Stars? The leading figure apostle was surprised. No, you are not a star. We can feel it. Liusu was surprised. Oh. The Abyss apostle explained. How can the illusory stars in the sky be compared with the real sun? Then have you ever thought that the sun is just one of many stars? Liusu said. Abyss apostle. No, it's impossible. The sun is the sun, and the stars are the stars. The Abyss apostle shook his head. After hearing the words of the Abyss apostle, Liusu did not explain too much to him, because everyone in the world of Teyvat believed that the sun was the sun, and the stars in the sky were made up of meteorites. Thinking of this, Liusu separated a small golden tree branch and distributed it to the members of the Abyss cult. What is this? The leading Abyss apostle asked in confusion. A means to make you stay. Of course, you can also refuse. Liusu explained. What if we don't accept it? The Abyss apostle continued to ask. Liusu replied, send you back. After hearing Liusu's words, the leading Abyss apostle gritted his teeth and grabbed the burning golden branch in front of him. The moment he touched the golden branch, golden flames rose from his palm and then burned along his arm to his whole body. Ah! The Abyss apostle felt that the flames from the golden branch in his hand were like burning his soul. Although it was painful, he still did not let go of the branch in his hand, because he realized that the golden flame was purifying his soul. You, hurry up and accept this gift. This branch will purify the curse that has penetrated our souls. He shouted to the people behind him, while holding back the pain. Yes, the people of the Abyss cult behind him were excited after hearing his words. What was the point of pain when it came to removing the curse? So they all grabbed the golden branch in front of them. Then the hysterical shouts of the people of the Abyss cult rang out in this golden space. Liusu! Liusu, what are you doing? Aang looked at the people of the Abyss cult who were burned by the golden flames. Under the burning flames, a lot of blue flames were emanating from their bodies, so she asked Liusu with some doubts. Liusu replied, we are testing a possibility. From the current point of view, the effect is not bad. Oh. In that case, we can purify the people of the Abyss cult and turn them back to their original appearance? After listening to Aang's words, Liusu shook his head and said, why do we need to rescue the people of the Abyss cult? I'm not familiar with them, and the golden tree branches are so precious. I'm not that stupid to use them to save people. What are you doing? Liusu explained, because they are believers of Aang, I can feel it, and for a possibility, I want to try it on them. After the transformation, they can be the weapon to destroy the Abyss cult. Aang, you are worthy of it. You use the people of the Abyss cult to deal with the people of the Abyss cult. Although the two are not from the same world, they are essentially the same. After a long time, the people of the Abyss cult no longer exuded blue flames, and they no longer felt the previous pain, but a long lost warmth and comfort. After adapting to the new life, the members of the Abyss cult knelt on one knee in front of Liusu and shouted respectfully, we thank the god for the gift. Liusu said, you should have heard what I said just now. This ability cannot be mass produced, so it is impossible for you to rely on it to save your people. We know. The leading Abyss apostle nodded and replied. Liusu continued, since it has been reborn, the Abyss cult is no longer suitable for you. You are now called the Golden Guards, and the Abyss Apostles are changed to Star Messengers. Although they were a little confused about what the golden tree was, they still nodded and said, yes. Okay, you can leave. Liusu waved his hand. Then can we continue to follow His Highness now? The leader asked. Liusu nodded and said, okay, take this, I can give you some help. Is this the tool that His Highness used before? The Star Messenger took another style of Skynet from Liusu and put it on. A large amount of basic knowledge was passed into their minds. The Golden Guard silently accepted the knowledge passed on. After they had completely digested it, the leading Star Apostle said to Liusu in surprise, so His Highness also got the tools from you. Liusu nodded and said, yes. Before the star messenger could ask anything else, Liusu waved his hand and sent them all out. The golden guards only felt a flash before their eyes. When they came to their senses, they had already left the golden world and appeared under the blue sky and white clouds. A star mage looked around the surrounding environment and asked the leading star apostle, what should we do now? The leading star apostle answered, of course, we should look for Her Highness and help her when she needs it, because we are all thanks to Her Highness. The star mage continued to ask, but, although Her Highness's ability is not as good as the throne, it is stronger than us. Can we really help Her Highness with things that he cannot solve? The leading star apostle thought for a while and then said, there will always be times when Her Highness needs us, just like in that world's Zumi. Her Highness does not do everything by himself. Chapter 243 The Fox's Happiness Extraction Tool. On the other side, Aang and Payman also arrived at the port before the newcomers got off the ship. After waiting for a while, Payman saw the people coming down and shouted in surprise, wow, it's Xinhei and Goro. Huh? Why are you here? Coral Palace. Xinhei asked in surprise, are those two dangerous children not here? Are you talking about Klee and Nashida? Do you want to play with them? I can introduce them to you. Payman said. Coral Palace. Xinhei waved his hand and said, no need. By the way, are the present day gods and the generals of Heiji Island also here to participate in the Ranke festival? Payman asked, touching his chin. Yes, but we were not invited as administrators of Heiji Island, but as individuals. Coral Palace. Xinhei replied, recently, there haven't been many things to do on Heiji Island, and I want to buy some books, so I decided to come. At this point, Coral Palace. Xinhei turned his head and looked at Wu Lang and continued, Wu Lang is actually not very interested in Ranke festival, but when he heard that I was coming to the island, he followed me. After hearing Coral Palace. Xinhei's words, Wu Lang on the side said, after all, Lord Coral Palace is leaving Heiji Island, and he has to meet his pen pal today. As a general, of course I have to ensure Lord's safety. Payman asked in confusion, pen pals? Yes, we just met recently and started to contact each other. Coral Palace. Xinhei replied, my pen pal and I have similar tastes in light novels, and we often talk about a lot of interesting ideas. Of course, we also have times when we are at loggerheads and refuse to give in to each other. Because we will all come to the Ranke festival this time, we decided to take the opportunity to hold a novel appreciation meeting. Talk about each other's views on novels. Payman said in surprise, it sounds very professional. By the way, since you two both like novels, why don't you try to create together? Maybe it can change the current literary situation of Inazuma. Haha, this is an interesting idea. After listening to Payman's words, Coral Palace. Xinhei replied with a smile. Then, Xinhei of the Coral Palace looked at the time and said to Aang, it's almost time to meet. Traveler, Wu Lang and I are going to meet each other at the agreed place. Payman listened to Xinhei of the Coral Palace and asked him expectantly, Xinhei, I'm actually a little curious about your pen pal. Can I go with you to see it? Don't worry, I'll just watch from a distance and won't disturb your party. Xinhei of the Coral Palace thought for a while and replied, let me think about it. You two should have no problem. Then let's go together. Okay, thank you Xinhei. Payman said excitedly. So, Xinhei of the Coral Palace took Aang and Payman to the place, agreed with the pen pal. Xinhei of the Coral Palace looked around and nodded. The agreed place is here. Wu Lang said, there is no one else around. It seems that we came earlier. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind them. Oh my, you are finally here. God, son of God. Payman shouted in surprise. Ye God said with a smile, why are you so surprised? Can't I be here? No, it's just that you went back, didn't you? Payman scratched his head and asked in confusion, besides, you look a little bit bad. Ye God. Of course my condition is not good. Although the fish has healing methods, under their torture, Ye God feels very tired. If it weren't for meeting this so-called pen pal, she wouldn't want to come. But speaking of it, it was this pen pal who saved her life, because Nashida and Losha let her go after hearing Ye God say that she was going to meet her pen pal. It's okay. It's just that there are too many things to deal with during this period of time, and I'm a little sleepy. Ye God changed the subject. Okay. Payman scratched his head, although he still felt something was wrong. You are Ye God. Coral Palace Zinhei exclaimed, as if he had seen something horrible. Yishinko smiled and said, otherwise, are you surprised to see me? Coral Palace Zinhei was of course surprised, because from the outfit of Yishinko in front of her, she didn't look like the chief priest of Narukamitaisha at all. Thinking of this, she turned her head, and saw that Goro had sneaked away at some point. Coral Palace Zinhei, you said you would come to protect me? You actually slipped away at this time. Yes, I'm quite surprised. Coral Palace Zinhei replied with a stiff expression. Yishinko smiled and greeted, hello, Miss Ornamental Fish. Oh no, it's Miss Deep Sea Tongue Flounder. Coral Palace Zinhei. Compared with Yishinko's smiling face, Coral Palace Zinhei replied a little stiffly, hello, Miss Linglang Fried Tofu. Looking at the still stiff Coral Palace Zinhei, Yishinko teased, why are you nervous? Are you afraid that I will eat you? No. Coral Palace Zinhei shook his head. Payman scratched his head and said, so Zinhei's pen pal is actually Shenzi? No. It seems that Shenzi has known Zinhei's identity for a long time, while Zinhei doesn't know Shenzi's identity. In that case, Aang nodded and said, in that case, all this is a conspiracy of Yi Shenzi. After hearing what Aang said, Yi Shenzi turned around and retorted, huh? What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? I'm just here to have a novel appreciation meeting with Miss Deep Sea Tongue Fresh Fish. Let's go. Let's change the venue of the appreciation meeting to Narukamitaisha. The scenery there is very beautiful, especially suitable for drinking tea and talking about creation. After hearing what Yi Shenzi said, Payman couldn't help but complain. What kind of novel appreciation meeting can be held in Narukamitaisha? I'd believe it. I think Shenzi, you have bad intentions. Can I refuse? After hearing what Payman said, Coral Palace Zinhei whispered to Yi Shenzi. Yi Godson shook his head and refused. No, since you are here, why don't you sit down before you leave? Well, that's fine. Speaking of which, why didn't I see your general? Didn't I say I would bring someone with me? Yi Godson checked and found that Wu Lang was not there, so he asked Coral Palace Zinhei. Payman came back to his senses at this time and said, oh, that's right. Why did Wu Lang suddenly disappear? Wu Lang, he must have smelled something and ran away. Coral Palace Zinhei said. As expected of a little dog, your nose is really sharp. Yi Godson said with some regret. Oh, what a pity. I thought I could see his furry ears again. Traveler, can you talk to me for a moment? Coral Palace Zinhei suddenly said to Aang. Aang asked in confusion, what's wrong? Godson, then we'll go over there. Paimeng looked at the two people who left with Zinhei and said to Yi Godson. Yi Shinko said, go ahead. When they reached a secluded place, Coral Palace Zinhei said to Aang anxiously, traveler, what should I do? I feel that Yi Shinko has bad intentions towards me. After hearing Coral Palace Zinhei's words, Aang scratched her head in confusion. I can see that kind of playful look in her eyes, so I think it will not be that simple for her to invite me this time. Coral Palace Zinhei explained. Then how did you two know each other? Aang asked curiously. Coral Palace Zinhei hesitated and said to Aang, last time, because Ruko exposed my laziness, the general came to Heiji Island in person to capture me and appeared openly in front of the castle tower. It was really embarrassing. Payman. Aang. As a result, the general did not capture me to punish me or anything, but let me exercise all my rights, saying that there were not enough people in Inazuma's management, so I also asked me to help. Later, I found a pen pal when I took time out of my busy schedule to read novels, that is, Miss Linglang Yao Daofu. At this point, Coral Palace Zinhei looked a little sad. She continued, I didn't expect her to be Yi Shinko, because their styles are a little different, so I didn't doubt it. In the article, she told me that her old friend's cooking was particularly bad, and she also asked her to help taste and analyze some interesting things in life. In addition, our eyes on light novels are very similar. Over time, we also became good pen pals. The old friend who cooks badly, that Yi Shinko mentioned as Aang, right? After all, Liusu's cooking is delicious. Payman analyzed. After hearing the secret revealed by Payman, Coral Palace Zinhei said in surprise, so the general's cooking is bad. Well, it's not bad. How should I put it? It's just that the food she cooks is unpalatable to anyone except the gods. Payman spread his hands and replied. Coral Palace Zinhei. By the way, why did Goro run away? Payman asked in confusion. This also happened when Inazuma was being built. Yi Miyagi liked to tease Goro. She seemed to particularly like seeing Goro's embarrassed but helpless look of grief and indignation. Coral Palace Zinhei replied. If I had noticed when Goro left, I could have left earlier. After all, Goro has an acquired avoidance of the aura of Yi Shenzi, just like encountering a natural enemy. Speaking of this, Coral Palace Zinhei sighed helplessly, eyeing Payman. Then Zinhei, why did you call us here? Payman asked with a tangled look on his face. Coral Palace Zinhei replied, well, since Goro evacuated first, I definitely can't leave for a while, so you guys help me give this to Goro and ask him to buy some books for me. Payman took the list handed over by Coral Palace Zinhei and nodded. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Coral Palace Zinhei thanked. Payman waved his hand and said, it's okay, we'll go find Goro first. After the conversation, Yi Shinko left with a sad-looking Coral Palace Zinhei, smiling. Watching the two leave, Payman spread his hands to Aang and said, it looks like something bad is going to happen. It should be okay. Zinhei will at most be thrown into the fish tank by Shinko. Nothing will happen. Aang said calmly. After hearing Aang's words, Payman scratched his head and said, well, that's right. Let's go find Goro. The two searched around and finally saw Goro cat in a corner. Goro, what are you doing? Payman went up and greeted. Wu Lang. Wu Lang was shocked by Payman's shout and turned his head stiffly. He was relieved when he saw Aang and Payman and said, ah, it's you two. Alas, I didn't expect that the pen pal of Coral Palace was that woman. I really didn't know what to say to her. When I came to my senses, I was hiding nearby. Aang. Wu Lang sighed and continued, I came here to protect Coral Palace, but I couldn't do anything. Instead, I became a burden to her. Wu Lang, don't blame yourself. Zinhei has a task for you. After that, Payman handed Wu Lang the list of books given by Coral Palace Zinhei. After Wu Lang took the list of books, he immediately said with full energy, this is Coral Palace's purchase list. I understand. The master hopes that I can make up for my mistakes. Okay, let me do it next. I think if you make up for your mistakes, you can enter the fish tank instead of Zinhei. Aang complained in a low voice. Wu Lang asked Aang in confusion, Traveler, did you say anything just now? Aang replied with a sullen face, nothing. Wu Lang, let's go with you too. We just happen to be your guides, and will accompany you around the Ranke festival. Payman suggested to Wu Lang, who was still confused. Wu Lang came back to his senses after hearing Payman's words, and said to him, thank you so much. Payman followed a few people, and asked Wu Lang, by the way, Wu Lang, what book do you want to buy on Zinhei's list? There is a fairy tale book called Night of Shadows to the Mountain on the list. It should be sold at this stall. Wu Lang pointed to a stall with a pink fox doll and said. Payman asked in confusion, fairy tale book? Goro explained, yes, this was bought by Lord Coral Palace for the children of Yumi Island. Lord Coral Palace said that the words in this book are easy to understand and very suitable for learning to read. After that, Goro said to the stall owner, hello, please give me 5 copies of Shadow Mountain at Night. After listening to Goro's words, the stall owner took out 5 books from the shelf and handed them to Goro. After taking the books, Goro also handed over Mora. Thank you for your patronage. After taking Mora, the stall owner smiled and said to Garling, oh, you are such a lucky customer. You just bought a book with a gift coupon, so you can get an extra prize. After hearing the stall owner's words, Payman said to Garling in surprise, wow, there are prizes to be won. That's great, Garling. The stall owner put a pink plush fox doll in front of Garling and said, this is a fox doll for you. Please keep it. What, a fox doll? Garling asked in horror. Aang and Payman found that Garling's tail stood up when he heard the word fox. Aang. The stall owner looked at Wu Lang in confusion and asked, "My dear, what's wrong with you? It seems that the hair on your tail is standing up." After Wu Lang came to his senses, he waved to the stall owner and said, "No, I'm fine, thank you for the gift." After that, Wu Lang turned to Aang and asked seriously, "Traveler, this fox, doll, if possible, please accept it." "Huh? Really?" Aang asked in surprise after hearing Wu Lang's words. Wu Lang nodded and said, "Well, consider it a thank you gift for accompanying me to buy books." "Thank you, this plush doll is very cute." Aang held the pink plush fox doll in her arms and rubbed it for a few times, then said with some disappointment, "Well, the feel of this plush doll is not as comfortable as the fur of the Son of God, but it's still okay." Wu Lang. "Traveler, what did you just say?" Wu Lang suspected that he had auditory hallucinations and asked Aang with an unbelievable look on his face. He really couldn't imagine that someone could touch the eightfold Son of God. In his opinion, the difficulty of this matter is no different from touching the general's thoughtless knife with his own hand. Aang shook his head and said, "Nothing." Looking at Wu Lang, who had begun to doubt the reality of the world, Aang hurriedly said, "Goro." Payman looked at the startled Goro and helplessly spread his hands to Aang and said, "Hey, it seems that Goro has not yet come out of the psychological shadow of Shenzi. I'm very curious about what Shenzi did to Goro before that made Goro so afraid of her. Now that you put it that way, I'm also quite curious. Next time, we can just ask Shenzi directly." Aang replied, touching his chin. After hearing what the two said, Goro's body stiffened again. He directly changed the subject and said, "Next. Although it is not the focus of this trip, let's go by light novels first." The book list says that the new issue of Shenkyū Yushi Janlu was bought in advance by an editor named Anodora. We should not let the other party wait for us too long. After hearing what Goro said, Payman said, "We know this person. We will take you to find him." On the other side, Yi Shenzi and Coral Palace Xinhe had already arrived at the foot of Yingxiang Mountain. "Didn't you say you were going to take me to the Narugami Shrine? Why did you stop here?" Coral Palace Xinhe looked at Yishinko and stopped at the entrance of the cave where Aang had been before and asked her with a puzzled look on her face. "It's fine here. After all, there are two gods up there that I don't want to face." Yishinko shook her head. Yishinko stretched out her hand and a 3 or 4 meter high fish tank suddenly appeared in the cave in front of her. After doing all this, she squinted her eyes and said to Coral Palace Xinhe, "Look, the fish tank I prepared for you is nice, isn't it?" Coral Palace Xinhe. "Master Palace, why don't we just forget it?" Coral Palace Xinhe swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then said in a low voice. Yishinko stretched out a finger and shook it in front of Coral Palace Xinhe and said, "No, now you only have 2 choices. Either go in by yourself, or I throw you in." Alas. Coral Palace Xinhe sighed and then jumped into the fish tank under Yishinko's smiling face. Coral Palace Xinhe has come to this point. She has no other choice, and it is not the first time for her to enter the fish tank. "That's right, come, let's talk about the novel." Yi Shenzi brought out a small stool and said to Coral Palace Xinhe with a smile. Coral Palace Xinhe. While Coral Palace Xinhe and Yi Shenzi were having a friendly conversation, Aang and Payman on the outlying island took Goro to find editor Anodora. Goro asked the pot-bellied Anodora, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Anodora? I'm here to pick up the new edition of Shenkyu Shijian by Deep Sea Tongue Flounder." "Hello, hello, the book is here." Anodora nodded and replied. Goro took out the list given by Coral Palace Xinhe, checked it, and continued to say to Anodora, "In addition, there are these books. If you have them in stock, please give me 1 copy of each." "Okay, let me see." When Anodora was taking the books, Goro had an unknown bad premonition. As expected, Anodora said in surprise, "Oh, you are such a lucky guest. You are the 100th reader to buy Hamavilan War Chronicle, so you can get a special edition with a book review written by Lord Yi." Goro covered his head in pain after hearing what Anodora said. How could this happen? "My dear, what's wrong with you? You don't look very well." Anodora looked at the distressed Goro and asked in surprise. Goro was about to say something when he was interrupted by a sudden voice. "Hey, little guy, are you dissatisfied with my signature?" "Lord Yi." Anodora hurriedly greeted. "Goro. Goddess? Why are you here? Didn't you go to discuss things with Xinhei? Payman turned his head and asked in surprise. Aang covered his head and explained in a low voice, Payman, she is not the goddess. Oh, that's about it. I heard Aang say that they are all priests and they are the same. Payman scratched his head and replied in a low voice, then should we still call her the goddess? Well, she probably doesn't want others to discover her true identity. Aang nodded. Shijiko Yagami looked at Goro with a stiff face and replied with a smile, it's the Rankei festival now. Is it strange for me to be here? I saw you guys here and planned to come over to take a look. I didn't expect to hear that a little guy was very disgusted with my autograph. That's right. Payman scratched his head and said, Goddess, did you come to us specifically to ask us for help? There are some things that need your help. After you have dealt with the things, I will take you to the castle tower. The general wants to see you. Shijiko Yagami nodded. Yeah, it turns out that General Raiden wants to see us. We know. Payman nodded. Goro. He learned one thing from the conversation between Payman and Aang. That is, there are actually two Yi goddesses. How awesome is this to him? And the two have the same personality. Yagami Shijiko smiled and continued to say to Goro, little guy, speak up. Are you dissatisfied with my autograph? Or, no. Goro shook his head like a rattle after hearing what Yagami Shijiko said. Yagami nodded and said, really? Then accept it with gratitude. Goro. Well, why don't you speak? You haven't thanked me yet. Yagami looked at Goro who had fallen into silence and reminded him. Goro replied haltingly, thank you, yep, the autograph of Lord Yi. I will definitely keep it well. Keep it well. That's all? I thought you would keep it close to your body and then tell everyone you meet. This is the autograph given to me by the wise and beautiful Lord Yi Kimiko. Well, although you answered this sentence of Kimiko first, it reappeared in another scene. After hearing what Yi Kimiko said, Payman spread his hands to Aang and said, however, I think it will be difficult for Goro to do this. After all, Goro is a normal person, not like you. After hearing what Payman said, Aang said to Payman with a threatening look on his face, Payman, do you mean I'm shameless? No, of course not. Payman waved his hands quickly. Aang asked expressionlessly, then what do you mean? Payman scratched his head and defended anxiously, I mean, it's... Seeing that Payman was hesitant for a long time and couldn't make sense, Aang shouted angrily, you can't say it. You think so? Your food allowance will be halved again. Seeing this, Payman quickly admitted his mistake and said, no, I was wrong. Goro, who was standing aside, flushed red when he heard what Yagami Shijiko said. One hand tightly grasped the book in his hand. His fluttering ears and tail showed that his heart was in turmoil at this moment. The little guy's tail is standing up, so cute. Yagami looked at Goro and teased. Goro, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, the end of the Rankei festival. Payman looked at Goro, who was almost fainting from shame and anger at what Yagami said, and turned to Aang and spread his hands and said, now I know why Goro is so afraid of Shenzi. By the way, the amount of money you just spent on books is enough to participate in the lucky draw of Yido. Please follow me to the lucky draw table. Anodora said to Goro. Goro replied uncomfortably, can I not draw? Yagami shook her head and said, of course not. Goro. Anodora brought the stiff Goro to the lucky draw. Aang and Payman followed Goro curiously. Murata, the editor of Yido who was in charge of the lottery, said to Goro, just turn the handle and wait a moment and a prize ball will fall out. Maybe you are the lucky winner today. Payman said to Goro who was a little flustered. Goro, try your luck. Goro walked forward and shook the handle as Murata said, and then under his horrified eyes, a small golden ball came out of the lottery machine. Murata saw the golden ball spit out from the lottery machine and said to Goro in surprise, let me see. Golden prize ball. Amazing. This guest actually won the special prize. Goro, I find that you are really lucky today. Speaking of which, what can you get for the special prize? Paimon asked curiously. The special prize will receive a set of all the light novels published by Yido. Murata replied, not only will the prize be awarded by Lord Yido personally, but you will also have the opportunity to shake hands with Lord Yido and take a photo. Goro. What? And you have to shake hands and take a photo? Goro exclaimed. Shijiko Yagami said, why, are you dissatisfied? Ahahaha, of course not, but can I exchange these light novels for other books? Goro scratched his head with a guilty conscience. Shijiko Yagami thought for a while and said, of course, but what? Goro asked. But you have to promise me one thing. If you can do it, then you can also save the handshake and photo. Shijiko Yagami said with a smile. Goro hurriedly replied, I agree. Oh, you agreed so quickly without asking what it is. Shijiko Yagami was surprised. I don't think there is anything worse than this. Goro said in a low voice. Shijiko Yagami turned to Anodora, as if she didn't hear Goro's complaints and said, since you agree, Anodora, according to the needs of this little guy, replace this set of light novels with equivalent books. Yes, Lord Yagami. Anodora nodded. After hearing what Yagami Shijiko said, Goro breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you, Master Yagami. Haha, I should thank you too. Yagami Shijiko said with a smile, I will write you a letter about what you need to do, and send it to you together with the books you want. Well, I always feel that things will not be that simple. Paimon said to Aang. Aang nodded and said, me too, but this matter must be very interesting. Then I'll leave first, and travelers remember to come over when the time comes. Paimon waved to Yagami Shijiko and said, okay, we will go. Seeing that Yagami Shijiko had completely left, Goro breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Aang and Paimon with a relaxed look, that woman is finally gone. Paimon. After accompanying Goro to buy everything he needed, the people from Yido also loaded the other books that Goro had exchanged onto their ship. The commission from Lord Coral Palace has been completed. Wu Lang counted the books and said with a smile, and it's considered to have exceeded the task. Paimon said, that's because Wu Lang's luck is very good. Unlike us, we have never won such a big prize. But speaking of it, why hasn't Lord Coral Palace come back yet? It's so late. Wu Lang said worriedly, after standing at the dock and waiting for a while. There should be something else, right? Paimon scratched his head. Alas. Thinking of the two eightfold children of God, Wu Lang couldn't help but sigh again. After waiting for a long time, the hard sea of Coral Palace slowly appeared. Traveler, Wu Lang, you must have waited for a long time. Coral Palace said to the few people with a forced smile. Paimon looked at Coral Palace Xinhei, who looked just like he had met Yi God before, and asked in confusion, Xinhei, why do you look a little tired? No, nothing. I just talked to Yi God about some things. Xinhei shook his head and said, Goro, have you bought all the books you need? Xinhei, don't you know that Goro won the special prize when he bought books this time, a complete set of light novels, but he asked God to exchange them for useful books. Paimon said. Coral Palace Xinhei was surprised after hearing Paimon's words. Really? Then Goro has made a great contribution this time, and he has won so many useful books at once. After hearing Coral Palace Xinhei's words, Goro said politely, although I won the grand prize, these books were given by Yi God in the final analysis. I think if I have a chance in the future, I should thank her well. Coral Palace Xinhei. Goro's words made Coral Palace Xinhei silent. She didn't want to see Yi God again. At the same time, she was also curious, why could a follower of Thunder God use the grass element? That's right. At the beginning, Yi God was in a friendly meeting with Coral Palace Xinhei. Later, Yi God used all the methods that Nashida and Losha used on Coral Palace Xinhei. Fortunately, Coral Palace Xinhei was able to recover, otherwise he really couldn't withstand the series of destruction from Yi God. Yi God also learned the fun of those four guys who were not human. As for the grass element, it was a special gift from the grass god. Yi God was unwilling at first, but after learning that General Lei Dian and Aang could use the grass element, she also gave up her belief. Besides, it was a good thing for her to have a power. Seeing that the two suddenly fell silent, Payman scratched his head and asked Goro, by the way, Goro, God said she left you a letter. It said what you promised her. What is it? I'm very curious. Oh, yes, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. Let me take it out and see. Goro said, and took out the letter from Yi God from his pocket. The letter said, Wulang, regarding this matter that needs you to do, I was going to discuss it with you at first, but I didn't expect you to agree without thinking. I admire your courage, but I can understand your nervousness at that time. However, let me tell you one thing. I'm not the previous Yi goddess. The goddess you met before, including the one who left with the ornamental fish, is the real Yi goddess. Wulang. Wulang, what's wrong? Coral Palace Xinhei asked curiously when she saw Wulang's horrified look. Wulang explained, Sir Coral Palace, Yi goddess said that she actually has two. I was wondering why Yi goddess appeared in the place where I bought books with the traveler. Didn't she leave with you? She came back and changed into a new set of clothes. But how could this be possible? Haha, or this must be her trick to make me scared. Coral Palace Xinhei. Wulang, did you also meet Yi Palace C? Coral Palace asked in confusion. Goro nodded and said, yes, the traveler and I have seen it. Coral Palace Xinhei touched his chin and replied, if what you said is true, then there are indeed two children of the Eightfold God, because the Eightfold Palace Secretary has been with me today and has never left. I have already said that there are two children of the Eightfold God, and you don't believe me, Goro. Payman spread his hands to Goro, who had a stiff face after hearing what Coral Palace Xinhei said. Goro held his head and shouted in disbelief, wow, no way, one is enough to torture people, and you told me that there are two children of the Eightfold God, and the personalities of the two are exactly the same? Goro, I know you can't accept this cruel reality, but it is true. Coral Palace Xinhei sighed. No, I can't believe it, or this is fake. Goro shook his head and said. Payman said to Goro, who was a little collapsed, Goro, what about the rest of the content? Have you finished reading it? Wait a minute, let me calm down, I'll take a look. Goro shook his head. After waiting for a long time, Goro gradually calmed down his mood that was about to collapse, picked up the letter in his hand, and continued to read. Haha, this is of course a joke. How can there be two Yi godsons in the world? Are you panicked after reading this? I spent a lot of effort to help you collect these books, but I have thought about what you promised me. Seeing this, Goro breathed a sigh of relief and showed the letter in his hand to several people while saying to them, I said, Yi godson must be lying to me. There may be two identical people in this world. Payman glanced at the content of the letter and looked at Goro, who was still proud with a strange face. Goro looked at the three people including Coral Palace Xinhei, who looked at him with sympathy. He scratched his head in confusion and said, what are your expressions? Lord Coral Palace, why do you have such an expression? Is there something wrong with the letter? Goro, you promised something to Yi Palace before, right? Coral Palace Xinhei asked with a sigh. Yes, what's wrong? Goro asked with some confusion. This, you should read it yourself. Coral Palace Xinhei said with a strange expression. Goro. Although he was confused, Goro still picked up the letter and continued to read. Your chance to repay me has come. Next month, Yida will hold an event. We will find people to dress up as characters in the light novel and interact with the fans. Goro, you are not only patient, but also handsome. Why don't you come and help? I will tailor a set of looks for you. By the way, it's women's clothing. Goro. Goro's eyes widened, staring at the last four words in the letter. It's women's clothing. In the end, his spirit collapsed under the torture of these four words. That hateful woman. It seems that Goro can't accept it. Payman spread his hands to Aang and said, but this is really something that the Son of God can do. Seeing this, Coral Palace Xinhei on the side couldn't help but feel better. As long as there is someone worse than himself, then the humiliation he suffered before is nothing. Thinking of this, Coral Palace Xinhei said to Goro with a smile on his face, it's okay, Goro, it's only once. Goro heard Coral Palace Xinhei's words and said in disbelief, Sir Coral Palace? Haha, Goro, it's almost time, we should leave. Coral Palace Xinhei turned to Aang and Paimon and said, Traveler, Paimon, if you have time, you must come to Heiji Island again. Don't worry, we will go. Paimon nodded. After bidding farewell to Goro with a painful face and Coral Palace Zinhei with a smile on his face, Aang and Paimon also went to the castle tower to meet General Raiden according to Yagami Shijiko's words. You must be the traveler and Paimon. The general has been waiting inside for a long time. This time, the Akuji people did not stop Aang and Paimon like in Genshin Impact 2nd and greeted them respectfully. I told you, reality is not a game. With what we did in Inazuma and our relationship with the general, how could the Akuji clan not recognize us? After hearing what Paimon said, Aang said with a look of disgust, alright, there are still many things that I haven't settled with you. Paimon. Oh, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come today. Yagami Shijiko, who was sitting with General Raiden, said in surprise when she saw Aang and Paimon coming. Kamiko, General, hello, what do you want to talk to us about? Paimon waved and greeted the two. Haha, just call me Hinasari. After all, Kamiko is the name of that little guy. After saying this, Yagami Shijiko changed from a pink-haired fox to a white-haired fox as before. It's really Hinasari. I was wondering why Inazuma had two sons of God. Paimon realized it belatedly and said, but why didn't we notice it before? They are all foxes, and their personalities are similar. It's normal that you didn't notice it at first. General Raiden said. After all, this white-haired fox is black, even if it's cut open. After hearing what Shin said, Hinasari said unconvincedly, hey, Shin, what are you talking about? What do you mean it's black, even if it's cut open? The one before was a son of God. What does it have to do with me, Hinasari? Shin, yeah, right. It feels like the way Shin and Hinasari get along with Aang and Yi are similar. Should we say they are worthy of being two sisters? Looking at the two people who were arguing, Paimon said helplessly to Aang, okay, stop arguing, traveler. This time I asked you to do me a favor. You should have seen a ghost girl whose whole body was hidden under a cloak before. Shin said to Aang. Paimon asked, you mean the one who spoke a little harshly? Last time we found Arate Kichito with her, she disappeared. Well, her name is Michio, and she was the last person to disappear during the crisis of Inazuma 500 years ago. Shin replied, but now her mind is polluted by that strange power, and I need you to help me save her. Then what do we need to do? Aang asked. Use the sword in your hand to purify this filth. Shin replied. Aang nodded and said, okay, you should be talking about more than just this, right? Of course, there are some things that need your help. After Aang and Shin finished talking, the Ranke festival came to a perfect end. The foreigners in Inazuma also went back one after another, including Aang and Paimon, because they were also preparing for the next journey. A few days later, at Narukami Taisha, Shin said to the two, King, Shenzi, are you going to go out this time? Well, because there I can find a new eternity, Aang said. Shin thought for a moment and said to Yingying, if you want to leave, I won't say anything else. After all, it's not appropriate to say too much. But there is one thing you have to remember, that is, you have to come back every time the Inazuma festival comes. Okay, I see. Aang nodded and said, Shin, Inazuma, can you really do it alone? Shin smiled and replied, of course, you can. You know, you can't beat me now. Aang. You are Kitsune Seibu? Feeling the familiar breath, Yikamiko asked in surprise. Hinasari shook her head and said, no, I'm Yikamiko, the chief priest of Narukami Taisha. Yikamiko. Oh, little fox, are you too proud to look at me like this? Hinasari, who looked like Yagami Shijiko in the form of a shrine maiden, smiled at Yikamiko, who had changed into another set of clothes. I'm not. Yikamiko said hurriedly. Hinasari smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead, he walked forward and touched Yishinko's furry little head and said, okay, you guys can go and have fun in Teyvat. After all, Inazuma still has a general and a priest, and neither of you can be our opponent. Are you really Kitsune Palace? Yishinko continued to ask. Hinasari replied with a smile, if you think I am, then I am. Yishinko nodded and said, yes. After the few people talked for a while, Aang and Yishinko also used Skynet to teleport directly to Liu Port. Watching the two figures disappear, Shin first sighed and then said excitedly, "These two people are finally gone. Now I can be more at ease. If I knew that you are like this, would she be shocked?" Hanasari said with a smile. Shin glanced at Hanasari and snorted. "That was because I didn't have the strength before, but now I have the strength. Of course, I have to follow my own heart and live more freely." Hanasari. Chapter 245 The Mystery of the Rock Layers. Liusu looked at Yishinko and Aang, who were lying in her yard and eating like salted fish, and said, "You two just went to Mondstadt for 2 days and you're staying here instead of leaving? There's nothing interesting to do outside," Yishinko replied, "and the travelers have been lying at home these days, so we can't find anything to do." Son of God is right, Aang agreed. "If you still feel it's inappropriate, then Son of God will give you a couple of rubs." Yishinko. Liusu. Liusu glanced at the two of them and sighed. After thinking for a while, she decided to go out fishing. On the other side, Payman said to Aang, who was playing Genshin Impact 2nd crazily with a game console, "Aang, when are we going to Zumi? We have been in Liu for several days, so we should have rested enough." "Not yet. Wait until I finish these tasks." "Why do I have to do the prerequisites for the Stratum Chasm inter-chapter tasks?" Aang looked at the tasks and couldn't help complaining. "Payman, have you done this task?" Payman shook his head and said, "No, because there are too many legendary tasks, and there are not enough keys. I get a key fragment every day, and I can only change it every 8 days. How can I unlock it? And some legendary tasks also require prerequisites. Just like to do the legendary tasks of Venti and Kin, you must first complete the legendary tasks of Klee." Payman scratched his head and continued. "So what have you done now?" Aang asked in confusion. Payman replied, "The ones that became generals, Zhongli and Nashida, because unlocking these can unlock weekly materials. I think they should be done first." "How do you know that these tasks have weekly materials?" "Isn't there a small manual in the upper right corner? Open it and you can know what to complete first in these dungeons, right?" "Aang, you won't miss it, right?" Payman asked suspiciously. Aang. Well, she really didn't read it. All the tasks were unlocked randomly, and one was completed one by one. "Hey, then my Laird Abyss task won't have to wait for 8 days? Aang rubbed his head in pain and said. Payman suddenly thought of something after listening to Aang's words and touched his chin and asked in confusion, "Speaking of Laird Abyss, before we left that time, I took a special look. There seemed to be light in the pit on the ground. Don't you think it's strange? The place you are talking about has a huge blue male like Mondstadt?" Aang replied. "Yes, but you seemed very angry that day because someone suddenly appeared when you were collecting data and knocked down the nail, causing the giant snake to be destroyed by the nail, and we missed a lot of Mora." Payman nodded. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Aang looked at Payman and questioned. Payman scratched his head and said a little unkindly, "That's because you were too angry at the time. I was afraid that you would deduct my food allowance for next month if I said something, so I planned to wait until you calmed down before talking about it. As a result, something happened later that made me forget it. Even if you tell me now, I'm still very angry. Your food allowance for next month will be halved," Aang said angrily. Payman was silent for a while and whispered to Aang, "How about we go over and take a look now? I think there should be something good that will be useful to your strength. Then let's go. If there is something good, I will increase your food allowance next month. If not, your food allowance for next month will be halved again." Aang put away the game console and stood up and said to Payman, "Aang, are we leaving now? You don't want to play Genshin Impact 2nd anymore?" Payman asked in confusion as he looked at Aang, who was standing up. Aang shook his head and said, "I'm not going to play anymore. All my missions are stuck. If I play again, I can only kill a few monsters and get a few treasure chests. It's meaningless." Payman listened to Aang's words and spread his hands helplessly and said, "Okay, then I'll leave." Payman opened the Skynet map and suddenly saw some golden anchor points in the Stratum Abyss. He shouted in surprise, "Huh? There are anchor points there too, but it seems that golden anchor point permissions are required. It's probably Liusu and Zer. We can just teleport there directly." Aang nodded and said, "Then let's teleport there directly. This will save a lot of effort." Liusu is better. Otherwise, we have to walk step by step from above. After Aang finished speaking, he took Payman and flashed to the lower level of the stratum abyss. Well, it's still so gloomy here. If it weren't for the investigation, I wouldn't want to come. After the two figures appeared, Payman looked at the surrounding environment and complained in a low voice. You're the one who brought it up. If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten about it. Aang replied. Okay. Payman scratched his head and said, hey, Aang, look, is there someone there? You're dazzled. There's no way there's someone here. Hey, there's actually someone, and it's Yan Fei. Aang turned his head and looked in the direction of Payman and saw a red figure running away and hiding behind a rock. Yan Fei? What is she doing here? Let's go and ask her. Payman was puzzled after hearing Aang's words. Aang interrupted. Okay, you don't have to say so much. I'm not dumb here. Payman. Yan Fei noticed someone approaching from behind. She quickly turned her head, and when she saw it was Aang and Payman, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, Traveler and Payman? I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. That's what I was going to say. Yan Fei, don't you usually work in Liu Harbor? Why did you run to such a remote place? Payman asked. Well, to be honest, this job is a bit special. The bottom of the abyss looks like this. This is the first time I've seen it. Yan Fei replied. Oh no. Please do me a favor. Someone is looking for me. If they ask, just say you haven't seen me. Ah. Yan Fei, can't you just teleport away? Payman asked in confusion. After hearing what Payman said, Yan Fei asked in confusion. Teleport? I have to run back again after teleporting back. There is no anchor point here. But, we teleported here by the anchor point, right? Payman scratched his head and pointed to the anchor point behind him and said to Yan Fei, look, it's the anchor point behind us. Ah, you mean this? This is a special anchor point. Except for a few true lords, ordinary people can't use it. Yan Fei said. Isn't Yan Fei a disciple of the immortal? Why can't I use it? Payman asked in confusion. Yan Fei explained. This is different. The golden anchor point is a special anchor point. The appearance of these anchor points also represents crisis. They are also the locations of the immortal caves. However, each immortal has the authority to use the anchor points at the entrance of his own cave. Only those who are allowed by them can use the anchor points at the entrance of their caves. The golden anchor points that appear outside mean that we cannot use them. This is what my master told me. So that's the case. Payman nodded and said, then what did you mean before? Aang also nodded and said, Yan Fei, don't break the law knowingly. That's right. This is a long story. Yan Fei replied, anyway, I'll leave the matter of evasion to you. See you later. Hey. Payman shouted at Yan Fei as hurriedly leaving back. Yan Fei really left and said it's very dangerous here. What should I do? I'm suddenly a little scared. Having said that, Payman touched his chin and said to Aang, do you think she broke some law and fled here? Could it be something terrifying? How is that possible? I was just joking with Yan Fei. She wouldn't do such a thing. Aang shook her head. Payman crossed his arms and said to Aang with a lecturing look on his face, don't be so naive. This society is very complicated. Be prepared for the worst. If something really happens, we will become her accomplices. Then I will just push the responsibility to you. Aang said with a smile. Hey, you have no sympathy. How can you be considered a good partner? Should I protect her? I'm so conflicted. Seeing Payman who was entangled in some trivial matters again, Aang sighed helplessly and said, Payman, you are really stupid and naive. Payman said angrily, well, don't say that to me. I'm really worried. Hey, the guy over there. Hearing the voice coming from behind again, Payman said in surprise, hey, someone else is coming, but I feel like I've heard this voice somewhere before. After hearing what Payman said, Aang replied, this voice is Arataki Ito. Didn't I see him at the Ranke festival before? Oh, I was wondering why it was so familiar. Payman scratched his head, and Arataki Ito also came in front of the two of them. He smiled and greeted Aang and Payman. Haha, it's you two. Are you coming to a place like this for vacation? Yes, I think the atmosphere here is good, so I come here for vacation. Aang replied. Is that so? After hearing what Aang said, Eratakito's smile froze, and then he changed the subject and said, "Oh. Judging from your looks, your smiles should be fine, right? Me too, ha ha ha." Paimon looked at the green-haired woman behind Eratakito who he had never seen before and asked, "Who is the person behind you?" "Hello, I'm a member of the Eratake faction, Shinobu Kyuki," the woman greeted. After hearing Shinobu Kyuki's words, Eratakito said belatedly, "Ahaha, I almost forgot. Let me introduce you. This is the most powerful person in our Eratake faction, Shinobu." "Oh. So you're also from the Eratake faction?" Paimon nodded. Eratakito said, "Anyone who is powerful in Hanamizuka must join our Eratake faction. Shinobu is usually the one who takes care of the gang's affairs, so let her protect you." Hisui Shinobu greeted the two again. "The boss's friends are my friends. It's nice to meet you too, traveler." Paimon. "That's very nice. Then I'll call you Shinobu." Paimon nodded with a smile. Aang also greeted politely, "Nice to meet you, Shinobu." Gyuki Shinobu nodded and said, "Well, please take care of me in the future. In fact, I have a hunch that I might need your care soon." At this time, Paimon suddenly thought of something and asked Eratake Ichito, "But Ichito, you just said that she is the one who settles all the affairs of your gang. Then she is actually the boss, right?" After hearing what Paimon said, Eratake Ichito said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, "Paimon, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm the boss. In the Eratake faction of Hanamizuka, there has always been only me as the boss." Paimon nodded and said, "I understand. It's a useless boss and powerful subordinates." Eratake Ichito was stunned by Paimon's sharp words, then shook his head and said, "Hey. Oh, forget it. It's normal that you can't figure it out with your little brain. I won't bother with you. Let's get back to the point. Have you ever seen a pink law something mage? Anyway, she is a person who knows a lot, is not tall, and wears a strange hat." Paimon couldn't help but be surprised after hearing what Eratake Ichito said. Gyuki Shinobu explained, "It's a legal consultant from Liu, named Yanfei. I guess you two may know her." Paimon said in a panic, "No, I haven't seen her. I have never known her." "Aren't you confessing it yourself?" Aang couldn't help but complained. Eratake Ichito asked in confusion, "Oh, it seems that you have seen her?" "No, I didn't say anything just now." Paimon waved his hand quickly. Eratake Ichito said with a smile, "You are nervous. It seems that I was right." Kyuki Shinobu continued, "When people lie, their eyes will wander subconsciously, Paimon. But we have no ill intentions, don't worry." After hearing Kyuki Shinobu's words, Paimon breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Do you know Yanfei?" "I know her. She is my savior." Eratake Ichito nodded and explained. After hearing Eratake Ichito's words, Paimon was puzzled. "What savior? Hey, wait a minute. How did you two appear in the layered rock abyss?" "Sorry, Paimon has eaten too much these days, and his brain has been a little slow and stupid. Next time I will reduce her food expenses," Aang said to the two of them. Paimon shouted angrily to Aang, "Hey, the isolation order at Daoku has been lifted recently. Did you know about this?" Eratake Ichito said. After hearing what Eratake Ichito said, Paimon asked in confusion, "Wasn't it lifted long ago?" "Ah. Is that so?" Eratake Ichito asked in confusion. Hisui Shinobu said, "Of course it is. Otherwise how could Inazuma hold the honor festival before? But you, boss, have just been released from prison not long ago, and it is normal for you to understand it late given your personality." Paimon. Eratake Ichito waved his hand and continued to say to the others, "Of course, this matter is not important. The important thing is that Shinobu came to Liu to get her graduation certificate. I was afraid that it would be unsafe for her to travel far away alone, so I followed her." After hearing what Eratake Ichito said, Paimon asked in confusion, "Graduation certificate? Shinobu, have you been to school in Liu?" "I studied law at the Liu Tangwanjuku, but unfortunately I went home to visit my relatives on the eve of graduation and happened to encounter the lockdown order. This diploma was obtained several years late." Gyuki Shinobu explained, "We went to Liu Harbor to do some work. The boss had a conflict with the Thousand Rocks soldiers while waiting in line and was nearly arrested. Fortunately, Miss Yanfei passed by and helped. If it weren't for the great help of my benefactor, I would probably have been thrown into Liu jail. However, the Thousand Rocks army of Liu is really strong, much stronger than the army of the Tenryo Bujaya led by Inazuma Kujo Tengu, so I wanted to do something to help her. Eritorichito replied, but she said there was nothing she needed our help with, but that won't do. How can we not get into trouble when we go out? I might as well follow her, and when she needs me, I'll jump out immediately. Aang said helplessly, your repayment is a forced sale, right? No, I really just want to protect her. Because she is in a hurry and feels she is going to do something important. Eritorichito shook his head and said, if you want to do something great and important in this world, you will inevitably encounter some troubles, you know? I mean well. Kyuki Shinobu suddenly shouted, traveler? Hearing Kyuki Shinobu's call, Aang turned her head in confusion, and then saw Kyuki Shinobu's eye signal. Aang pointed Eritorichito in the wrong direction and said, Yanfei, she went that way just now. Oh, thank you, I'll go find her now. Hey, Shinobu, left. After saying that, Eritorichito turned and left, not forgetting to greet Gyuki Shinobu. While running, Aang could hear him shouting, benefactor, wait for me to help you. Before leaving, Gyuki Shinobu nodded to Aang and said, thank you, see you next time. Aang, you pointed them in the wrong direction, so that Eritorichito would not cause trouble for Yanfei. Paimon looked at the two people who left and said to Aang, then let's go to the place that was smashed last time. Okay, you don't need to remind us, let's go over there, you just acted as stupid as Eritorichito. Aang complained. Paimon scratched his head and said, HMM. Aang spread his wings and flew towards the location of the nail. After landing, he found that Yanfei was actually here. Yanfei, why are you here? The person who was tracking you has been fired by me. After Aang landed, Paimon said to Yanfei. Yanfei smiled and nodded. That's great. Thanks to you guys. That big brother who is dressed fancy is really enthusiastic. If it were normal times, we should be able to make friends. Unfortunately, I have something important to do today. After hearing what Yanfei said, Paimon was puzzled and said, well, what kind of important business needs to be done in such a strange place? Are you also thinking of changing your career to become an adventurer? I'm a legal consultant. Occasionally, I encounter situations where I have to go far away in person. This time I came to Layered Rock Abyss because of a will. Yanfei explained. Paimon was surprised and said, will? Yanfei nodded and said, yes. I found a will in an ancient book. It should be left by a master in the past. He has a magic weapon that is missing and wants to find it back. Isn't this the business of a rebirth hall? Does it also require legal consultants to do it? Paimon scratched his head. Yanfei shook her head and explained, of course not. The Hall of the Reborn is only responsible for funeral services. Executing wills is also part of the work of a legal consultant. Of course, situations like this are rare. The Layered Abyss doesn't just come here whenever it wants. So you know? A voice suddenly came. Paimon exclaimed, who is it? Yanfei greeted the source of the voice. Oh, you're there? Sure enough, I guessed it right. Aang turned her head and looked, then her eyes widened. It was this woman in front of her who robbed her of 2 million mora. Although 2 million mora is nothing to her now, it was still very valuable to her at that time. Aang, are you okay? Looking at Aang who seemed a little abnormal, Paimon asked in a low voice. Aang said angrily, Paimon, it's her. Last time she put down the nail, all my mora was gone. The blue-haired woman jumped down from the high platform and said to Yanfei calmly, the great law consultant came to the Layered Rock Abyss to do business. Why does he need to ask for my opinion? Yanfei said, we're Yilanis, my words don't count, right? She, who is she? Paimon asked in confusion. Didn't you hear Yanfei just say the other person's name? Yilan. Aang complained helplessly. Paimon scratched his head and said, I mean, I know her name is Yilan, but what does she do? Yanfei explained to the two of them, this is Yilan, from Liu. Can I say that you work for the General Affairs Department? Anyway, you are a friend of mine. Yilan nodded and said, sure. It just so happens that I have something to do in this area recently, so I have a small fate with you all. Having said that, Yilan turned to Aang and Payman and said, "Traveler and Payman may not know me, but I have heard of you." Aang said with a fierce face, "Excuse me, I have too many friends in Liu. You are here to do business, and my job is to monitor the layered rock abyss. According to the regulations, I should accompany you." Yilan continued, "But this time I have other important matters to attend to, and I'm afraid I cannot follow you all the way. Please do as you please, and don't make any big moves." Yan Fei listened to Yilan's words, and said with a look of regret, "Oh no, I was going to ask you for help for the sake of our past friendship. Can you spare a little time to help me with this legacy?" Yilan heard Yan Fei's words, crossed his arms, and said to her calmly, "You have to be sincere to ask me for help." Yan Fei smiled and nodded. "Okay, you have to pay for hiring a tour guide. It just so happens that Grandma Ping gave me some good tea. If you don't mind, let me buy you a cup of tea." Why don't you tell me the details of your visit first, and then... Hey, you guys. Yilan was interrupted by a voice before she finished speaking. Hearing this familiar voice, Paimeng was a little surprised and said, "Why is Yadao back?" Yadao walked up to the few people with Gyoki Shinobu and said to Aang and Paimeng with an unhappy face, "Okay, you guys, you deliberately sent me away, right?" I said, "Traveler, why don't you stand by me, your brother?" Hearing what Arataki Ito said, Aang's expression was a little unnatural. Although she knew that this was a problem of the world, she still felt strange when Arataki Ito called her brother. Aang spread his hands to Huang Long Yadao and said, "Because this is also our friend." After hearing Aang's words, Huang Long Yadao was about to walk towards here, and Yilan said to Huang Long Yadao indifferently at this time, "Stop." Huang Long Yadao stopped and asked Yilan in confusion, "Huh? Who are you?" "Sorry, this area is a layer of rock important land. Outsiders please stop," Yilan said. After hearing Yilan's words, Huang Long Yadao said with disdain, "What a joke, you don't have a notice fence here, and you won't let people walk. Really dangerous places will not have any notices that attract attention." Yilan replied, "So this is such an important place." Paimeng spread his hands. "Of course, that golden anchor point explains everything." Yan Fei whispered with magic to isolate her own voice, and said to Aang and Paimeng, "Yelan doesn't know that there is an anchor point here. Don't tell anyone." After the Emperor and the Immortal King passed away, the only people who knew that they still existed were Ningguang and Keking. Yelan doesn't know all this. In her eyes, I'm just an ordinary legal consultant. Don't expose the identity of the Immortal and me. The Immortals of Liu are now hidden in Liu Harbor, and generally will not reveal their identities, so you just need to talk to her as ordinary Liu people. So that's the case. No wonder she looks so arrogant. Paimeng said suddenly. Yan Fei continued, "I know you may have had some minor conflicts with Yilan before, but she is a good person, and what happened before was probably unintentional. For Liu, I would like to ask you to help me with some things." "Well, we know." Aang replied, "We will be fine." Yan Fei smiled and replied, "Well, thank you." Yan Fei spoke to Aang like this for a reason. She knew that Aang was very strong, and her style of behavior was also somewhat erratic. To put it nicely, she was free and easy, and to put it bluntly, she was crazy. She was afraid that Aang would get beaten up by others if she was unhappy. While Yan Fei was secretly talking to Aang and Paimeng, Hiroaki Ito and Yilan also had a conflict. Both of them exuded elemental power and confronted each other. "Why are they fighting?" Paimeng scratched his head. Yan Fei hurriedly came out to persuade, "Hey, wait a moment, the two of you, this matter is caused by me, why don't you give me some face?" "Hey?" Before Yan Fei finished speaking, the ground began to shake. "Oh no, it seems like here." Arataki Ito said dissatisfiedly, "Don't change the subject." "I am, Then, the ground collapsed, and everyone fell straight down, and Aang also spread his wings in an instant, and then landed steadily. As for Paimon, he fell to the ground like everyone else. This phenomenon made Aang feel a little confused. After "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts," Paimon covered his head and said, "What happened?" "Hey, Aang, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but you, why did you fall to the ground?" Aang asked in confusion. Payman stirred his fingers awkwardly and replied, this it's broken, and he forgot that Aang could fly, so his previous actions were seen by the other party. Thinking of this, Payman's expression was a little tense. Chapter 246, Sneaky Zero. Iritoricito got up from the ground and asked several people. It hurts, hey, Ainin, and my brother, Benefactor. Are you okay? By the way, where is this place? Aang looked up at the place where they fell in the sky and asked in confusion. Yilan. I don't know, but this is definitely not in Liu. After hearing what Yilan said, Yan Fei seemed to understand something, put the earrings back on her ears and said, really? Skynet is out of order. Yan Fei, you've been secretly working overtime again. Payman saw Yan Fei's little action and spread his hands. Yan Fei scratched his head and said, hey, I'm busy these days, I'll pay attention. Then where did we fall to? It's not in Liu. The Skynet in the layered abyss before also had a signal. Payman said. Yilan touched his chin and analyzed. It seems that the elemental force was used in the confrontation just now, causing the ground to collapse, and then transferred us to another place. After hearing what Yilan said, Iritoricito folded his arms and said unconvinced, it's not my fault. You speak so impolitely, anyone who hears it will get angry. Yilan replied calmly, my job is to prevent outsiders from trespassing in important areas. If telling the truth is considered impolite, your mind is a little fragile. You live for a living. I just don't like to give in. Seeing Iritoricito being deflated, Gyuki Shinobu said to him helplessly, boss, you can't beat her at all. Why do you have to argue with her? A Shinobu, which side are you on? Iritoricito asked puzzledly. Anin replied calmly, I'm just pointing out the current situation. Although I understand your feelings, it's also causing trouble for me if you get into conflicts with others for no reason. Payman turned to Aang and said, I found out that Yidao can neither argue with Yilan nor talk to Anin. He is very weak here. Aang glanced at Payman and said, Yidao and Anin are just like you and me. After hearing what Aang said, Payman stomped his feet in the air and said angrily, wow, I'm so angry. Don't compare me with Yidao. Hey, what do you mean by that? You're looking for trouble, right? Iritoricito said with dissatisfaction after hearing what Payman said. Payman spread his hands and replied, I'm telling the truth. Everyone knows you're a fool. I'm a fool. Then you're a flying dwarf violet. Flying dwarf violet? Woo, I'm so angry. I'm going to give you an ugly nickname. I'll call you a cowherd. Humph, cowherd, you're so arrogant. Seeing the two quarreling like children, Aang and Yan Fei covered their raking heads helplessly. We seem to be far away from the hole we fell from, and we can't see the situation on the top at all. Yan Fei walked to Yilan and said to her. Yilan squinted her eyes and looked at the hole above her head and replied, at this distance, it seems that we can't go up directly. We have to find another way out. Payman, stop quarreling. Fly up and take a look. Aang said to the two who were still quarreling. Hey, should I fly up and take a look? After hearing Aang's words, Payman came back to his senses. Okay, then I'll go up and take a look. Payman wanted to say something else, but considering Aang's little problem, she agreed and flew towards the hole above. After waiting for a while, Payman flew back slowly. What happened? Yilan asked. Payman shook his head and replied, no, there is an invisible barrier above that prevents me from continuing to fly upwards, and I took a look, and the scene revealed above is not where we came from. Sure enough, it seems that we have come to another secret place, and after we came in, the door was also blocked. Yilan analyzed, while touching his chin. Yilan turned her head and looked at Iritoricito and Ujiuki Ren and said, the layered rock abyss is a mysterious area in Liu. It was blocked due to a mining accident a few years ago. When acting here, it is best to learn not to look, listen, or ask, so as not to involve too many secrets that you should not know. In principle, I will not be your enemy, and I hope that you will not make things difficult for me on the issue of confidentiality. As for the way out, I will do my best. Looking at Yilan who turned and left after speaking, Iritoricito wondered, why did she leave? Yan Fei replied, she went to find an exit. Yilan may be the one among us who knows how to deal with crisis best, so let her go. Having said that, Yan Fei explained to the people present, I'm very sorry. Generally speaking, I will not disclose the contents of the client's will to irrelevant persons, so I was unable to tell the truth to you too. I'm sorry. I came to the layered rock abyss to retrieve the Teyvat disc mentioned in the will. Many years ago, my client handed this magic weapon to a person with aspirations, hoping that this treasure can play a role where it is needed. According to eyewitnesses, the person who received the magic weapon took it to the layered rock abyss and has been missing since then. Historically, there have been many wars in the layered rock abyss area, but even if that person died in the war, I hope to do my best to find the magic weapon and fulfill the client's wish. After hearing Yan Fei's words, Arataki Ichito nodded and said, since the benefactor said so, okay, I'll sell this face. From now on, everyone is a companion. As for that arrogant Menghuo, it's also good. But Yilan seems to be from the General Affairs Department, right? Why haven't we met before? Payman asked in confusion. Yan Fei replied, well, it seems that it is said to the outside world. As for her identity, I can't reveal too much. I can only say that this job belongs to her. Arataki Ichito couldn't help but complain. What kind of job is it? You have to work in such a remote place. I know this, adventurer. Payman replied with a smile. What's wrong with that expression? I didn't say anything wrong. Aren't you and I the same? Seeing Aing's strange expression, Payman scratched his head in confusion. I'm the adventurer, not you, and it's not because you called me over that this happened. Aing replied calmly, it seems that our trip to Zumi has been delayed again. Payman said, you've become stingy recently, so what's wrong with letting me take advantage of your reputation? Okay, I'll give you some fame, and your food allowance for next month will be halved. Aing looked up and looked at Payman with one eye. Well, forget it. Payman replied. Arataki Ichito said, yes, traveler, you are Payman's boss. The boss should be magnanimous and let the younger brothers benefit more. And it's wrong for you to deduct the food allowance of the younger brothers. We are not in that kind of relationship. After hearing what Arataki Ichito said, Payman said angrily. Seeing this, Kyuki Shinobu comforted Payman. Payman, just listen to what the boss said, don't take it to heart. Humph, okay for Shinobu's sake. Payman nodded and replied. Seeing that he was completely defeated by several people, Arataki Ichito covered his head and sighed and said, well, I'm the boss, I'll give in to you. But what Ito said makes some sense, that is, Aing, you can't deduct my food expenses, it's too cruel to me. Payman said to Aing. Oh, Ito makes sense, but I don't listen. Aing glanced at Payman again and said, Payman, by the way, how much food expenses did you deduct from the flying dwarf Viola? Arataki Ichito suddenly thought of something and asked Aing. Aing replied, you are talking about this. Now she spends 1 million more on my food every month. It was 300,000 more a month before, but I made some money during this period to improve her food. What? 1 million more a month for food? Ito exclaimed, and then he said to Aang with a flattering face, boss, now you are my boss, are you still short of people? Aang. Gyuki Shinobu. Yan Fei. Hey. Aang only needs me, no one else, you'd better give up this idea, you cowherd. Payman said to Arataki Ichito angrily. 1 million, that's 1 million more. You can eat noodles every day for a year, but you ate it all in 1 month. That's because Aang is good to me. Where can Aang find a good guide like me? No, flying dwarf pansy, I want to challenge you to a duel. I will not duel with you, you cowherd, just give up on this idea. Looking at the two people who started again, Gyuki Ren had a headache, but she also learned about Aang's financial resources. The food expenses for Payman alone were 1 million more, and she couldn't imagine other aspects. Everyone, come here quickly, I have some discoveries here. Yilan, who was somewhere else, shouted to everyone. Yan Fei suggested, Yilan called us, I guess she found something, let's go over there quickly. Yilan, what's wrong? Yan Fei walked to where Yilan was and asked her, look, there is a way out here, although I don't know where it leads to. Payman looked at the scene in front of him and was surprised. It's incredible that there is an entrance to the secret realm in this place. If there is a way in, there should be a way out. Let's go in and take a look. Arataki Ichito looked at the entrance to the secret realm in front of him and suggested. Wait, there is a sound, Yilan suddenly said. After hearing what Yilan said, Paimon turned his head in confusion and asked, what sound? Paimon. Ah. It's Zyro. Paimon exclaimed after seeing who it was. Yan Fei asked Zyro, great sage subduing demons, why are you here? Yilan. I followed them. Zyro looked at Aang and Paimon and said. Paimon pointed at himself with some confusion and asked Zyro, followed us? Zyro nodded, yeah. Okay, do you want to come with us? Paimon scratched his head and asked Zyro. No need, I have other important things to do. Zyro shook his head. Aang asked doubtfully, is it something important? Looking for someone. Zyro replied calmly, be careful, this place gives me an ominous feeling. After saying that, Zyro's figure disappeared on the spot. Looking at the abyss where Zyro disappeared, Paimon said helplessly, he still comes and goes without a trace. That guy just now was very imposing, and he can compete with me. It seems that he is a powerful character. Eratakichito said with a smile. After hearing what Eratakichito said, Paimon said to him with disdain, you cowherd, where do you get your confidence from? Is it really okay to let that gentleman act alone? Gyuki Shinobu asked with some concern. Paimon replied, that man, even if you don't let him act alone, he won't listen to others. But he is very powerful, so let him go. By the way, why did Zyro say that he followed us? Paimon asked Aang puzzledly. Aang replied, you ask me, who should I ask? Well, I always feel that Zyro's purpose of coming here will not be simple. When I see him again, I will ask him. Paimon scratched his head and said, everyone, from here on, please pay more attention to your surroundings. No one knows what will happen on the road ahead, so be prepared at any time. After listening to Yilan's words, Erataki Ichito was still a little unconvinced and said, although I have acknowledged you as my companions, but with my fighting talent, I don't need her to remind me, nor do I need her to lead the team. Gyuki Ren shouted helplessly, boss I know. Erataki Ichito scratched his head and replied. While a group of people were talking, Zyro's figure appeared on the wall away from them. He watched them quietly after they finished talking and walked into the entrance of the secret realm. Zyro held the golden branch in his hand tightly and said seriously, Fush, I will definitely save you. Before this, Zyro also got a game console produced by Liusu and also played the game Genshin Impact 2nd. The content in it was so real that he couldn't believe it. The most important thing was that most of the stories in it ended in tragedy, and the immortal King Liusu was the only variable between the game and reality. At that time, Zyro also found Zhongli to ask, but Zhongli didn't tell him anything else, just let him figure it out for himself. It was not until he finished the interlude mission in the abyss that Zyro learned about what happened later. He didn't expect Fush to be still alive. After learning all this, he found Zhongli again, but this time Zhongli gave him a golden branch. Thank you, Emperor. Zyro said seriously after taking it. Zhongli stood up and turned to look at the bright moon in the sky and said to Zyro, no need, this branch was given to me by her. I believe she had already calculated it at that time. Immortal King? Zyro naturally understood who Zhongli was talking about. Zhongli did not answer Zyro, but changed the subject and said, you have too many karmas on you. It is not a solution to let Skynet suppress you. When you figure it out, go find Nashida to clear it up. Nashida? Is that the new grass god? I see. I will go to visit her after I have resolved Brother Fush's affairs. Zyro nodded seriously. Zhongli nodded and said, well, there are some things I can only give you suggestions. The final development of things is up to you to decide. Emperor, I'll take my leave first. Zyro said. Zhongli thought for a while, then said, there is no need to rush into the layered rock abyss, and don't act alone, otherwise unexpected variables may occur. I understand. After Zyro finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Seeing Zyro's leaving figure, Zhongli sighed helplessly. So after this incident, Zyro basically kept an eye on the movements of the layered rock abyss, until today, when Aang and Paimon came to the layered rock abyss, he followed behind. Zyro hid his figure all the way, and followed the few people closely, until they left the secret realm. They still didn't notice his existence. After leaving the secret realm, Hiroaki looked at the scene outside and asked in confusion, "No, what's going on? Why are we back?" Paimeng also asked in confusion, "Is this where we passed by?" After listening to Ito's words, Aang looked around until he looked up and saw the disappeared hole. He replied, "No, you see the hole above has been covered up. So, the hole is indeed gone." Yan Fei said. Yilan touched his chin, thought for a while, and suggested, "Since it is another secret realm, there must be an exit. Let's all look around." After that, Yilan left alone again. "Well, let's split up. I and my brother the Traveler and the Flying Dwarf Violets will be in one group, and Eren and the Benefactor will be in another group. What do you think?" Hiroaki suggested. After hearing what Hiroaki said, Paimeng shouted angrily, "Hey, cowherd, I'm not a Flying Dwarf Violets. Benefactor, that's too much. Just call me Yan Fei. Mr. Ito is worthy of being the gang leader. He is very leadership," Yan Fei said with a smile. Hiroaki waved his hand and said, No, just call me Ito. Since we have agreed to be companions, we should take care of each other." While the others were investigating, Zio was also searching for the so-called exit in the dark. Skynet is indeed not usable. This should be a secret place that the golden tree cannot reach. Zio stroked his chin and thought as he walked. As Zio walked, he suddenly saw that his Skynet was connecting again. Well, wait, there's a signal again. Why is there a signal here? Zio looked at the stone wall in front of him with some confusion. The closer he got to the stone wall, the stronger the Skynet signal became, but there was only this one missing, which made him very curious. Thinking of this, Zio punched the stone wall, and suddenly a stone cave appeared in front of Zio. Something's wrong. Why is it gone again? Could it be that the space behind the wall has changed? After appearing at the entrance of the cave, Zio noticed that the signal of Skynet had disappeared again for no reason. He walked around here for several times, but there was no signal. While Zio was still thinking, he suddenly noticed someone coming. Without thinking too much, Zio's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. At this time, Yilan arrived at the place where Zio was originally and looked at the entrance of the cave here thoughtfully. After Yilan explored it, he turned around and left, telling others what happened here. Zio watched the people below enter the secret realm one by one, and after waiting for a while, he followed in. What is this? After Zio followed into the secret realm, he looked at the scene in the secret realm with an incredulous look on his face. Chapter 247 The Starry Sky Under the Abyss. These symbols represent Yaksha. Why are they here? No, this secret realm is not right. Zio touched his chin and thought, while looking at the people who were solving the puzzle below. After the people below finished solving the puzzle, a green crack appeared in front of them, and Zio's shadow appeared in front of them. Yan Fei shouted in surprise, "The great sage who conquers demons? Zio? It must be Zio." Paimeng also flew over and asked. Seeing that something was wrong, Zio showed his figure in front of everyone, and said to the few people, "That's not me." "Wow. Zio, when did you show up?" Paimeng asked in surprise. "The great sage who conquers demons should have followed us all the way. He also said before that the purpose of this time is to follow you." Yilan explained, "The new entrance to the secret realm that I discovered before must have been discovered by the great sage who conquers demons first. So that's the case, Zio. Then why didn't you say it earlier? And, if Zio is here, what is this shadow in front of you?" Paimeng scratched his head. "I don't know. This place is a little abnormal. Not only can Skynet not be used, but everyone's time will also be quite different." Zio shook his head and said, "As for why I don't follow you, it's because there are ordinary people here. I have too many karmas, and can't stay with you for too long." Yilan, Jiyuki Shinobu. The two of them could understand that Zio was talking about them. For ordinary people, karma is indeed an existence that cannot be touched. Since this demon conquering great sage is fine, we can only move forward now, and it seems that the only place to explore nearby is that entrance. Jiyuki Shinobu said. "Then I will go explore the way first." After saying that, Hiroaki was ready to jump down to the cave below. Seeing this, Hisui Shinobu said hurriedly, "Boss, wait, don't rush in front alone, you are not a dog." Before Hisui Shinobu finished speaking, Irataki Ito jumped down directly, and at the same time his painful voice, "Don't worry, I'm invincible. Ah, my butt." Hisui Shinobu. Regarding the miserable situation experienced by Irataki Ito, Hisui Shinobu covered his head and reminded the people behind him, "It seems that the pit is very deep. Everyone pay attention to safety." Several people went down carefully one after another and found that there was water under the cave entrance, so they were a little curious about how Ito fell on his butt. Paimon flew to Irataki Ito and asked, "Head herder, there's water all over the place. How did you fall on your butt? Also, is your butt okay?" Irataki Ito injured the pain and said to Paimon, "It's okay. My butt is very powerful." Kyuki Shinobu said lightly, "Cry if you feel pain. I can hold back my laughter." After hearing what Kyuki Shinobu said, Irataki Ito widened his eyes and said to her in disbelief, "You still want to laugh? You should sympathize with me. Sympathy is a blasphemy against your majesty, isn't it? Besides, it's not me who's in pain." Kyuki Shinobu said this and slowly walked towards the back of Irataki Ito. Irataki Ito suddenly shouted loudly, which scared the people around him. After seeing clearly, they realized that it was Kyuki Shinobu who poked his hand at the place where Irataki Ito fell. Puff Paimon laughed out loud. "Paimon, stop laughing." Yanfei also reminded Paimon with a smile, but she couldn't control herself and laughed out loud. Seeing the few people laughing, Kyuki Shinobu said seriously, "It's okay, everyone, laugh as much as you want." Seeing this, Irataki Ito couldn't help but complain, "Shinobu, don't you have a heart? You are the devil." After Yilan and the others calmed down, they said, "By the way, why is there a door here?" "Yeah, how can there be a door in such a place?" Paimon scratched his head. Irataki Ito looked at the building in front of him, touched his chin and analyzed, "Is it that kind of rescue cabin? I read in the picture book that kind people will build a small house in a dangerous place, and people in trouble can go into rest. This must be the exit, right?" After hearing Irataki Ito's words, Paimon nodded and agreed, "Yes. No, people in crisis will not be so optimistic." Kyuki Shinobu retorted. Paimon smiled and said, "You cowherd, your men are scolding you." Yadao glanced at Paimon and said lightly, "She scolded you too. Why are you so happy?" "Oh, Anin, this is where you are not as good as me. Do you understand? No one dares to open it. Then I'll do it." After saying this, Irataki Yadao walked towards the door. But he did not touch the mechanism to open the door, but took a stance and punched the hard stone wall in front of several people in amazement. Eyeing. Irataki Yadao's behavior made Aang stunned for a moment, and then she began to applaud Irataki Yadao, and the people around him followed suit and gave Irataki Yadao warm applause. Irataki Yadao. At this time, Irataki Yadao realized the mechanism next to him belatedly and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. After Irataki Ito opened the door, he found that it was actually an Inazuma-style house. There were 2 plates of beans on the table inside, and someone was performing exorcism gestures on him. Irataki Ito. Seeing Irataki Ito running out in a panic, Yilan wondered, what do those people mean by holding bowls with beans in them? They are people who scatter beans to exorcise ghosts. The boss is a ghost, and they use beans to drive the boss away. Kyuki Shinobu explained. Irataki Ito walked up to the few people with some breathlessness and said with a look of horror, "It's too scary. Why would there be Inazuma people in such a place?" Yanfei comforted Irataki Ito. "Calm down. You are Inazuma people. I'm Inazuma's ghost, not a human." Irataki Ito replied. "No, the question is, does this door lead to Inazuma?" Kyuki Shinobu stepped forward and asked the few people. Paimon rejected what Shinobu Kyuki said and said, "How is it possible? This place is too weird. I would rather believe it is haunted. How about opening it again and see if the things inside the door will change?" Aang thought for a while and suggested. After hearing what Aang said, Irataki Ito shook his head and said, "Whoever wants to open it can open it. I won't open it anyway. Who's next?" "Hey Paimon, you come." Paimon refused and said, No, you open it. I'm scared." "I'll do it." Shinobu Kyuki volunteered to step forward and said, Arataki Achito cheered Shinobu Kyuki from behind. Come on. Don't lose to the things inside the door. Shinobu Kyuki. After Shinobu Kyuki entered, she saw a building of Inazuma. A woman with green hair was talking to her about how the witch was so good. After a while, Kyuki couldn't stand it anymore and ran out. I didn't expect that I would hear that sentence again here. After going out, Shinobu Kyuki sighed. Yanfei asked in confusion. She just said that she wanted you to be a shrine maiden? Gyuki Shinobu explained. I didn't want to be a shrine maiden, so I went to Liu to study. But my family didn't approve of this, so after returning to Inazuma, they wanted me to go to Mengshantasia. Based on my understanding of the Lord of the Palace, being a shrine maiden is a good job. Paimon said. Gyuki Shinobu continued. Just like some cats can be kept at home, some cats can only survive in the wild. I need absolute freedom and space. Although the job of a shrine maiden is good, it is not suitable for me. After listening to Gyuki Shinobu's words, Yidao smiled and said, yes, you are still suitable for gangs. Look at you. You are majestic and heroic, right everyone? Yanfei nodded in agreement. It's good now. As for work, the most important thing is what you like. I agree with this. Yilan also agreed. At this time, Arataki Yidao suddenly thought with his brain and said, I said, the things in this store will change, or it is something that no one wants to see, so who can open a way out? Do you want to try? Gyuki Shinobu asked. Yilan refused. No thanks. If there is something scary inside, I don't want to try. If anyone can find a way out, it won't be me. Paimon, you go. Aang suddenly said to Paimon. Paimon heard Aang's words and said with a frightened face, well, let's not do it. Aang shook her head and said seriously, no, there is no room for negotiation. Well, okay. Paimon scratched his head and opened the door reluctantly. But after Paimon opened the door, the scene that appeared was a blurry starry sky. Everyone outside couldn't see the situation inside, but Paimon saw Aang's figure inside, as well as the huge golden tree standing in the starry sky in the distance. Paimon, the journey to Teyvat has come to an end. I can't take you with me on the next trip. Aang inside said to Paimon. Paimon opened his eyes wide in disbelief and said, why? Are you leaving? Didn't we agree that I'm your emergency food and you should take me with you wherever you go? Aang replied, because this world belongs to you. The journey in this world has reached its end, and you can continue to maintain this beauty. What is there to be sad about? But I want to follow you. Paimon shook his head. Although he knew that the environment in front of him was false, Paimon was afraid of this, because Aang's life trajectory had changed, and she would become dispensable in the future, and eventually she might not even be qualified as emergency food. If you leave, what will happen to this world? I have reached the end of my journey in this world. In order to continue my journey, I can only leave first, and this road will not wait for me forever. Aang's shadow looked at the golden trees in the distance, and said with a smile, when I have time, I will come back to see you. Paimon heard Aang's words, and shouted in disbelief, why don't you want to ascend to the throne? Why? Everything in this world is prepared for you. Aang shook her head and replied, when a person has self-awareness, has his own ideas, and the ability to change the world, he will naturally not be bound by his so-called destiny. If it were you, you would make the same choice as me. Paimon, goodbye. Aang said, turned around in Paimon's sight, and walked alone towards the sea of stars extending from the golden trees in the distance. Among the golden trees, formed by the sea of stars, there was a golden shadow that stretched out his hand to Aang. Paimon hurriedly shouted to Aang who was going away, Aang, I don't want you to leave. Paimon wanted to fly forward and hold Aang, but she was blocked by an invisible force, just like the world's cage for her. Paimon. It was not until Aang's figure was led away by the golden palm and completely disappeared, that Paimon came back to his senses. As if his strength had been drained, he slowly flew out of the door. Aang saw Paimon flying out from inside with a lost look on his face, and asked worriedly, Paimon, what's wrong with you? Aha, I don't want you to leave. After hearing Aang's words, Paimon threw himself into Aang's arms and cried, Aang, don't leave me on your journey. What's wrong? What's wrong? Paimon, what did you see in there? Our vision was blocked by something, and we didn't see anything. What else doesn't let the traveler leave you behind? Eratakito asked in confusion. No, nothing. Payman shook his head and answered in a hoarse voice. She didn't plan to tell anyone, except Aang, about this matter. Even if she wanted to tell Aang, it wouldn't be now, and she didn't expect that what she was afraid of would be this. Aang also knew from Paimeng's expression that what Paimeng was afraid of was related to her. Although she was a little confused, she also knew that it was not easy to talk about this here. Paimeng also had many secrets that could not be known to others. Paimeng, don't be sad. I won't abandon you. After we go out, I will make you a lot of delicious food. Aang hugged little Paimeng and comforted him. Paimeng whispered in agreement, yeah. Aang. Seeing that the promised many delicious foods did not make Paimeng's mood better, Aang knew that this experience really scared Paimeng. Who's next? Eratakito asked. Paimeng's condition seems a little abnormal. Yanfei said, I'll do it. After hearing Yanfei's words, Eratakito applauded and said, oh, benefactor, you are so brave. Yanfei, are you afraid of anything? Although I don't know what Paimeng is afraid of, the things in this door are really weird. Aang said. Logically, there should be, but I can't imagine it. Yanfei replied, but it doesn't matter, just open the door and you'll know. The moment Yanfei opened the door, a room appeared, in which a man and a woman from Liu were arguing. The woman said angrily, you old man, out of the 8 kilograms of salt today, you gave away 3 kilograms, sold 2 kilograms, and exchanged the remaining 3 kilograms for wine. How much money did you make in total? The man scratched his head and replied, but, you were the one who said that the things in the store can be sold casually, so what's wrong with giving it away? After hearing what the man said, the woman said with a look of disappointment, you are so stupid. You asked the uncle next door to come to your house to get salt, but who knew that he broke his leg on the way? Didn't you hear his son ask for compensation, you old man? Yanfei. Yanfei walked out in silence, and after brewing his mood for a while, he said, I didn't expect it to be a civil dispute. Jiuki Ren asked in confusion, what was that just now? It's not about anyone, it's just a microcosm of many civil cases that have embarrassed me. Yanfei explained. Oh, you mean, you are afraid of disputes over food, clothing, housing and transportation? Yilan said. Yanfei replied, I should say, I'm a little afraid of those who keep arguing over trivial matters. Especially like the one just now, who had good intentions, but ended up causing chaos. Good intentions have become the beginning of harm and accidents, alas. What a pity. Having said that, Yanfei sighed and continued, I do this job to help solve some problems. The only thing I can't fully control is the complicated human heart. After listening to Yanfei's words, Jiuki nodded and said, I can understand. The human heart may be the most complicated and sad thing. Hearing this, Yanfei changed the subject and said, let's not talk about this. Does anyone else want to try this door? No need to look at me, I won't try it. Yilan said. After hearing what Yilan said, Eratakito said somewhat dissatisfiedly, Yilan, we are all companions. Even if you don't want to try, at least give a convincing reason. In that case, I'll just say it straight. Yilan replied, I work for Ningguang, the Xiangquan star among the 7 stars of Liu, and my work scope involves major secrets of Liu. Opening this door means that I might get rid of all of you for the sake of confidentiality. Are you satisfied with this reason? Eratakito suddenly realized, oh, that's very powerful. But, ninja, who is Ningguang, the Xiangquan star? I guess Ningguang is a person who will not let you walk out of the layered abyss alive if he finds out that you are spying on secrets. Jiuki Shinobu replied, boss, do you really know nothing about this world? Don't you think it's weird? I'm a free ghost. Having said that, Eratakito took out a comb from somewhere and began to comb his hair. Jiuki Shinobu, let me do it. Aang said, I also want to see what I'm afraid of now. Yes, traveler, you are very special. What if the exit is behind the door? Eratakito said with a smile. Aang nodded and said, I hope so, although I think it is unlikely. Aang walked to the door and opened it. The starry sky scene that Payman had seen appeared. She walked in with some curiosity, but the moment she entered, the exit behind her was directly closed. Aang looked at the empty scene with a confused face. The ground was a blue ground with strange patterns of unknown material, and above her head was a vast starry sky and a golden giant tree made of bright stars. Wait, why is there a golden tree here? Aang murmured in disbelief. Why can I see these here? Am I afraid? No, I don't feel any fear at all. These stars in front of me give me a strong sense of yearning, and this golden giant tree also gives me an inexplicable sense of security. I'm definitely not afraid of these. So, where is this place? Aang touched her chin and thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so she opened Skynet. Well, since there is a signal, it seems that the golden tree in front of us is real, not fake. Aang said in surprise. Let's ask Liusu. After all, it seems that there is no one else to rely on except her. After a while of contact, Liusu's figure appeared in front of Aang. Huh? Why did you run outside? Liusu asked Aang in confusion. Aang asked, outside? What do you mean? Liusu replied, it means literally. This is the outside of the isolated world. Didn't the sun and the moon describe that the original one used an eggshell to isolate the universe and the microcosm of the world? Is this thing under my feet an eggshell? Aang asked in surprise. Is the golden tree in front of me real too? Well, that's about it, but the golden tree in front of us is not real. It's just a conceptual shadow, but it still has an effect. Liusu explained. Aang. Chapter 248. Two people playing tricks on each other. Then how did I get outside? Aang asked in confusion. Liusu looked at Aang helplessly and said, how should I know? Shouldn't I ask you this? Aang thought for a while and replied, I came here after entering a space that can show the things people are afraid of, but other people can go back safely after entering, and the exit behind me was directly sealed after I entered. At this point, Aang spread his hands to Liusu innocently. I already know the general situation of the matter. Maybe someone sent you here on purpose. Liusu listened to Aang's words and remembered the plot that was reorganized by the great compassion tree king in his mind. He touched his chin and said to Aang. Aang asked in confusion, intentionally? Why would it do that? Liusu thought for a moment and explained to Aang, that door, at first glance, seems like a prank, just to let you see something scary. But if there is an opportunity that prompts you to enter it, no one can predict what is behind the door. First use some jokes to attract you to relax your vigilance, and then use real danger to capture you. You mean, I'm the target of that door? Aang said suddenly. I suspect so. If you are exiled to the outside world, no one can interfere with them. Liusu nodded and said, however, there is a little guy beside you who can help you. Little guy, are you talking about Payman? Aang asked curiously. Look, she has already started to act. Aang followed the direction Liusu pointed and saw that an area surrounded by blue light suddenly appeared on the originally intact ground. What is this? Aang asked in confusion. This is the passage to go back to where you came from before. Liusu explained. It seems that you haven't completed this part of the storyline, otherwise there wouldn't be so many problems. Aang. Who is to blame? It's you. You said that you have to complete 8 daily tasks to unlock the legendary tasks. If you don't complete the legendary tasks, you can't proceed to the subsequent plot. Since you are fine, I will go back to fishing too. Liusu noticed Aang's thoughts at this time and ran away without saying a word. Aang. Looking at Liusu who had already slipped away, Aang sighed helplessly, then glanced at the golden tree outside the starry sky, and then walked to the area surrounded by blue light. Aang just stood on this area, and the solid ground suddenly fell off. Aang fell down before she could react, but fortunately she fell into a pool in the end. When she floated to the surface, she saw Paimeng, Yanfei and others who were looking at the closed door anxiously. So you are here, Aang. I was scared to death just now. Payman heard the noise behind him and turned around and flew towards Aang while saying, after you ran in just now, the door couldn't be opened. We were all worried about you. Are you okay? No, thank you, Payman. Aang whispered to Payman. Payman. Payman scratched his head and didn't answer. At this time, the other people also surrounded Aang. Yanfei asked, Traveler, what did you find? Is the exit inside? Eratakieto also asked. Aang shook her head and said, no. Your expression is so heavy, you must have seen something unpleasant inside. Yilan looked at Aang's expression, then touched his chin and analyzed. Aang nodded and said, yeah. I was almost trapped in there, and couldn't get out. Aang continued, if someone hadn't helped me, I might not be able to come back. How could it be? After hearing Aang's words, Paimon said with a surprised look on his face, oh, it's okay. You're back now. You must thank the person who helped you. Well, treat her to a big meal next time you see her. Aang replied with a smile. Paimon scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, Eratakieto said angrily, damn, this broken door. I really want to beat it up. If I weren't so tired, I would definitely help you snore. Having said that, Paimon yawned tiredly. Seeing Paimon yawning, lowering his head, and closing his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep, Eratakieto hurriedly shouted, hey, why are you so listless? Wu Paimon whimpered weakly, and staggered to Aang's side, then continued to half close his eyes sleepily. Aang. This was the first time Aang saw Paimon look so weak. It seemed that the person who helped her, as Liusu said, was most likely Paimon. However, considering that if the place where she was standing was the eggshell that isolated her from the outside world, Paimon's identity would not be so simple. Thinking of this, Aang became a little unconfident. So, we didn't find a way out through that door. Not only that, we also saw things in the door that we didn't want to face. Yilan suddenly said, this secret realm gives me a bad feeling. It seems to be changing all the time, and it changes against us. Paimon asked, what do you mean? After hearing Yilan's words, Jiuki Ren also agreed, I felt it too. It's best not to act rashly. This is definitely not such a simple place. We moved forward all the way, but when we got here there was only a strange door. Yan Fei said, the things in the door are also very strange. Whatever we are afraid of, it will show us. It should be in a space that violates common sense. And after these, I seem to be a little tired again. In order to prevent explosive hunger and fatigue, we have to eat and rest on time. Tired? No, it's an illusion. Paimon continued, I have no strength in my hands and feet. You should take a break first. Aang. On the other side, Liusu had just sat down and was about to continue fishing when she suddenly heard a subtle call in her mind. At first, Liusu didn't pay attention to it. After all, she didn't know anyone. Then, the anxious voice of the great Sea King came to her mind. Liusu, hurry up, that world is dangerous. The great Sea King said. Liusu. What? Which world? Liusu asked puzzledly. It's the world that Aang went to before. Because you let me go, the forbidden knowledge there could not be eliminated, and problems arose later. The great Sea King explained. Liusu. Or, why don't you go over and solve it? Liusu suggested. The great Compassion King refused firmly. No, I went there last time. This time it's your turn. I'm going, so what's the difference? But if you go, I don't have to go. Liusu continued to suggest. I don't want to move. I want to fish. Hurry up. I don't know how your brain works. Your means of solving problems are better than mine. At worst I'll do Zuma's things next time. The great Compassion King urged. Okay, it's a deal. You do Zuma's things. Liusu stood up and said, I'll leave now. The great Compassion King. The great Compassion King couldn't figure out why this person had more than 100 thoughts about him. What he said just now was just to wait for what he said, but she concealed it very well. Even he couldn't feel what she was thinking at the time. No, she didn't think about it just now, which means that Liusu's series of actions were an instinct. Thinking of this, the great Compassion King felt helpless. Why would he be tied to such a pendulum? If he had known that he was about to die more than 500 years ago, he would not have used the other party's soul power to live 500 years ago. The great Compassion King, who was contaminated by the taboo knowledge, used the last remaining power to create a fire seed. After separating a branch of the purest tree, he thought about waiting for death. Unexpectedly, the tassel soul power suddenly entered at that time. She was stunned at the time. That soul was particularly pure and had endless power, but the great Compassion King could not completely absorb the soul power. Even if she mustered her strength, she could only absorb a small part. What surprised her most was that this soul actually had a dormant consciousness. As the Great Compassion Tree King absorbed the soul in a shallow way, her life was slightly extended, but it could not guarantee that she could revive again, because the Great Compassion Tree King felt another thing in her soul that was the same as the taboo knowledge but different. That is, they all came from outside the world. With the blessing of Liusu's soul, the Great Compassion Tree King stayed in the World Tree for the next 200 years, observing the outside world, while also enduring the erosion of forbidden knowledge. Although absorbing that kind of soul power can keep her soul intact, the pain brought by forbidden knowledge is unavoidable. After fighting against forbidden knowledge for 200 years again, the Great Compassion Tree King could no longer hold on. This kind of pain was unbearable for her. Just when she wanted to give up, Liusu's consciousness awakened. At this moment, the Great Compassion Tree King decided to transfer her soul, knowledge, and everything to the other party's soul and let him replace her. Thinking of this, the Great Compassion Tree King voluntarily integrated all her knowledge and thoughts into the new soul, but at the same time she also received feedback from the other party. That is, the pain disappeared, and she also obtained most of the other party's shallow memories. But the more the Great Compassion Tree King looked at it, the more frightened she was. She didn't expect the truth of this world to be like this. At the same time, she was also surprised why she didn't disappear. It stands to reason that when she returns to her origin, her consciousness and thoughts will be erased, and she is like a handful of clear spring water merging into the ocean. Although she has merged with the sea, she can retain her consciousness in the sea and swim freely in the sea. At the beginning, when the Great Compassion Tree King said that sentence and was ready to die, she was embarrassed because she did not disappear, but survived in the other party. The other party's soul also had a sense of tolerance for her, so she didn't feel any rejection. The Great Compassion Tree King also learned the reason from the other party's shallow memory. When the other party was thinking quickly, countless taboo knowledge rushed in the sea. The Great Compassion Tree King couldn't help it, and directly stated her existence, and wanted to remind the other party not to do this. Although she was a little sad about this world, she still didn't want this world to disappear. When seeing the other party's ability, the Great Compassion Tree King thought that Liusu would be a god who could do great things. However, the other party's behavior gave her a heavy blow. In Zen's words, the other party was just a salted fish who was just waiting to die without any dreams. In another world. Oh, look over there. Something is coming out. Payman exclaimed, pointing to the wind and sand in front. Kang and Zyakeo looked up and saw the huge dragon hidden in the wind and sand. The little straw boy looked up at the huge dragon in the distance and said, "It's definitely it, the grass dragon Apap." Payman looked at the giant dragon that blocked out the sun in the distance and shouted in horror, "I thought it would be big, but I didn't think it would be this big. Little gods, little humans, leave my territory." Apap looked down at the few people and said, "In the yellow sand, weak lives like you can't survive." The little straw boy said to Apap sincerely, "We are here to save you, Apap. I don't need to be saved, especially by you, Baya." Apap said, "You are like Ammon. You only existed for a moment, but you rely on the power of the sky and call yourself the lord of this place. Why don't you take a closer look at your future? In the end, you will repeat the same mistakes. I know you hate gods and humans, but you are already very weak. Why can't you let go of this hatred temporarily?" The little straw boy continued. Nashida's advice to her before did not change her much. For the so-called love of the world, she did not check the forbidden knowledge provided by the doctor, so she is still as weak as before. Let it go for now. After hearing the words of the little straw bag, Apap said disdainfully, "Stupid Baya, even if you cure me, I will not be grateful to you. You are personally reviving the dragon that will destroy Zumi and the 7 kingdoms." The little straw bag looked at Apap, who seemed to be throwing a tantrum, and said softly, "You are just sick. Yes, time will make everyone die. Although I'm seriously ill, I'm very sober." Apap replied, "I'm different from those ancient dragons who compromised with you." After hearing Apap's words, the little straw bag continued to persuade, "There is really no need to go this far. What we need is not confrontation, but the truth. Humph, the truth. This is the shackles that the god of wisdom cannot escape. The words of the little straw bag made Apap snort with disdain again. I have paid a heavy price for the truth, and sooner or later you will too, Apap said, and disappeared in front of the few people. Seeing this, Payman hurriedly shouted, "Hey, don't go. Be careful, something is coming out." The little straw bag noticed the movement and hurriedly reminded Kang and Payman. "Wow, what is it? I have never seen it before," Payman exclaimed as she looked at the monster in front of her that was beyond her cognition. It's family. The elemental life that looked like a floating water mushroom beast behind the few people answered. After hearing the words of the elemental life that looked like a floating water mushroom beast, Payman asked in confusion, "Huh? They are also family? Shouldn't they look like mushroom beasts? Appearance. Important. Not essence. The same." The elemental life that looked like a floating wind mushroom beast answered. The elemental life in the form of a floating water mushroom beast continued. "The elemental forces that make up them are exactly the same as ours. In other words, they are the residents of our homeland." Above, Liusu appeared. She stroked her chin and looked at the people who were dealing with the monsters. Finally, she saw the little grass bag finally took out the fire to purify the weak elemental life in front of her. The little grass bag's action made the Great Mercy Tree King unable to hold back. She couldn't help but complain in Liusu's mind. "Wow, what is this? I used up all my strength to create the fire when I was dying. You didn't use it like this. You loser. If you were the buyer of this world, I would have beaten you up long ago. Your last hope is to purify an insignificant little grass? No, it's not even a little grass. Can't you just purify the source? Obviously, saving the forest can make everything return to normal." Liusu. Listening to the somewhat collapsed words of the Great Mercy Tree King in her mind, Liusu couldn't hold back. It was the first time she heard the sound of the Great Mercy Tree King breaking his defense. Thinking about Liusu's expression at this time, it was a little strange. The Great Compassion Tree King continued, "No, let me slow down. I'm really angry. I didn't expect her to be so stupid. She doesn't even need forbidden knowledge, and is still so weak. As expected, you have to lead her. Otherwise, buyer in our world will become like this." Okay, calm down. It's normal that she doesn't understand." Liusu comforted. The Great Compassion Tree King looked at the little grass bag with a distressed look through Liusu's eyes as he took out the fire and prepared to purify the grass in front of him. When the elemental life in the form of a floating water mushroom heard the decision made by the little grass bag, she flew to the little grass bag and said, "Thank you, King of Grass. For you, going home is the most important thing. I have understood what you have experienced on the road." The little grass bag smiled and said, "I not only want to protect you, but I also hope to use your experience to talk to Apap again. After all, that huge grass dragon should also be your family." After the little grass bag finished speaking, he began to urge the fire in his hand, and the elemental life in front of him was also purified by the power of the fire, and then entered the body of the elemental life in the form of a floating water mushroom, causing the other party to evolve again into an elemental life in the state of a land-based water true mushroom. Dassy Tree King. Calm down, it's not worth it." Liusu noticed the anger coming from her heart, and she hurriedly persuaded the Dassy Tree King. She actually used it once before. It's over. This fire is useless." The Great Ci Tree King said with some sorrow. "It seems that my premonition is accurate. I don't know how to describe her. It's okay. She is not Nashida from that world." Liusu continued to comfort her. After hearing Liusu's words, the Great Ci Tree King could only sigh helplessly and said, "Oh, forget it, Liusu. You treat her later. I feel a little at a loss about what to do with her." The words "feeling" are what you really meant, right? Damn it, I was deceived by you again. The Great Ci Tree King noticed Liusu's emotions and said in his heart, "Hey, Liusu." The secret joy of the Great Compassion Tree King was conveyed to Liusu's heart without any error. In this regard, Liusu could only remain silent. Why couldn't they be more sincere to each other? Chapter 249. You're so dramatic. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. They've been gone for a while. You should catch up quickly. The Great Compassion Tree King also noticed Liusu's thoughts and quickly changed the subject. No, why are we here now? Logically, they can solve this matter without my interference. Liusu was puzzled by the words of the Great Compassion Tree King. I don't know much about it, but this is the distress signal that the world tree of this world sent to me before, and I also feel that it has a very urgent emotion. The Great Compassion Tree King replied. The Great Compassion Tree King continued, because I interfered with the forbidden knowledge before, if the little straw bag in this world does not make some changes, the world will not be able to continue to operate in the future. After hearing the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, Liusu couldn't help but sighed. Good guy, I haven't become the source of the virus, but you have infected other worlds before me. Who is responsible for this? The Great Compassion Tree King said faintly, although I was infected by the forbidden knowledge before, my mind was still as pure as a sapling. As a result, it was because of your arrival that my mind has changed unconsciously. Blame me? This is not your choice. I just stimulated the real thoughts in your heart. Liusu answered seriously. After hearing Liusu's words, the Great Compassion Tree King hummed with some dissatisfaction. Forget it. Forget it. I can't argue with you. Go over quickly. I don't want to talk to you. Liusu. At this time, Kong and the little straw bag had arrived at the cave where Apap was. Payman looked at the huge cave in front of him that was shining with light and exclaimed, what a big cave. Could it be that the grass dragon lives here? We can't go on after we get here. Kong said. Payman pointed to the cave entrance that was shining with light in the distance and said, yes, who knows what's inside that cave? And our goal is not only to find it, but also to go to the world inside it. The little grass bag said, it's impossible without its cooperation. After hearing what the little grass bag said, Payman said helplessly, but it has that kind of attitude, how can we make it cooperate? Let me try. After the little grass bag said, he turned around and looked at the cave entrance that was shining not far away. The little straw bag brewed his emotions for a while and said to the distant voice with emotion, Apap, we have different positions and different understandings of the world and order. But we were all born based on elemental power and have been deeply tortured by forbidden knowledge. We are the same in nature and have the same enemies to fight, so we should not cut off communication due to prejudice. Listening to the little straw bag's words, Payman couldn't help but asked him doubtfully, is Ko Long really listening to you? No matter what you think, who you hate, and what you have done because of hatred, I don't care, and I don't expect your gratitude. The little straw bag continued, I came to it, not just you who will save you, but also your people, my people. After leaving their homeland, they have been looking for ways to save you. They really want to go home. Now everything is over. All hatred is useless. Instead of continuing to fight, you should face up to the life you have nurtured. Listening to the little straw bag's speech, the Great Compassion Tree King couldn't help but sighed and said, as a god, she is really doing a good job now. Of course, except that she sometimes can't think straight, but this can't solve the problem, but will put herself in danger. Almost the same as you. Liusu responded in a low voice. The Great Compassion Tree King. But now I'm tired. I don't want to be a god anymore. The Great Compassion Tree King was silent for a moment and said to Liusu, this is why I didn't ask you to help me manage Zumi from the beginning, because you learned about my deeds and my future. I think I have done enough for this world. Just like Morax, I should rest. Having said that, the Great Compassion Tree King thought for a moment and continued to convey to Liusu, when you were sleeping, I sometimes wondered, is it really worth it for me to do this? For a so-called promise, I endured 200 or 300 years of pain, and even after death I'm still paying for this world. I'm really tired, both mentally and spiritually. It's all so tiring. Liusu was silent for a moment and said, you said so much, just to let me deal with all the things in the future. Hey, I've been discovered, but you won't be so cruel to me, right? The Great Compassion Tree King replied with a smile. Liusu listened to the voice of the gradually slacking off Dassy Tree King and said helplessly, okay, I'll listen to you. I knew you would agree. Dassy Tree King's tone at this time was full of joy and satisfaction. Just like Nashida said, Liusu is the best, I like Liusu the most. Dassy Tree King continued to say to Liusu in Nashida's tone, Liusu. It took only a moment for Liusu to communicate with Dassy Tree King's thoughts. when she lowered her head and continued to observe the people below. At this time, Xiaoqiao shouted to Kong Kong in the distance with a somewhat excited tone, "You want to live no matter what, which means you are not going to give up that world. Since you claim to know more than me, then think clearly about what you live for and what you hate for." Kong Kong. Kong Kong in the distance still did not respond to Xiaoqiao, which made Kong and Payman next to him a little helpless. Kong asked the little straw bag uncomfortably, "Is it still not working?" The little straw bag bit his lips unwillingly and continued to say something, but at this time, something strange happened suddenly and the surrounding environment began to shake. "Woo, woo, I'm going to be sucked away, traveler." Kong hurriedly stretched out his hand to the few people and said, "Hurry up and catch me, Payman, Nashida." The little straw bag continued to take out the fire and urged the elemental force on it. "Please, please protect everyone, send us home." Daisy Tree King. Looking at the few people who disappeared by urging the fire, Daisy Tree King sighed and said, "The fire has failed. I didn't expect that she would completely waste the opportunity of the fire here. This may be her fate. Let's go, let's follow them and go to them." Daisy Tree King continued. Liusu. Liusu somewhat understood the complicated feelings of Daisy Tree King at this time. Although she knew it before, she still felt a little uncomfortable when she saw what happened. Liusu stretched out his hand, tore open a space crack, and appeared in a dark green space in a flash. "Is this the inner world of Apap?" Daisy Tree King said after observing for a while. Liusu replied, "If I didn't make a mistake in the transmission, it should be. This joke is not funny at all." Daisy Tree King replied speechlessly, "It seems that, although the taboo knowledge in this world has been cleared, Apap still has it in his body. This is also the reason why I condensed this fire seed at the last minute, but I didn't expect fate to play tricks on me." At this point, Daisy Tree King couldn't help but sigh again. "Can you stop sighing? It makes me feel weird," Liusu said helplessly. The Great Compassion Tree King. "Okay." Payman woke up from his coma below, shook his head uncomfortably and said, "HMM." She looked around and found that only the little grass bag was around, so she asked the little grass bag with some confusion, "Hey, where is the traveler? Why is he not here? I can only guarantee that we can get to this place smoothly, but the entry point may be a little different." The little grass bag replied. Payman suggested to the little grass bag with some concern, "Then, let's go to the front to look for it. I'm very worried." "Well, but don't be too nervous. His skills are trustworthy." The little grass bag nodded. "I know, but I'm still not used to it." Payman scratched his head and replied, "Let's go to the front to take a look. He may be in front." The little grass bag. "Well, okay." The two headed towards the white space in front and then saw a dark green heart-like thing in the middle of the roof that looked like a plant. Payman looked at the scene above his head and asked in surprise, What is this?" "This should be the heart of the oasis. As long as you light it with the fire, it can replenish the elemental power for Apap." The little grass bag explained. "The damaged parts of its body will gradually recover and regain health." After hearing what the little grass bag said, Payman urged anxiously, "Well, then let's hurry up. After lighting it up, we will go find the traveler." "Well, I know. Wait a minute." The little grass bag took out the fire again. "Little grass bag." The little grass bag suddenly exclaimed, because the fire in front of her suddenly disappeared under the urging of her elemental power. This was also the expected ending of the Great Compassion Tree King. Payman asked in confusion, "What's the matter? How did the fire broken?" The little grass bag said with some sadness, "It's so unstable." "Why? We didn't use it much." Payman couldn't help wondering. The little straw bag shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Can the fire only protect one person? But in that case, if I don't use my power on everyone, you don't know where you will be sucked to." At this point, the little straw bag pondered for a moment and said, "Even if that's the case, it won't break directly. Unless what?" Payman asked. "When she made this fire, she was already in a relatively weak state." The little straw bag replied, "That was when she saved the desert just now." "No way," Payman said in surprise. "But you said her? Didn't you make this fire in the first place?" The little straw bag. "It's over. She was too nervous and got exposed." Just when the little straw bag was about to explain, Payman's next words made her feel relieved. Forget it, let's put this aside for now. Payman shook his head and said, if the spark is broken, isn't it meaningless for us to come here? Nashida, do you have any other ideas? Let me think about it too. Nashida, after hearing what Payman said, Nashida lowered her head uncomfortably, because at this moment, she had no other means except that method. Thinking of this, the little straw bag raised his head and smiled at Payman and said, don't worry, Payman, this is my responsibility. Spark is essentially a ball of highly concentrated elemental force. Although there are subtle differences between elemental life and my elemental force, I have already come into contact with it when I transformed into a mushroom beast. Then, as long as I imitate that power, and add my own power, I can play the same role as Spark. After hearing what the little straw bag said, Payman asked in disbelief, you want to become a fire seed? Yes, it will take a lot of energy, although not as much as she did when she was in the desert. The little straw bag paused and changed his words, but maybe I will become a little smaller. Payman was puzzled and said, hey, what will I become? If I become smaller, I will become a grass or a branch, which is what I looked like when I was just born. The little straw bag smiled and replied to Payman, as long as I reverse the growth process, I can release power beyond my limit. Payman listened to the little straw bag's words, understood her meaning, and quickly rejected it, but I will lose a lot. Not only the appearance, but also emotions, memories and so on. It doesn't matter, compared to Apap who is in danger, these are not important. The little straw bag shook his head and said, no, there must be other ways. And if you really do this, what will Zumi do? Payman said that he would never agree with the little straw bag's behavior. After this, you and the traveler, plant me on the land of Zumi together. The little grass bag comforted Payman. I can still communicate with this world with the help of the forest, but you can't see me for the time being. How can this be possible? Payman looked at the little grass bag who had made up his mind, knowing that it was useless for him to dissuade him now. If the traveler was here, he would definitely stop you. Payman continued to say to the little grass bag very angrily, no, if we knew that your so-called responsibility was this way, we would never agree to it at the beginning. I'm sorry, Payman, but we don't have so many choices. The little grass bag said calmly, not all eagles with broken wings can take off, but if you don't take this risk, you will never touch the sky. No, it's impossible. Payman continued to dissuade, but the little grass bag couldn't take care of her anymore. She began to urge her own power and use the energy released by reverse growth to replace the role of fire. Seeing this, Payman was anxious and helpless. Suddenly, she heard a fighting sound coming from behind, and then she saw Kong and the two mushroom beasts rushing towards her quickly. The fire is broken. Payman hurriedly flew forward and said to Kong anxiously, Nasidishi, I know. The blue elemental life in the state of the original mushroom of the land walking water said calmly, this is the only way. Hearing the words of the elemental life in the state of the original mushroom of the land walking water, Payman had a bad premonition in her heart again, and then she heard it continue to say, but it shouldn't be done by the king of grass. The elemental life in the state of the original mushroom of the land walking water said, and walked to the little grass bag, replacing the little grass bag to become the fire. We all grew up in the long journey. If the growth is to go home, then it is also a wish come true. After saying that, the elemental life in the state of the original mushroom of the land walking water has turned into a plant, and many of their kind emerged from the ground and transferred their power to it. Can you lend us a hand? After hearing its words, the little grass bag stretched out its hand with some sadness, transmitting its power, and said to it, you should have expected this a long time ago. The knowledge, language, and emotions you have learned will all degenerate into pure elemental power. In the new home, there will be no trace of you. No one will remember you. Is this really the home you have always dreamed of? The elemental life, that looked like a floating wind mushroom beast that followed a few people noticed the little grass bag's lost emotions, and stuttered to comfort her. King of grass, don't be sad. You're home. This is not. We. Go home. King of grass wants to go home too. Seeing that all the elemental lives had disappeared, the little grass bag tried hard to mobilize the elemental power to help them, and at the same time, shouted to the immersed oasis heart above, "Please, feel our wishes and wake up." Liusu above watched all this expressionlessly. The Great Compassion Tree King also noticed that Liusu was not emotionally fluctuating. She sighed with some complexity and said, "Liusu, what's that tone of your voice?" Liusu said with some dissatisfaction after hearing the Great Compassion Tree King sigh. The Great Compassion Tree King was silent for a while and replied, "It's nothing. I just feel a little disappointed after reading these. Don't worry, I saved them. Although I don't like to meddle in other people's business, I will help them if I can." After Liusu finished speaking, she waved her hand in front of her, and those elemental lives appeared in front of her again. "Haha, I knew that you would never let me down." Looking at Liusu's actions, the Great Compassion Tree King showed a gentle smile in Liusu's consciousness space. "King of Grass? What are we doing? Have you grown up?" The elemental life in Losing Shu's true mushroom state said to Liusu in surprise, "No, this breath is the breath of Doomsday you?" Liusu, who deliberately revealed a breath, replied indifferently, "No impact, no problem. But this is the breath of Doomsday, even our home can't bear it." Losing Shu's elemental life in the true mushroom state continued. The elemental life in the form of a floating wind mushroom beast stumbled and said, "King of Grass, Doomsday, home, don't. It's painful. Your power can't save Apop now." Liusu continued. Losing Shu's elemental life in the true mushroom state asked anxiously, "Then, what should we do?" "Wait." Liusu replied. After Liusu finished speaking, he silently looked at the life below that was revived by the fire, Sour Cabbage Dragon, who was fighting with several people. Losing Shu's elemental life in its original mushroom state followed Liusu's gaze and saw Zao Kao. It paused for a moment, not understanding why there were two grass kings. But it saw Liusu, who was emitting an ominous aura of Doomsday, and did not ask again. After a while, with the efforts of Khan and Zao Kao, the Sour Cabbage Dragon was finally solved, and the space returned to a different green color from the dead Morris before, a green color that represented vitality. "Hey, can you still hear me? If you can, just say yes." Payman called out to the place where they disappeared with some sadness. "You said that the form is not important, so tell us that you are okay." "Grass King, can we go down?" Losing Shu's elemental life in its original mushroom state asked Liusu. Liusu nodded and said, "Yes. Payman, King of Grass, we are here." Losing Shu's original mushroom state elemental life appeared in front of Payman and Khan with other elemental lives and said, "You are really okay, that's great." Payman shouted excitedly, You. The little straw bag shouted in surprise, "Didn't you contribute all your strength?" "Why? It was the King of Grass who saved us, but something is wrong with her." Losing Shu's original mushroom state elemental life replied. "King of Grass?" Payman asked in confusion, "Isn't Nashida here?" Just as Payman was puzzled, Apop's voice sounded in the space, "King of Grass, since you are here, why don't you show up?" Chapter 250. Why are you acting like a villain? What is the grass dragon talking about? Hearing Apop's words, Payman scratched his head in confusion. The little grass bag said with a serious face, "It's her, the previous grass god, the Great Compassion Tree King." "Nashida, do you still remember the Great Compassion Tree King?" The little grass bag's words made Khan look at her in surprise. Originally, he was going to find an opportunity to tell the little grass bag about the deeds of the Great Compassion Tree King. Unexpectedly, when he was hesitating, the little grass bag actually remembered the existence of the Great Compassion Tree King. However, he was sure that everyone in the world except himself, including Payman, had forgotten the existence of the Great Compassion Tree King. Therefore, the little grass bag's remarks made him very confused. "Well, after you and Payman were hypnotized by the doctor, the Great Compassion Tree King appeared once, and she helped me recover the forgotten memories," the little grass bag replied. Listening to the conversation between the two, Payman asked in confusion, "What is the Great Kindness Tree King? Why don't I have any impression of it?" "The Great Kindness Tree King, what is that? I have no impression of her existence at all. I only know that there is a grass king hidden here, and it is she who revived these elemental lives again." Apop asked in confusion. The little grass bag suggested, since she is still unwilling to show up, let's talk about our business. What can we talk about? Although you saved me, I will not be grateful to you. Apap replied. It's okay, as long as you recover and maintain this state, Zumi will not be threatened. The little grass bag said. I thought that after the power returned, my anger would also swell. Apap said, but at this moment, what I feel is an emotion that I had long forgotten, calmness. The forbidden knowledge has already changed you imperceptibly, magnifying your anger and hatred. The little grass bag explained. Point it is irrefutable. Although I hate that alien to the core, it is meaningless to destroy you and your people. Apap continued, but even so, I don't intend to change my position and have anything to do with you. The moment you die, because of your infinitely expanding curiosity, I will despise and laugh at you in my heart. After hearing what Apap said, Payman couldn't help but say, your words are really ugly. I respect your choice, and I will prove to you in the future that we will not repeat the same mistakes. The little straw bag nodded and said, before you rest, I need to know one last thing. The little straw bag asked in confusion, how did you get entangled in forbidden knowledge? That's a long story. In the distant past, we all believed that it was the only power that could defeat the law of nature. Apap thought for a while and replied, the Dragon King obtained the dark power from outside the world and led us to resist the order defined by outsiders. Payman asked in confusion, Dragon King? Apap did not answer Payman's doubts, but continued, an unprecedented war broke out in Teyvat. The brutality of the battle almost destroyed the entire world. The winner has the right to shape the world, and the loser can only turn into ashes. But even after the death of the Dragon King, I did not give up looking for a way to reverse the situation. I wanted to obtain more forbidden knowledge on the edge of the world that was about to break, but was stopped by the giant males that fell from the sky. The upheaval of Sumeru seemed to tell me that the era of dragons is over. Hearing this, the little straw bag asked Apap, but you still didn't give up, right? Because Ammon, that is, Akma later Akma gained this power with the help of Nabu Merekata. Apap replied, his ambition continued to expand, and he wanted to build a powerful kingdom on my territory. Although I looked down on him, I still acquiesced in his actions, but in exchange, after his death, all the knowledge he possessed will belong to me. I still have regrets deep in my heart. When the Dragon King returned, the world had changed drastically. At this point, Apap continued with some melancholy, some dragons are too close to you, and have forgotten the hatred of the world being taken away. Some have died in battle, leaving only bones. Some chose to escape, because of pain, but for me, the scales and will of the Dragon King still flash an indelible light in my heart. Until the end of my life, I will follow it. After hearing what Apap said, the little straw bag said helplessly, you are really crazy. When the country that Akmal was proud of was completely destroyed, I arrived as promised, swallowed him in one gulp, and absorbed his elemental power. Apap did not answer the little straw bag's words, but continued to talk to himself. But what I got was not the result, but the doomsday. I had no intention of analyzing the knowledge he mastered. I tried my best, just to resist the pain. Even so, I feel that his madness is still above mine. Payman scratched his head and said, is this the origin of the doomsday? Apap still said to himself, in this matter, I admit that I was calculated by him. I was just the last insurance in his plan. Little buyer, and you, keep going, I will keep watching. To what extent can the life cherished by heaven go? Alas. Suddenly, a low sigh sounded in the space. Apap suddenly asked solemnly, who are you? Can't remember? Let me help you recall. Liusu's figure has appeared in front of Apap, and she spoke to him expressionlessly. As soon as Liusu's voice fell, several people suddenly realized that the green space was infected by another color again. Just when several people were terrified, they were accompanied by Apap's painful roar. What happened? Payman asked with horror. It's the breath of doomsday. It's the king of grass. She took action. The elemental life in losing Shi's original mushroom state replied. Why, we finally purified the grass dragon, and now it has changed back. Paimeng said a little uncomfortably. Do we have to purify it again? The little grass bag shook his head and said, no, with our current strength, we can't do anything. Even if I choose to reverse the growth, I can't completely purify the forbidden knowledge she brought. Then what should we do? Paimon asked anxiously. Losing Shu's elemental life in his original mushroom state, said a little disappointedly, we can't go home. It must be possible. I will try my best to help clear these. The little grass bag said seriously. Liusu's voice rang around the few people. It's a pity that you can't do anything. It's you, the great compassion tree king. The little grass bag bit his lip and asked above with some sadness, why do you do this? Liusu replied, because I like to turn the world into what I want it to be, and the grass dragon Apap is just my first step. The little grass bag. The world in the grass dragon's body is already being rebuilt, you better come out. As soon as Liusu finished speaking, she used her power to take all the people in Apap's body out. Wow. Paimon suddenly exclaimed. The few people felt that the scene in front of them changed again, and when they came to their senses, they had already appeared in the outside world. Are we out now? Paimon scratched his head and said. Suddenly she looked up and saw the grass dragon standing in front of them again without the wind and sand blocking them, and exclaimed, grass dragon. But, so big. Bigger than the one I saw before. Little dragon, weak dragon, a little taboo knowledge makes you so miserable, it's really disappointing. Liusu said, it's you, I remember everything. Apap's voice suddenly rose. How about remembering it now? It must be very uncomfortable to have your memory deleted by the world at will, right? Liusu said to Apap with a smile. Apap listened to Liusu's words and snorted coldly, huh. Sure enough, you also chose this path. Even if you revive again, you will be completely devoured by the forbidden knowledge like Ammon before. You don't have to worry about this, because my body and soul are now constructed by forbidden knowledge. Liusu shook her head. She was right about this, because her soul now came from outside, and her body was reshaped by the knowledge outside. What? Exclamation mark. You actually made such a choice? You are even crazier than Ammon before. Exclamation mark. After hearing Liusu's words, Apipu was shocked and said, I can't understand why you made such a choice before, when you hated forbidden knowledge so much, and you didn't even bother to be with Ammon and the others at that time. Because I want to live. Liusu said calmly, if I can live, then what about giving up this world? Apipu listened to Liusu's crazy speech, and suddenly thought of something, and his mood suddenly calmed down. He asked Liusu, aren't you afraid of justice by doing this? Justice? Humph, it can't stop me. Liusu replied with a look of disdain. Paimon, Paimon, what's wrong with you? Looking at Paimon who looked a little wrong, Kang asked with some concern. No, nothing. Paimon shook his head and said, Traveler, Nashida, what should we do now? This great compassion tricking is not something we can deal with. Apap. After hearing what Liusu said, Apap was silent, but she thought what Liusu said made sense, because until now, the sky has not responded, which has explained too many things. When she was running the forbidden knowledge, a giant nail fell from the sky, suppressing her and the forbidden knowledge in her body. Paimon, there is still hope. The great compassion tricking did not pollute the entire world with forbidden knowledge, which means we still have a chance. The little straw bag said carefully. Baya, how can you be so confident? After hearing what the little straw bag said, Liusu said helplessly, you are too weak, so weak that you don't even have time to grow. Little straw bag. Liusu's words made the little straw bag silent for a moment. She bit her lips unwillingly, because she knew that Liusu was telling the truth at this time. Since you want to grow so much, then I will help you. Liusu continued. What do you want to do? Kang heard this, and looked at Liusu not far away with a vigilant face. Liusu replied calmly, of course, to help her grow. As soon as Liusu finished speaking, she stretched out her hand to the little straw bag. The little straw bag was like being sucked in by a strong eye of the wind, and then was imprisoned in front of her eyes by Liusu's invisible force. What do you want to do to Nashida? Let her go. Seeing this, Kang took out his edgeless sword and activated the 4 element in his body to slash at Liusu. Traveler, don't be impulsive. Paimon shouted hurriedly. Liusu didn't even raise her eyelids for the sudden attack of the world traveler, although she was the same as the fluorescence of the world she was in. Kang's attack directly hit an invisible barrier, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the barrier at all. Let her go. Kang gritted his teeth and said, Liusu, why do I feel that what you did is the same as a villain? The great Sea Tree King also complained a little helplessly. But this method is very effective, isn't it? Liusu asked back. The great Sea Tree King replied, what you said makes sense. It is worthy of you to do it. Then you come? Liusu said. The great Sea Tree King hurriedly refused. Forget it. Forget it. You come. I won't say anything. Why are you looking at me like that? I won't let you go, even if you beg me. Liusu looked at the little straw bag who was looking at her pitifully with his big eyes, and replied with a smile. Little straw bag. She felt that there was something wrong with the tree king in front of her, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. If you don't want to talk, then I'll continue. It will be a little painful at the beginning. Just bear with it, and you will feel better later. Liusu continued. Little straw bag. Liusu stretched out her hand to the little straw bag, and the golden power accompanied by an ominous breath began to be infused into the little straw bag. As the golden power entered the body, the little straw bag was stretched by this violent power and groaned. But she gritted her teeth and held back the shout that she was about to make, just frowned and injured it silently. What are you going to do to Nashida? Kang looked at Liusu and began to inject a power that was not elemental force into the little straw bag and hurriedly shouted. As you can see, there is a word in Liu called forcing the growth of seedlings. I'm helping her grow quickly. Liusu replied calmly. What the others didn't notice was that the grass dragon Apap was silent at this time. She was secretly adapting to the forbidden knowledge that Liusu had passed on to her before. The more she understood, the more frightened she became. The forbidden knowledge that Liusu gave her was a controllable forbidden knowledge. The subject of the forbidden knowledge was Liusu. As long as she allowed it, this kind of power could be used well by her, and it would not bring the pain of being infected by the forbidden knowledge before. Interesting, interesting, King of Grass. I didn't expect that you, who are honest, would become like this. However, compared to the actions of Ammon and the other two that I despise, your change makes me feel surprised and shocked. Apap thought in his heart, the world blueprint you constructed is also very interesting, and it also has complete laws. Since it is your wish, then I will do as you wish. You are harming her by doing this. Kang listened to Liusu's words and continued to shout at her. That is not up to you, because you don't have the ability to talk to me now. Liusu replied, just watch carefully. Damn it. Kang listened to Liusu's words and looked at the invisible barrier created by Liusu with his sword very angrily. At the same time, he felt sad for his own incompetence. Payman also found the problem at this time. She opened her mouth to remind Kang, but under Liusu's half-smile gaze, she chose to shut up and not tell Kang about her discovery. You are still a lot worse than your sister. Liusu continued. She can keep her composure, but you can't. Don't you think so? Aing in this world. Aing? Kang stopped the attack in his hand after hearing Liusu's sudden words, and asked in surprise. After hearing Liusu calling her, Aing's figure also appeared, and greeted Kang calmly. Brother, we meet again. Aing, how did you appear here? Kang asked anxiously. I feel that there is an unusual power here, so I came to see, and it is indeed related to you. Aing replied. Liusu suddenly saw the golden crown on Aing's head, and asked in surprise, is the one on your head given to you by her? Yes. Aing nodded. I was wondering why I felt a familiar aura. Liusu nodded. Aing thought for a moment and asked Liusu, did she get her power from you? Yes. Liusu replied. Aing. Hearing Liusu's affirmation, Aing fell silent, with a gleam in her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking at this moment. Aing, what are you talking about? Kang looked at the two people who were having an inexplicable conversation, and asked in surprise. A power from outside the world. To explain it in the language of Teyvat, this power can be called forbidden knowledge. Aing replied. Kang continued to ask, are you also using this power? If using this power can overthrow the laws of nature, then even if using this power is dangerous, I will not hesitate. Aing replied. Kang, what are you looking at me for? Are you mute? Liusu looked at the little straw bag in front of her, who was suddenly looking at her with a faint look in his eyes, and spoke calmly. "Little straw bag." The little straw bag was stunned after hearing Liusu's words, then blinked and looked away, as if he knew nothing. "If you have anything to say, just say it, don't hold it in," Liusu continued to say to the little straw bag. The little straw bag hurriedly shook her head after hearing Liusu's words. She looked at Liusu's half-smiley expression. She felt that, if she said anything, something bad would definitely happen, and she felt that the probability of such an event happening was very high. Looking at the appearance of the little straw bag, Liusu shook her head and sighed helplessly. Boring. Then, she suddenly accelerated the injection of power. She wanted to transform the little straw bag in front of her and let her immerse herself in the joy of forbidden knowledge. Bushi. The sudden injection of power made the little straw bag frown and finally couldn't help but groan in pain. A light note suddenly caught Kang's attention. He saw that the body of the little straw boy bathed in the golden light was constantly growing, and soon it grew to the same size as Liusu. "Kang. It's getting bigger already. This little bit of power is not enough. It's to increase your body's capacity, not to inject you with strength." After Liusu finished speaking, the body of the little straw boy, under her control, shrank rapidly again, and turned back into the appearance of the little straw boy before. Looking at the confused Kang, Payman who lowered his head in silence, and the grass dragon and elemental life beside him who were silent, eyeing sighed helplessly. It seemed that everyone here knew something, and only her brother was kept in the dark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.